I had waited 20 full years for the day men from the county office came to Anil village. Brother Huzi, get up. The constables are already at the village entrance. If we're even a step late, Zhao will pick all the decent women first. Li Erniu burst through my courtyard gate while I was resting in a bamboo chair. Before he had even caught his breath, he grabbed my arm and tried to drag me outside. How many did they bring this time? More than 100, all brought back from Bailey. I heard there are even daughters and concubines from officials' households among them. I got up at once and locked the door. Dakian and Bailey had just finished fighting a war, leaving Liangzhou with tens of thousands of captives almost overnight. The court was distributing the women among counties along the frontier, not merely to resettle the population, but also to leave families behind for the men who were about to be conscripted. We ran all the way to the great willow tree east of the village. Anil village had a little over 100 residents, and nearly all of them were gathered there in several rings. The men peered toward the eastern mountain pass, while the elderly and children crowded around the outside to watch the commotion. Li Erniu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Make way! Brother Huzi is here." The crowd actually opened a path for me. "Huzi, you were up in the mountains the last time they handed out wives. You can't miss your chance again. With what you're capable of, you could support 2 of them. What did you hunt the other day? My family is still waiting to trade you for some meat." The villagers all talked at once. Anil village sat against Qingniu Mountain, and every household knew something about hunting. Yet few people truly dared to venture deep into the forest alone. I had begun going into the mountains at 17. Over the past 3 years, I had brought back more game than many entire hunting parties combined. When everyone else was short on grain, I not only had food to spare, but racks of cured meat as well. Only I knew that hunting skill was not the sole reason. I had been in this world for 20 years. When I turned 18, a hunting system awakened in my mind. Whenever I killed a living creature, I had a chance to receive a random attribute point. Rabbits and pheasants yielded little, while wolves and boars had a higher chance of granting a reward. After 3 years of accumulation, my strength, stamina, and agility had long since surpassed those of ordinary men. Common beasts could not hurt me, and even a dozen sturdy men working together might not be able to pin me down. That system was my greatest secret for surviving in a world at war. The system never guaranteed a reward for every kill, nor would it heal my injuries. The first time I gained an attribute point, I was so excited that I stayed awake all night. The next day, I went into the mountains to challenge a wild boar and nearly had my thigh ripped open by its tusk. That lesson taught me that a status panel could enhance my body, but it could not grant experience. For the next 3 years, I still followed a hunter's rules: read the wind, study tracks, and always leave myself an escape route. I never chased prey into an unfamiliar ravine just to gamble on one more attribute point. My parents had died young, and third uncle's family had helped me hold on to my 3 mu of poor farmland about half an acre. Without the system, I probably would have lived like every other young man in the village, marry, have children, and eventually be sent to the frontier by a conscription order. The system gave me more choices, but it did not free me from this era. One notice from the county office or one war beyond the mountains could still change the fate of the entire village. That was why, when I heard the constables had arrived, my first thought was not to pick a beautiful wife. I began calculating how many more people my household could feed and who could hold the courtyard gate after I left. War turned women into captives and men into soldiers waiting to be drafted. The so-called court distribution of wives had never been as simple as a happy occasion. Village Chief Zhao Tian stood at the very front, leaning on a wooden staff. His eldest son, Zhao De, was broad and powerfully built. The moment he saw me, he gave a cold snort. Whenever we had gone into the mountains in the past, he had tried to compete with me, but he never brought home as much game. He had disliked me ever since. Li Erniu asked quietly, "Brother Huzi, can you take us into the mountains one more time before winter begins? My family's grain won't last through the season. Bring Xiaoyer and Gua too. I'll take all of you in a couple of days. At the very least, we'll make sure several families have enough meat stored away." His spirits immediately lifted. I knew no one would starve as long as we followed Brother Huzi. A procession finally appeared at the eastern pass. More than a dozen constables escorted over 100 disheveled women, with several grain carts following behind. The head constable was tall and kept his left hand resting on the hilt of his saber. When he reached the tree, his first question was who served as village chief. Zhao Tian hurried forward with an ingratiating smile. "My lord, that would be this old man. Gather every man in the village between 18 and 40. They are all here already." The head constable unrolled an official proclamation, and his voice instantly drowned out every whisper. By order of the governor of Liangzhou, every man in the province between the ages of 18 and 40 must report to the commandery camp within 1 month. Anyone who fails to appear will be treated as a deserter and executed. He then ordered Zhao Tian to add another column to the village register for the names of each conscript's dependents. If a drafted man died in battle, his family could continue cultivating his land for the time being. If he deserted, however, all his property would be confiscated. Someone asked on the spot how his elderly mother and children were supposed to survive. The head constable merely told him to collect a relief certificate from the county office. No one in the village still believed that 2 shur of grain and 2 taels of silver were gifts given for nothing. The entire crowd beneath the great willow fell silent. A moment earlier, everyone had been discussing what kind of wife to choose. Now they all understood that these arranged marriages were not simply a benefit. They were a way to settle men's families before sending them to war. I looked at the women in the procession, then at Li Erniu's pale face. The war that had been coming for us had finally arrived. Zhao Tian summoned his courage and asked, "My lord, didn't we just win the war? Why are they conscripting men again?" The head constable glared at him. "This is the governor's military order. All you need to do is obey. Ask one more question, and I'll charge you with undermining military morale." Zhao Tian immediately shut his mouth. The head constable then announced the marriage terms. Any able-bodied man who had never received a wife before could choose no more than 2 women. He would also receive 2 shur of grain and 2 taels of silver as a settlement allowance. If he failed to report to the commandery within 1 month, the man would be executed and his wives, grain, and silver would all be reclaimed. It sounded like a generous settlement allowance, but the price was a man's life. Some of the women raised their heads after understanding the order, while others began to cry quietly. They had just been marched out of one war, only to be divided among another group of men who might soon die in the next. The villagers cared whether they could work and bear children. The women cared whether their new masters would beat them or sell them again. I did not treat the system quest as a chance to casually select 5 rewards. 5 companions meant food, clothing, and safety for 5 people. It also meant that once I joined the army, the women in my courtyard would have to protect one another. If I brought them home solely for attribute points but gave them no path to survival, I would be no different from the constables escorting them. So I first considered health, age, and the relationships among them. I stayed away from anyone too young or visibly gravely ill, not because I despised them, but because I had no medical skill and could not cure someone with a promise. 3 sisters were protecting one another, while 2 other women were actively assessing their situation. At the very least, that showed they could make decisions in an unfamiliar place. That mattered far more than appearance alone. The constables arranged the 100+ women in 4 rows. Relying on his father's status as village chief, Zhao went first and chose 2 sturdy women. Villagers valued women who could work and bear children, so no one wanted those who looked frail. The selection continued for nearly an hour. By the time it was my turn, over 40 women remained. Their clothes were worn from the long journey, their faces covered in dirt and ash. Most kept their heads down, afraid to meet anyone's eyes. Just as I was about to step forward, a system notification suddenly sounded. Temporary quest. Receive 1 random attribute point for each companion you choose. I stopped in my tracks. I could kill dozens of beasts in the mountains and still fail to gain 5 attribute points. Yet here was a guaranteed way to strengthen myself. More importantly, I was about to join the army. If only 1 person remained at home, she would have no way to defend herself against a man like Zhao De. With more people, they could at least look after one another. I first walked up to the head constable. "My lord, I will give up the 2 taels of settlement silver and take only 2 shur of grain. Could you allow me to choose a few more women?" He looked me up and down. "How many do you want? Be careful your wives don't starve before you work yourself to death. I'm about to go to war, and I want to leave more people behind to carry on the Wang household. I have hunted for years and have grain stored at home. I can support them." The head constable glanced at the number of women remaining, then asked Zhao Tian about my finances. Zhao Tian and I were not close, but he did not dare lie to an official. He had to admit that I was the best hunter for miles around. 5 at most. The head constable held up one hand. "If you can't feed them later, that will be your problem." "Thank you, my lord." I walked into the formation and first chose 3 sisters hiding at the back of the crowd. They had deliberately put on loose robes and smeared more grime on their faces than anyone else. But their posture, their eyes, and the way they shielded one another could not fool me. The eldest was tall and had kept herself between her 2 younger sisters and everyone else. The harder they tried to hide, the more it suggested their background was unusual. Two other women took a step forward on their own. If you do not find us unworthy, young master, we sisters are willing to go with you. Their voices were gentle, but their eyes were alert. They clearly understood that actively making a choice in this situation was safer than continuing to wait. That made 5 exactly. When I declared my choices, the people around us laughed first, then began calculating how much grain 5 women would eat each day. Zhao deliberately asked whether I planned to enjoy a few days of pleasure before leaving for war. I ignored him and simply told the 5 women to stand behind me. At first, they still kept their distance. Only when I placed myself between them and the head constable did they truly draw closer for the first time. When the head constable demanded that the eldest sister stay, the 2 younger women did not kneel out of etiquette. They instinctively seized her sleeves. At that moment, I became even more certain that I could not separate them. If I could not keep the promise I had made in public only moments ago, they would not believe any promise I made once they entered my home. The head constable abruptly raised a hand and pointed at the eldest of the 3 sisters. You can take the other 4. She stays. The 2 younger sisters went pale. They dropped to their knees before me and begged me not to separate them. The tall woman pulled them back up. Although she was trembling too, she still placed herself in front of them. I saw the intent in the head constable's eyes and understood exactly what would happen to her if she remained. My lord, I am willing to trade my 2 share of grain for her. The head constable scoffed. Do you think I lack that little bit of grain? Then I'll add 5 taels of silver. The villagers around us all sucked in a breath. 5 taels was enough to support an ordinary family of 3 for several months. Even Zhao Tian kept signaling frantically for me not to be a fool. When the head constable saw that I was determined to take her, he simply raised the price to 10 taels, not 1 copper coin less. 10 taels was nearly all the silver I had. But if I backed down now, not only would I fail to save her, the other 4 would never believe I could protect this family. I looked at the head constable and gritted out my answer. 10 taels it is. I crouched down, pulled 10 taels worth of silver pieces from the money pouch hidden inside my trouser cuff, and handed them to the constable in front of everyone. The head constable weighed the silver in his hand and finally nodded. She's yours. From this moment on, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with the authorities. He led the remaining women and grain carts on toward the next village. Only after the party had gone did Zhao Tian dare complain. Huzi, you spent 10 taels on a woman as thin as a twig. You've lost your mind. Zhao stood nearby and sneered that taking home 5 extra mouths would eventually eat me out of house and home. Whether I can support them is my concern. I ignored them and led the 5 women home. Women and children throughout the village stole glances at us along the way. The 5 followed behind me with their heads lowered, clearly still wary of this unfamiliar village. Once we entered the courtyard, I pointed to the well and wooden basins. Draw some water and wash your faces. There is brown rice and cured meat in the kitchen. If you're hungry, cook something first. No one here will drive you around with a whip. The 2 women who had volunteered to follow me immediately went to draw water. The 3 sisters remained where they were, and the eldest studied me seriously. Thank you for saving me. I will repay those 10 taels someday. Tell me your name first. Xiao Jinji. I am 23. Beside her were her 18-year-old twin sisters, Xiao Jinwei and Xiao Jinshu. Of the 2 women who had stepped forward voluntarily, one was Lu Yenner, 22. The other was Liang Shishir, 21. The 3 Xiao sisters had once been respectable commoners in Bailey. After their city fell, they were escorted all the way to Liangzhou. Xiao Jinji had been betrothed before disaster struck, so she could not immediately accept that she had suddenly become my wife. Lu Yenner and Liang Shishir had been singing girls in the Qinghe commandery governor's residence and were far more skilled at reading people's expressions than the 3 sisters. After they washed away the grime, their real appearances finally emerged. Each of the 5 possessed a different kind of beauty, but Xiao Jinji was especially striking. Her coarse clothes could not conceal her bearing, which explained why the head constable had changed his mind about letting her go. Xiao Jinyue and Xiao Jinshu looked almost identical. Only their eyes set them apart, one lively and the other quieter. Lu Yenner and Liang Shishir carried themselves with composure and had clearly been trained in music and courtly etiquette. I had them sit in the courtyard and explain the circumstances of this household. The courtyard was nothing impressive. The main house had 3 rooms, with a woodshed on the west side and a well and chicken coop against the eastern wall. The roof leaked in 2 places, and the fence reached only chest height. None of the women complained. Instead, the fact that the door could be barred from the inside visibly put them at ease. I gave Xiao Jinji the key to the storeroom and let her inspect the grain and cured meat herself. We had only enough food for the household to eat for a month or two. She counted everything carefully, then asked when the land rent was due, how long the cured meat would keep, and where we obtained firewood during winter. Those questions confirmed that she was not someone who would merely wait for others to care for her. Lu Yin'er volunteered to handle cooking and purchases. Liang Shishir knew needlework. The twins were willing to carry water and wash clothes, and they wanted to learn how to identify mountain products. We did not permanently divide every chore that first night. Instead, we agreed to try things for a few days, then adjust according to each person's strengths. A new family could not endure through one person's unquestioning obedience. My parents are gone. The family owns 3 mu of farmland, which third uncle tends for me, and I receive 3 shur of grain from it each year. I normally live by hunting. We have grain and cured meat stored, so we won't go hungry for now. I must join the army in a month, which means all of you need to learn how to live here as soon as possible. Lu Yin'er asked, "Who will protect this home after you leave, husband? I'll raise the courtyard wall and leave you grain and silver. I have several brothers who grew up with me in the village. You can turn to them if something truly happens. But most importantly, the 5 of you must stand together." I looked at Xiao Jinji. "I won't interrogate you about who you used to be. Now that you've entered this courtyard, I will give you food to eat and clothes to wear, and I will never sell any of you again. In return, no one in this family can harbor a separate agenda." Xiao Jinyue and Xiao Jinshu agreed immediately. Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir nodded as well. Xiao Jinji remained silent for a moment before admitting that she still could not let go of her past. I did not become angry. Spending 10 taels to save you doesn't mean you can accept everything at once. But after tomorrow, the entire village will regard you as my wife. If someone bullies this family, I will stand in front of you. You also need to decide which side you will stand on from now on." She looked at her 2 younger sisters, then at the food on the table. A long time passed before she finally changed how she addressed me. "I understand, husband." After Xiao Jinji spoke that word, Xiao Jinyue's eyes immediately reddened. She was not moved by the marriage. She was relieved to know that the 3 sisters would no longer be separated. Xiao Jinshu barred the door, then turned back and asked whether the 3 of them could share one room that night. I promised not to separate them before the formal wedding ceremony, and I let Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir share another room. At dinner, all 5 women ate slowly, as if trying to judge whether this filling meal would be the only one. I divided all the remaining porridge among them and told them the storeroom key was in Xiao Jinji's hands. From now on, they did not need to ask permission before eating when they were hungry. Only then did their postures begin to relax. Her words were not an expression of love, but they did mean she was willing to give this family a chance. The cord that had been drawn tight inside me finally loosened as well. That evening, I set 2 tables in the courtyard. There were no expensive wedding robes and no respectable bride gifts, only several plates of home-cooked food, 2 jars of wine, and 5 red bridal veils cut out in a hurry. Li Erniu arrived first, followed by Xiaoyer, Gowa, and Zhang Dashan. Xiaoyer brought 2 grass carp, Gowa carried wine, and Zhang Dashan gave us 2 old hens. For impoverished villagers, those were already substantial gifts. "Brother Huzi, where are our 5 sisters-in-law?" Xiaoyer looked everywhere the moment he entered the gate. "Third uncle isn't even here yet. What's the rush? I'm saying this now, you have to let me preside over today's ceremony." He solemnly straightened his short tunic, making everyone laugh. The last to arrive were my third uncle, Wang Laosan, his wife, and their 8-year-old daughter Tianyou. My parents had died young, and third uncle and third aunt had always treated me as their own son. Although they were only in their 40s, years of hard labor made them look far older. Third aunt did not inspect the bride's appearances when she came in. She checked the kitchen, bedding, and rice jar instead. Pulling me aside, she quietly reminded me that the Bailey women had just endured a forced march and that their bodies might not withstand rough treatment. I needed to give them time to adjust. She had also brought a bundle of needles and thread and 2 pieces of old cotton cloth. There was no time to make new clothes, but at least they could mend their shoes first. Her words were more practical than any festive blessing. I took her warning to heart, then asked third uncle to list everything that had to be repaired before winter: the roof, courtyard wall, storeroom door, and wellhead. The wedding feast had not even begun, and our new household already had its first repair list. The moment Tianyou ran into the courtyard, she asked me for wedding candy. I gave her the honey candy I had prepared, and only then did she sit happily beside third aunt. When third uncle heard that I had married 5 women at once, he was delighted at first, then frowned. "Huzi, 5 people mean 5 mouths to feed. You're about to join the army. Can you truly support them?" There are already 5 sure of grain at home, and I'll go into the mountains again. As long as I'm alive, none of them will go hungry. I'm not afraid of you suffering. I'm afraid you'll bring them home and then fail to shoulder the responsibility. I answered earnestly, don't worry, third uncle. Once they enter the Wang family, I will never abandon a single one of them. Third uncle studied me for a long moment, then finally nodded. You've had a mind of your own since you were a child. Since you've made your decision, treat them well. As the sky darkened, I returned to the room and gave the 5 red veils to the women. Xiao Jinji asked whether the ceremony truly had to take place that same day. The county office has already registered that you returned home with me. Only after a formal wedding ceremony will the village regard you as members of the Wang family. Then, when I'm gone, no one can use your status against you. She understood what was at stake and personally helped her 2 younger sisters cover their heads with the red cloth. Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir no longer hesitated either. Xiaoyer stood in the center of the main room and began presiding at the top of his lungs. I held out a length of red cloth, and each of the 5 women took hold of one section. Before the bows began, I placed the storeroom key, the grain share certificate for my 3 mu of land, and the county marriage register on the table in front of third uncle, third aunt, and my brothers. If anyone claimed the women were merely temporary residents after I joined the army, third uncle could use those items as proof. Xiao Jinji wrote all 5 women's names on the back of the certificate, and all 6 of us pressed our fingerprints beneath them. The ceremony could be simple, but their status could not depend solely on the memory of the people inside one house. First, bow to heaven and earth. We bowed toward the courtyard gate. Second, bow to your elders. Third uncle and third aunt sat in the places of honor, their eyes slightly red. Husband and wives, bow to one another. I turned around. The 5 red veils hid their expressions from me. But when all 6 of us bowed at the same time, I understood clearly that from this day forward, I was no longer living for myself alone. After the ceremony, I escorted the women back to the bedroom before coming out to drink with my brothers. No one at the table mentioned death, but every one of us knew this wedding feast might also be our last gathering before the campaign. Before I came outside, third aunt gathered the 5 women and told them whom to approach in the village for water, grain exchanges, and medical help. She did not demand that they immediately treat the Wang household as their homeland. She merely said that if I was away and something happened, they could go to third uncle's home first. Xiao Jinji memorized the names of those households one by one, while Lu Yin'er asked for the shortest route from the back of our courtyard to third uncle's house. At the wine table, Goa put half the meat from his bowl into a piece of cloth to take home to his bedridden mother. When I saw him, I added another portion. Zhang Dashan spoke of a cousin who had been conscripted 2 years earlier. To this day, no death notice had arrived, but neither had the man returned. Xiaoyer, normally the most talkative and playful among us, fell silent too. We agreed that once we entered the army, we would do everything possible to keep the men from our village in the same unit. If we were forcibly separated, we would at least remember one another's unit and destination. Whoever received news of a death or injury would find a way to bring it home. None of us understood the real military system then, yet that simple promise became the foundation of our unit's cohesion later. Li Erniu raised his wine bowl. Brother Huzi, no matter which army we enter, we will follow you. Xiaoyer, Goa, and the others raised their bowls as well. I clinked mine against each of theirs. You can follow me, but none of you is allowed to throw his life away. We will go together, and we will come back alive together. Late that night, my brothers left one after another. Slightly drunk, I returned to the bridal chamber, where my 5 wives were still seated on the large, shared bed waiting for me. The room was small, but the bed occupied nearly half of it. It was a heated brick platform I had built myself, originally meant only to keep me warm in winter. Now it happened to be large enough for the entire family. I lifted the 5 red veils one by one, then poured each woman a cup of wine. Today's wedding was simple, I said, but I promise you that no one will miss a share of food from now on, and no one will lack winter clothing. As long as I am able, I will never let anyone take you from this home. Xiao Jinji accepted her cup. Then you must promise us something too, husband. When you enter the army, do not take reckless risks. This family will wait for you to return. Lu Yin'er used the moment to raise a more practical matter. The 5 women came from different families. If everyone tried to make the decisions after I left, the household would descend into chaos sooner or later. I had already considered that problem. Jinji is the eldest and the steadiest in a crisis. From now on, she will be the senior wife. While I am away, she will manage the household's daily expenses and major decisions. If anyone objects, say so now. Xiao Jinyue and Xiao Jinshu naturally supported their sister. Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir also had no objection. Xiao Jinji, however, did not accept immediately. She asked whether I truly trusted a woman from Bailey. If I didn't trust you, I would never have spent 10 taels to protect you today, much less entrusted this family's livelihood to you. Trust is more than words. When things happen in the future, we will prove it to one another. She raised her cup and drank the nuptial wine with me. The other four followed in turn. Beneath the red candlelight, our new household established its first rule. We established a second rule as well. The household's money would be divided into everyday funds and emergency reserves, and anyone needing to spend a large sum would first inform two others. The third rule was that no one would open the door alone for a visitor. Even if that person claimed to come from the county office, they had to verify his badge or call a neighbor to witness the meeting. The 5 women had just arrived in an unfamiliar village. Those rules mattered far more that night than deciding who slept on which side of the bed. That night, we formally became husband and wives. There was no need to tell outsiders the details of our intimacy. I only remember that Xiao Jinji was still uneasy at first, so I told her once more that whatever had happened in the past, from this day forward, none of the 5 women would ever again be treated as captives who could be bought and sold at will. System notifications sounded one after another in my mind. I did not rush to inspect them. Instead, I fixed their names and my promise to them firmly in my memory. As the red candles burned low, we discussed many other practical matters. Xiao Jinji worried that the Zhao family controlled the household register. Lu Yin'er feared people would harass them over their Bailey accents. Liang Shishir asked whether I would hunt someone down if she insisted on leaving. I answered that at least until I left home, anyone could tell me what she truly wanted. If one of them genuinely did not wish to continue this life in the future, we would first make certain she would not be sold again because of her status as a captive. Such a promise was uncommon in Dakian, but it was the minimum I could offer. They were not 5 names on a system panel. They were people who feared, hesitated, and could change their minds. What I wanted was not forced obedience, but a family that would still choose to exist after I left. When I woke the next morning, sunlight had already crossed the windowsill. My 5 wives had risen before me. From the courtyard came the sounds of drawing water, sweeping, and lighting the stove. Only yesterday, it had been an empty courtyard inhabited by one man. Today, it finally felt like a home. At breakfast, I asked whether any of them wanted to reverse the decision she had made after the wedding. The room was silent for a while. Xiao Jinji spoke first, saying she needed time to adjust but was willing to remain and care for her sisters. Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir confirmed that rather than fall back into the constable's hands, they would rather work together to turn this place into a home. It was not a romantic answer, but it was far more believable than forcing them to say they had no regrets. I sat up and felt power surging through my entire body, greater than it had been the day before. My shoulders and back no longer carried the heaviness of last night's drinking, and each breath felt deeper and steadier. After getting out of bed, I went to the rear courtyard to test my strength. A millstone rim that once required both hands could now be shifted with one. When I sprinted around the courtyard, my steps felt lighter as well. I stopped after only a few attempts so the neighbors would not notice. A sudden increase in physical strength could attract trouble even more easily than wealth. Xiao Jinji brought me hot water. She saw the stone I had moved, but did not ask about it. She merely reminded me not to reveal all my capabilities at once in front of my comrades when I reached the battlefield. I paused, realizing she had noticed something unusual from that small detail and had chosen to keep my secret. The system had not deceived me. The quest to choose 5 companions had been settled, and intimacy between husband and wife had unlocked another source of random rewards. Marriage had given me more than a family. It also offered a stable path for strengthening my body. But I had not forgotten the county office's conscription order. In 1 month, I would become a soldier. Before then, I had to reinforce the courtyard wall, stockpile grain and winter clothing, and teach my 5 wives to truly rely on one another. The stronger I became, the heavier the responsibility on my shoulders. When I walked out of the room, Xiao Jinshu was sweeping the courtyard. The moment she saw I was awake, she put down the broom and went to draw water. Smoke was already rising from the kitchen. Lu Yin'er and Liang Shishir had cooked porridge with the remaining cured meat, while the 3 Xiao sisters had gone to the stream to wash the clothes we had changed out of the night before. I had intended to tell them there was no need to wait on me so attentively, but when I saw them dividing the work on their own, I did not interfere. For people who had just survived a line of captives, knowing they were useful in their new home mattered more than empty words of comfort. As I washed, I called up the system panel. Host, Wang Hu, age 20. Companions: Xiao Jinji, Xiao Jinhua, Xiao Jinshu, Lu Yener, Liang Shishir. Stamina: 20, Strength: 19, Agility: 17, Intelligence: 13, Luck: 1, Cultivation Arts: 0. The base attribute value of a normal adult is 5. The higher your luck, the greater your chance of encountering a fortuitous opportunity. Intimate time with a companion has a chance to grant 1 random attribute point. Killing living creatures can likewise grant random attribute points. Last night's quest and random rewards had increased my stamina and strength by 2 points each and my agility by 1. My stamina was now 4 times that of a normal adult, and my strength was nearly 4 times as great. What truly delighted me was that companion rewards were not limited to a one-time quest. As long as our marital relationships continued, I would have a chance to grow stronger steadily. That path was far safer than killing beasts, but I did not let the numbers go to my head. No matter how strong I became, I could not stop a squad of crossbowmen, much less thousands of soldiers on a battlefield. While I was considering what to do next, Zhao Tian called from outside the courtyard gate. Huzi, bring out all 5 of your wives. Their names and dates of birth must be entered in the register and submitted to the county office. I went to the gate and saw that Zhao had come with him. I know their names and ages. Can't I simply tell you? Zhao cut in. The county office requires them to appear in person. You can't report for them. As he spoke, his eyes kept straying past me into the courtyard. I blocked his view, my voice turning cold. Look at my family that way again, and I'll pound your eyes shut. Zhao tried to argue, but Zhao Tian kicked him in the leg first. The village chief knew what I could do and knew they were at fault. He could only smile and explain that he was acting under official orders. The 3 Xiao sisters happened to return from the stream. After washing away the dirt and ash, the 5 women looked completely different from the day before. Zhao stared dumbly until Zhao Tian barked at him again and brought him back to his senses. I had my 5 wives report their names, ages, and approximate birth dates one at a time. After writing everything down, Zhao Tian sealed the register and repeatedly promised not to reveal their backgrounds. Before leaving, he remarked on my good fortune. I deliberately replied, "Your 2 daughters-in-law are sturdy too. They should give you grandsons soon." Zhao Tian's expression stiffened. He dragged Zhao away even as his son kept looking back. After the courtyard gate closed, Xiao Jinji asked, "Husband, does Zhao mean us harm? He won't dare do anything in front of me. Once I join the army, that may change." I made raising the courtyard wall our first priority and decided to take them to Qingshi town that afternoon. We did not have much grain, and the 5 women owned nothing but the tattered clothes they wore. Now that we were a family, I could not make them survive the winter with a single set of clothes. Registration involved more than writing down names. Zhao Tian also had to verify whether they were staying in Anil village voluntarily, whether they carried any infectious diseases, and whether I had received my household grain allotment. On the surface, the government wanted to prevent people from disappearing. In truth, it cared more about whether each assigned wife could add a pregnancy or birth to the records the following year. Xiao Jinji stood in front of her sisters throughout the questioning. She did not conceal that they came from Bailey, but omitted their exact family background and her former betrothal. I supported her by keeping our answers as brief as possible. If their former identities entered the county archives, they could attract old enemies or give corrupt clerks something to use for extortion. After the register was complete, I asked all 5 women to identify their own names on the page. Lu Yener and Liang Shishir were literate, and the 3 Xiao sisters had studied as well. That discovery was important. Once I joined the army, they would be able to read contracts, account books, and official notices instead of losing property to anyone who told them a convenient lie. I asked Zhao Tian to note in the register that all 5 belonged to one household and could not be separated and reassigned. I also had him make a copy on the spot for third uncle to keep. Zhao Tian complained about the trouble until I reminded him that the entire village had witnessed the tin-tail transaction. If the county accounts came up 1 woman short, the village chief would be the first person questioned. Only then did he apply every required seal. Zhao stood beside him impatiently, but he could no longer use an unclear register as an excuse to break in and take anyone. Once we were back inside, Lu Yener wrote the 5 women's names, ages, and registration date on an old sheet of paper. Xiao Jinji hid it in a false space inside the grain jar. They possessed no original household registration documents, but the copy would at least let them challenge the authorities' account after I left. Sometimes a family's security depended not on high walls, but on a few lines of writing that no one could casually alter. Before noon, Xiaoyer suddenly ran into the courtyard and pulled me into a corner. That morning, He had overheard Zhao Tian and his son talking by the river. Zhao had already used his second uncle at the county office to escape conscription, and he planned to break into my courtyard after I left the village. Zhao Tian had not agreed, but he had only told his son to be patient for now rather than truly stopping him. The moment Li Erniu heard, he wanted to lead men into the Zhao home that night. "Brother Huzi, let's cripple both father and son and end this once and for all." Zhao Tian is the village chief, and Zhao Da's second uncle works at the county office. If we kill anyone now, the county will investigate. Once the rest of us leave, our families will be the ones who suffer the consequences. Goa nodded. If we do anything, it has to look like an accident. I did not immediately decide to kill anyone. I only told Xiaoyer to watch Zhao Da and report the moment he entered the mountains. There were many wild beasts in the forest, and anything that happened there would be easier to explain than violence inside the village. Meanwhile, Goa brought several brothers to help me build a wall, replacing the low fence with a proper rammed earth and brick enclosure. With those arrangements made, I prepared to buy grain in Qingshi town. When Xiao Jinji heard, she hesitated. Won't the five of us attract too much attention if we all go out together? Her concern made me reassess the plan. We divided the household's remaining silver into 3 portions. One carried against my body, one hidden in a compartment beneath the ox cart, and the last left in the courtyard. Lu Yenner undid the Bailey-style arrangement of their hair, while Liang Shishir used old cloth to make matching headscarves for all 5, reducing the chance that anyone would recognize signs of a captive procession at a glance. On the road to town, they asked about Anil village's relationships for the first time. Which families would lend farm tools? Who was close to the Zhao family? Which elder should they ask to witness an incident if I was absent? I explained each one and stressed that if constables appeared, they must inspect the written order and badge before opening the gate. A uniform alone was not enough. Xiao Jinji repeated my words to her sisters to make sure all 5 remembered. Once the dirt was gone and she wore clean clothing, she drew even more attention than the day before. The same was true of the other 4. Xiao Jinji was not worried for herself, but about bringing trouble to me. You can't hide in the courtyard for the rest of your lives. I know Wang Zhong, the patrol inspector in Qingshi town. As long as we don't cause trouble first, no one will bully us. I gave each woman 1 tael of silver and told them to choose their own cloth, shoes, and winter supplies. Lu Yenner reminded me that an ordinary village woman might not spend a full tael on clothing in an entire year, then asked whether I truly wanted to part with so much. We can earn more silver. You are my wives. Keeping you warm matters more than hiding money away. Li Erniu brought the ox cart, and both he and Xiaoyer brought their own wives. When we reached town, we went to the grain shop first. I bought 5 share of grain and asked about the current price and how much it might rise in winter. Accompanied by the 2 village women, Xiao Jinji and the others went to the cloth shop. While the grain was being loaded, I noticed 5 drunken men in the tavern across the street staring at them. Their leader had a full beard. With him were a bald man, a man with a scarred face, and 2 powerfully built fellows. I did not confront them immediately. Instead, I told Xiaoyer to take the ox cart to the bridge west of town. If the men were merely drunk and gawking, there was no reason to fight inside town. If they dared follow us, dealing with them beyond the marketplace would be safer. I also had Li Erniu remember the tavern sign and the time the 5 men left. Constables patrolled outside the cloth shop. If we struck first in the crowded market, the men could easily turn the accusation against us. Getting my family to an open bridge, leaving witnesses behind, and then deciding whether we needed to fight back was more reliable than charging into the tavern in anger. Xiao Jinji and the others ordered 2 changes of clothes apiece at the cloth shop and bought shoes. When they rejoined us, the 5 drunken men indeed paid their bill and left, following us the entire time. The shopkeeper had first raised his prices when he heard their foreign accents. Xiao Jinji did not argue. She simply sent Lu Yenner next door to ask their prices, then brought back the same grade of cloth for comparison. When the shopkeeper saw he could not deceive them, he finally charged the local rate. The 5 women chose only durable cotton cloth rather than finer, more colorful fabric. They used the money saved to buy needles, thread, soap pods, and cotton batting for winter. That shopping trip showed me they did not need me to make every decision for them. Given safe boundaries and money they could use, they were far better than I was at managing daily life. Real protection did not mean locking people inside a courtyard. It meant teaching them how to handle matters while I was away. I quietly shared that realization with Li Erniu. Brother Huzi, should we call the patrol inspector now? They haven't done anything yet. The constables won't arrest men for a few looks. Keep walking. Let's see what they truly want. Our group left town. The 5 drunks still did not stop following us. This was no coincidence. There was only one narrow road at the bridge west of town. The moment Xiao Jinji and the others reached it, the 5 drunk men quickened their pace and surrounded them from behind. A short, heavy-set man blocked the road first. Reeking of alcohol, he asked, "Were you lovely ladies waiting here for us brothers?" Xiao Jinshu summoned her courage and shouted, "Our husband is right behind us. Get out of the way." They looked back and saw me, Li Erniu, and Xiaoyer, but only laughed more brazenly. The scar-faced man pulled a short knife from behind his waist and waved it twice. The bearded man threatened them openly, saying my 5 wives had better go with them or none of us should expect to return to the village safely. I led the ox cart to the front. "Leave now if you want to live." Scattered footsteps still approached from behind the bridge. I deliberately raised my voice so passers-by would hear that these men had blocked our road first. Xiaoyer also turned the ox cart across the far end, leaving my wives space to retreat. If anyone was hurt, at least witnesses could confirm that we had not pursued the men from town looking for revenge. The scar-faced man stared at me. "A brat from some mountain village dares act tough with us in Qingshi town?" Li Erniu's fists were already clenched. I raised a hand to stop him and told him and Xiaoyer to take our families across the bridge first. "Brother Huzi, we'll fight them together. The ox cart, the grain, and the women matter more. Go ahead. I'll catch up soon." Xiao Jinji refused to move. "Husband, there are 5 of them, and they have a knife. The knife is exactly why you can't remain here." I looked at her. "Trust me." She finally nodded and led everyone toward the other end of the bridge. The scar-faced man stepped sideways and blocked the cart again. "Did I say you could leave?" I gave no further warning. Even before making my move, I quickly surveyed our surroundings once more. The water below the bridge was shallow. A fall might not kill someone, but it would take him out of the fight. The ox cart stood to the left and a stone railing to the right, so Scarface could approach only from the front. All 5 men were drunk and unsteady, but the short knife was real. If one of them rushed to the other side during the confusion, my wives could still be hurt. That was why my first punch was not meant as a display. I needed to destroy the breathing rhythm of the only armed man immediately. I also deliberately controlled my strength and avoided his temple and throat. A full-force blow to a vital point with nearly 4 times a normal man's strength could easily kill him on the spot. Then this would no longer be a simple private brawl. I drove off the ground and reached him before he could raise the knife. My fist struck his abdomen. His entire body folded over, the blade fell from his hand, and he dropped to his knees, struggling even to breathe. Half the drunkenness vanished from the other 4 men's faces. They did not charge together. The bearded man circled right, trying to force me away from the center line of the bridge, while Baldy bent down to retrieve the fallen knife. I kicked the blade beneath the stone railing and used the ox cart's shaft to block my right side. That kept only 2 men in front of me at any moment, forcing the other 2 to swing through their companions. The narrow bridge was our escape route, but it was also my tool for controlling their numbers. The short, heavy-set man lunged from the side. I turned and kicked him several paces away. A tall, muscular man tried to wrap his arms around me. The moment his hands met, I trapped his wrist and drove him to the ground. His joints could not withstand the force, and a dull crack sounded. The bearded man finally realized he had chosen the wrong target. Drawing a knife, he backed away. "Brother, today was a misunderstanding. Let your women pass, and we'll all go our separate ways. I already gave you that chance." I picked up the short knife from the ground, but did not attack at once. The bridge was too narrow for all 5 men to surround me. The terrain actually made it easier to deal with them one at a time. There was old rust on the blade. Even a cut could become fatal. I pressed it deep into a crack between the stones with the sole of my shoe and continued barehanded. If they turned and fled, I would not chase them across the bridge. If they approached again, I would strike only shoulders, wrists, and legs, first depriving them of the ability to wield a weapon. My goal was to end the threat, not use the system's power to prove how many men I could kill. From the corner of my eye, I saw the ox cart cross the bridge. I no longer had any reservations. The others had not truly left. Xiao Jinji sent everyone else to stop the ox cart beyond the slope while she stood on high ground with a view of the bridge. She held the scissors they had just bought. Although she knew she could not help in a head-on fight, she still watched to see whether anyone tried to circle around. Seeing her there actually made me calmer. Protecting my family did not mean losing control in front of them. I had to end the threat and still walk through my courtyard gate tonight with a clear conscience. Now we settle the debt for following and threatening my family. I gave them one final choice. All 5 could withdraw to the east side of the bridge, give me their names and addresses, then report the incident to the patrol office themselves. Or they could continue fighting, and I would deliver them their bound. The bearded man agreed aloud, but his toes kept inching toward the fallen knife. I knew the negotiation was over and seized his wrist first. The bearded man charged first, slashing with his knife. I slipped past the blade, caught his wrist, and twisted it outward before driving my shoulder into his chest. He crashed beside the bridge pier, his right arm dislocating on the spot. Baldy and the tall man rushed me together. Instead of wrestling with them, I used the bridge railing to restrict their positions, took Baldy down first, then punched the tall man in the jaw. In less time than it took to finish half a cup of tea, all 5 men lay on the ground. They carried knives and knew something about fighting, but against strength nearly 4 times normal and agility more than 3 times normal, they never had a chance. I sat on a stone bollard and looked at them. Had enough? Supporting his dislocated arm, the bearded man nodded frantically and promised never to go near my family again. The others joined in begging for mercy. Only Scarface continued cursing, saying Xiao Jinji and the others were Bailey captives, so abusing a few of them did not count for anything. I drove the short knife into a crack in the stones before him. Where they came from is irrelevant. They are now family to me, Wang Hu. A war in the past is no excuse for you to prey on women. I asked who had first suggested following them. At first, all 5 refused to answer. Only when I picked up the knife again did the tall man point at the short, heavy-set drunk. I made the bearded man give me all 5 names, their addresses, and the taverns they regularly visited. I also searched them and found 2 women's hair ribbons and an earring that belonged to none of them. Those items alone could not prove a crime, but they were enough to show this was not their first time. Xiaoye returned later and wrapped the items in cloth. If the 5 men accused us of robbery, Wang Zhong could at least trace the owners. Preserving evidence was more useful than throwing several more punches, and it kept them from presenting their injuries as an unprovoked attack. He also recorded the name of a passing peddler and asked him to confirm that the 5 men had blocked the bridge with knives. The peddler did not want to become involved and would admit only that he had seen someone stop an ox cart from a distance. We did not force him to provide a full statement. That single fact was enough to tell the patrol inspector which side to investigate. As it turned out, this group had used the same method to abuse women from other villages. The short, heavy-set man had not only noticed my 5 wives first, but had urged the others to act throughout the pursuit. I did not kill him. Instead, in front of his 4 companions, I used one stroke of the knife to permanently cripple the ringleader. His scream echoed beside the bridge. The other 4 went deathly pale, and not one dared talk back again. Only the instigator is being punished today. If I ever hear that you have done this again, none of the 5 of you will receive a second chance. I dropped the knife and turned to catch up with the ox cart. I took none of their money. I only collected every blade and threw them into the deep water beneath the bridge. The bearded man's arm was merely dislocated, so I reset it before leaving to keep the injury from becoming permanent. The ringleader's punishment was already enough to make all 5 remember. Continuing to torment them would only turn me from the person who stopped the violence into another aggressor. Only after crossing the bridge did the back of my hand begin to tremble slightly. I was not afraid of the 5 drunks. I had realized that I could now destroy an ordinary man's body in moments. Every point of strength the system added demanded more precise control from me. The incident was unlikely to reach the authorities. No one had died in the private brawl, and constables generally could not be bothered to intervene. If the 5 men reported it themselves, they would have to explain why they had surrounded 7 women while carrying knives. Patrol Inspector Wang Zhong had always despised such thugs. They would only try to hide what happened. After walking some distance, I saw the ox cart waiting on the main road toward Anil village. Xiao Jinji and the others had clearly not returned to the village. They had stopped at a safe distance to wait for me. Xiao Jinji did not treat the incident as my personal victory or defeat. She had Lu Yin'er record the 5 men's appearances and accents. Liang Shishir check whether any of our cloth had gone missing, and the twins guard the ox cart so onlookers could not disturb the evidence. By the time I appeared, they had turned being stopped on the road into a complete account they could present to the constables. Xiao Jinshu saw me first and immediately ran from the cart. Xiao Jinji examined me from head to toe and relaxed only after confirming I had no wounds. "Husband, did you truly defeat all 5 of them by yourself?" I pointed toward the bridge, now out of sight behind me. "How else would I be standing here?" Xiaoyer laughed beside us. "My sisters-in-law don't know that Brother Huzi once fought Zhaoda and 7 others all by himself. 5 drunks were nothing." I stopped him from boasting further and urged everyone to return to the village before dark. But from the way my 5 wives looked at me now, I knew the conflict had finally convinced them that my promise to protect this family was more than empty words. On the way back to the village, Liang Shishir still worried that the 5 men might report us. I explained the local customs surrounding private fights in Qingshi town and Patrol Inspector Wang's temperament. I also told them that the ringleader had been punished while the other 4 had only injured their arms, so no one would die. Xiao Jinji did not ask exactly what I had done. She only said, "Your safety matters most, husband. If this happens again, let us report it to the authorities first. Do not take the risk alone." I'll remember. I did not say it merely to placate her. My body might be strong, but one hidden arrow or a squad of government soldiers could still kill me. I had controlled the terrain and seized the initiative today. That did not mean every encounter would go so smoothly. When we reached the courtyard, I unloaded the 5 shur of grain. First, I carried 1 sack on each shoulder. Then I brought in 3 sacks at once. Each weighed nearly 100 jin, roughly 110 pounds, and my 5 wives stared in astonishment. We did not store all the grain in one place. Xiao Jinji proposed dividing it among 3 jars labeled daily use, winter reserve, and emergency. We sealed the emergency jar with wax and would open it only if I failed to return for a long time or grain prices soared. Liang Shishir recorded every expense on the back of an old sheet of paper: grain, cloth, cotton batting, medical reserves, and the wages for building the wall. She omitted nothing. After balancing the accounts, little cash remained in our hands. Hunting a tiger had gone from bold talk to a practical necessity. An ordinary boar could sell for a few taels, while an intact tiger pelt, its bones, and its meat might fetch dozens or even more than 100 taels, enough to keep the Wang family from lacking money for several years after I left. "Just how strong are you, husband?" Xiao Jinwei asked. "A little stronger than most people." Li Erniu exposed me from the side. "You call that a little? I can barely carry 1 sack." After everyone finished laughing, they returned to their own homes. The courtyard became quiet again. My 5 wives began sorting the grain, cloth, and household supplies. Xiao Jinji reported every expense from that day and handed all the remaining silver back to me. I refused it and told her to manage our daily household spending. Dinner was a pot of meat porridge. Lu Yenner and Liang Shishir knew how to cook, so the 3 Xiao sisters learned beside them. Their former lives had been entirely different from village life, yet they were willing to begin with lighting fires and carrying water. That reassured me greatly. That night, the system granted 2 more random attribute points, one in strength and the other in stamina. Strength, 20. Stamina, 21. Noticing that I still brimmed with energy, Xiao Jinji could not resist warning me. "Husband, even a strong body needs moderation. You still have to build the wall with Guwa and the others tomorrow." I no longer treated attribute rewards as mere pleasure. The 5 women had only just arrived, and both their bodies and emotions needed time to recover. I promised her that we would rest properly that night and explained my plans to repair the wall, store grain, and enter the mountains the following day. By late morning the next day, the courtyard was already bustling. Guwa brought men to mix mud and build the wall. The 3 Xiao sisters helped pass bricks, while Lu Yenner and Liang Shishir prepared lunch. I bought several watermelons from Granny Wang, chilled them in the well, and served them to the people working in the heat. We not only raised the new wall, but added a crossbar inside the courtyard gate and nailed wooden bars across the storeroom window. Third Aunt suggested making each of my 5 wives a short staff. I selected 2 short bows that were easy to use instead and began teaching them with empty draws and proper stances. No one could become an archer in a day, but at least an intruder would know the people inside and tended to resist. We also held 2 nighttime drills. The first time the hanging metal sounded, all 5 women crowded toward the front gate, leaving the rear window unguarded. On the second attempt, Xiao Jinji kept the keys, Lu Yenner led the twins into the main house, and Liang Shishir watched through the window and struck a basin to raise the alarm. They might not follow the plan perfectly during a real attack, but at least they would not all freeze at once. Xiao Jinyue's first arrow traveled only a dozen paces before burying itself in the dirt. She became discouraged, but I had her repeat the motion 20 times. Strength could be developed gradually. What truly mattered was not freezing in place when trouble came. Lu Yenner suggested hanging metal pieces along the wall so anyone climbing over at night would make a sound. We put her idea into use that very evening. After Xiao Jinshu heard Guwa say that I had once strangled a 60-gene mountain wolf with one hand, she ran over to ask whether it was true. "A mere mountain wolf is nothing. Once I find a tiger, I'll carry one home for all of you." Xiao Jinyue clearly did not believe me. Mountain lords are ferocious. Even dozens of hunters might not dare surround one. You're boasting again. I did not argue. I merely looked toward the depths of Qingyo Mountain. The village elders had said tiger roars were once heard 30 li beyond the safe boundary. With my present strength, speed, and hunting skill, killing a tiger alone was no longer entirely impossible. If I truly hunted one, not only could I exchange it for enough silver to survive the winter, I might also raise my system attributes once more before joining the army. I did not blindly charge into the deep mountains the next morning. I spent 3 days checking old game trails, found paw prints and droppings from a large cat beside the stream, and asked several herb gatherers where they had recently heard tiger roars. Every sign pointed toward the northern slope of Qingyo Mountain, about 30 li beyond the safe boundary. Zhao Tian and his son also often set traps nearby. That meant my tiger hunt and the threat from Zhao Da might meet in the same stretch of forest. I told only Jiang Xiaoyu my route and arranged that if I had not returned by dusk the following day, he would bring men along the stream valley to search for me rather than enter tiger territory directly. After the courtyard wall was finished, Xiao Jinji gathered the entire family beneath the shade of a tree and spoke seriously with me about our livelihood for the first time. You will be joining the army soon, husband. We have 5 share of grain at home, but even if we ration it, it won't last long. My sisters and I want to learn sericulture from Erneu's wife, but the weather will soon turn cold. It's already too late this year. I told her the Wang family owned 3 mu of farmland, which third uncle cultivated, and that it yielded us a share of 3 share of grain each year. That did not reassure her. She asked what the 5 women would live on if I did not return for a long time. She was not questioning me. She had genuinely begun thinking about the future of this family. Before I leave, I'll enter the mountains several more times and trade for more grain and silver. You will manage the household expenses. When something important happens, all 5 of you will discuss it together. As long as I have 1 breath left, none of you will have to worry about your next meal. That was the answer Xiao Jinji had been waiting for. Lu Yen'er and Liang Shishir declared on the spot that they would follow her arrangements, and her 2 younger sisters naturally had no objection. From that moment on, her status as senior wife was more than a title from the wedding. It was a real responsibility. The conversation had just ended when Xiao Jinyue told me Zhao Da had been circling outside the courtyard wall again. After watching him for several days, Xiaoyu finally brought news as well. Zhao Da had arranged to take 7 men hunting deep in Qingyo Mountain. The opportunity one had been waiting for had arrived. 5 days later, I entered Qingyo Mountain with Li Erneu, Xiaoyu, Goa, and several others. We did not draw too close. Following footprints and broken branches, we shadowed Zhao Da's group from a distance. Before leaving, I drew the route on a wooden board for Xiao Jinji and asked third uncle to check my gate before sunset. My 5 wives knew I might encounter Zhao Da and that this was not an ordinary hunt. They did not demand revenge. They only asked me not to throw myself into a tiger's jaws over a threat that had not yet happened. Their warning made me remove kill Zhao Da from my objective, leaving only verify and neutralize the threat. 20 li roughly 7 miles was the boundary Anil village's hunters considered safe. Beyond it, wolves, black bears, and tigers could all appear. After most of a day, Zhao Da had caught only a few rabbits and pheasants. Wanting something to boast about when he returned, he actually led the men farther in. Xiaoyu lowered his voice. Brother Huzi, they're looking for their own deaths. Are we still following? Yes. My goal is to neutralize the threat, not make the entire village suspect that we lured them out here to die. I carried a carefully calibrated 6-shur composite bow on my back, a short knife at my waist, and a hunting trident in my hand. Before we reached the area around 30 li in, I checked the system again. Stamina, 22. Strength, 25. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 13. Luck, 2. Cultivation arts, 0. Over the previous 5 days, my stamina had increased by 2 points, strength by 6, agility by 3, and luck by 1. My strength was now 5 times that of a normal adult. A full power punch could unleash nearly 3,000 gene of force, about 3,300 pounds. Such a body was capable of killing a large beast, but that did not mean my companions could withstand the risks in these mountains. I ordered everyone to maintain their distance and remain ready to retreat at any moment. Each man carried only 1 day's dry rations and a flask of water. We had left every heavy item beyond the safe boundary. Jiang Xiaoyu was responsible for remembering our route. Goa pressed a white stone beneath a sheltered tree root every li, and Li Erneu brought up the rear. If we found only Zhao Da, we would not reveal ourselves. If a dangerous beast truly appeared, we would first save whomever we could, then decide whether to hunt it. Establishing the order of action in advance would keep a single tiger roar from sending everyone fleeing in different directions. Before setting out, I had recalibrated the six-shore bow. At close range, it could pierce thick hide. The real question was whether repeated draws would reduce my accuracy. I test-fired 10 arrows on a riverbank. The first 6 landed in a tight group, and only the last 4 drifted slightly. An ordinary hunter would lose his strength after 2 or 3 draws. I could still open the bow steadily, proving that my added strength could be converted into real killing power at range. I also assigned a retreat signal. 2 short whistles meant hide in place. 1 long whistle meant withdraw immediately along the route we had come. If I failed to appear for more than half an hour, no one was allowed to enter the deep mountains looking for me. Li Erniu disliked these fussy rules, but I made him repeat them 3 times until everyone remembered. The trail left by Zhao Da's group grew increasingly disorderly. Trampled brush showed they were moving hastily, while scattered rabbit fur revealed they still carried their game. An experienced hunting party entering tiger territory would discard unnecessary weight. They could not bear to give up even a few rabbits. Greed had already selected the tiger's targets for it. As those words left my mouth, a deep tiger roar rolled out from the forest ahead. Birds erupted from the trees in entire flocks, and Zhao Da's group suddenly quickened its pace in front of us. We had truly encountered the mountain lord. The second tiger roar was closer than the first. Li Erniu and the others immediately changed color, and the hand Xiaoyer used to hold his bow began to tremble. Withdraw to the 20-li safe boundary, I said. I'll go ahead and investigate alone. Guo wanted to come with me, but I refused him outright. If even I can't handle it, adding more people will only add more lives. Go back and receive anyone who escapes. If anything feels wrong, descend the mountain immediately. They knew I was right, and could only retreat along our original path. I advanced alone toward the sound for 300 or 400 yards and soon heard human screams. 3 young men from our village burst out of the forest, their clothes torn by branches and their expressions nearly deranged with fear. One seized my lapel the moment he saw me and kept repeating that the tiger ate people. I made him sit and drink water first, then described the attack site, the number of people, and the direction the tiger had gone, all in order. Testimony given in panic contradicted itself. Only the drag marks on the ground could not lie, for blood trails led in different directions, indicating the tiger had scattered the hunting party first and then chased isolated men. Zhao Da had fled upwind, continually carrying his own scent straight to the tiger. I circled along a rocky slope to avoid meeting it head-on along the same game trail. One of the men told me that 4 companions had already been mauled, while Zhao Da had fled deeper into the mountains with the tiger chasing him. I ordered the 3 to find Li Erniu and then notify Zhao Tian to bring rescuers. I continued forward alone. One man had twisted his ankle but still wanted to follow me back and save his companions. I bound the injury tightly and ordered all 3 to support one another and withdraw along the white stone markers. If they became separated again halfway out, Zhao Tian would only have 3 more people to search for when he entered the mountains. A rescue did not mean sending everyone who could still move back into danger. The attack site was devastated. Tang Xiaolong was still breathing faintly, but his injuries were too severe. When I crouched beside him, he had time only to seize my hand and say, "I don't want to die." A moment later, his hand fell limp. I closed his eyes and followed the blood and broken branches. Beneath a large tree ahead, Zhao Da had been cornered. He retreated repeatedly with a 3-pronged fork in his hands. Before him stood a full-grown tiger nearly 8 feet long. Blood stained its jaws and forepaws, and it could launch another attack at any moment. I climbed a large tree and drew the 6-shore composite bow. When Zhao Da spotted me, he shouted as though he had grasped his last chance to live. An arrow rested on my string, but I did not aim for the tiger's vital point. If I saved Zhao Da outright, he would continue threatening my family after I joined the army. If I let the tiger eat him, the other survivors would suspect that I had watched him die. The safest result was for him to live, but lose the ability to commit evil again. I deliberately shot the tiger in its hind leg. Before releasing the string, I paused for a single breath. This would not be a passive mistake. I was deliberately choosing to make Zhao Da pay a price. Until now, he had only threatened and followed people in the village. He had not actually broken into my courtyard. Under the laws of another world, I would have no right to decide that he should lose both legs. But no system of law here would protect my 5 wives, and his uncle was the deputy county magistrate. The moment I joined the army, every risk would fall on my household. I released the arrow away from the vital point and accepted that I alone would bear responsibility for the choice. The arrow in its hind leg threw the tiger's pounce-off course, but did not deprive it of its strength. I waited until it seized Zhao De before dropping from the tree, using my trident to control its neck and approaching from the rear flank. Even a glancing blow from a tiger's forepaw could tear open my chest and abdomen. My superior attributes did not make me forget that. Roaring in pain, the tiger bit down on Zhao Da's legs and pulled backward. His scream echoed through the forest as he lost both legs on the spot. At the same moment, I leaped from the tree and hurled my trident. The iron weapon pierced the side of the tiger's neck and cut away its power to flee. I gave it no chance to pounce again. After my short knife struck the vital point, the tiger finally collapsed and lay still. I waited dozens of breaths, first touching its eyes and nose with a long branch, then approaching to check for breathing. One of a mountain hunter's greatest taboos was mistaking unconsciousness for death. Only after confirming the tiger would not move again did I pull out the trident. I also carved a marker into the bark so the later carrying party would not follow the wrong blood trail. Zhao De was close to unconsciousness from blood loss, but still begged me to save him. I pressed cloth and branches against his wounds and tied him to a makeshift stretcher. With me here, you won't die yet. Gratitude filled his eyes when he heard those words. He had no idea why my arrow had gone astray. I looked at the tiger lying in the forest, and a system notification sounded. The exact reward had not been settled yet, but the mountain lord was worth far more than attributes. A complete tiger pelt, its bones, and its meat were enough to carry the Wang family through several winters. Zhao De had wanted to harm my wives, but in the end, he had led this tiger to me instead. Running into me was the tiger's bad luck. Provoking me was Zhao Da's own choice of the wrong enemy. I dragged the stretcher for more than 10 li before Zhao Tian finally arrived with a rescue party. He saw only half a figure on the stretcher and thought his son was already dead. He dropped to his knees on the mountain path. Village chief, Zhao De is still alive, but his legs could not be saved. If you take him to the county town for treatment now, he may still survive. Zhao De weakly called out to his father, and only then did Zhao Tian throw himself beside the stretcher. After hearing from the survivors that I had chased into the deep mountains alone and seeing how I had bandaged Zhao De, his entire attitude changed. Wang Hu, my Zhao family owes you a life. Zhao De and I have had our conflicts, but we come from the same village. I would not watch a beast eat him alive. I said that for Zhao Tian and for every villager who had come to help. From this day forward, even if Zhao De survived, he could no longer threaten me. Zhao Tian, on the other hand, would restrain him because he owed me his son's life. Zhao Tian took his son to the county town. I returned to the forest with Li Erniu, Xier, Goa, and several others to carry out the tiger's carcass. It weighed 4 or 500 jin, roughly 440 to 550 pounds. We secured it with thick poles and vines, and even 6 men could barely lift it. I promised the men a share of whatever the tiger earned. Their enthusiasm surged, and they carried the carcass back toward the village first. Using the excuse that I wanted to hunt a little more game, I remained behind alone. Before moving the tiger, we marked the locations of each victim. The 4 dead men could not be left in the deep mountains for beasts to devour. Zhao Tian would bring a second group back to collect their bodies. I wrapped the piece of cloth Tang Xiaolong had grasped at his death and gave it to a relative from the village as proof of identification. The glory of killing a tiger and the deaths of 4 men had occurred in the same forest. The villagers would remember that I killed the animal alone, but might forget that Zhao De had led 7 people beyond the safe boundary for a few rabbits. I gave Li Erniu the same warning. When a leader made one mistake, he was not the only person who paid the price. In truth, I had already heard breathing and the faint clink of metal within the dense woods. I escorted the tiger-carrying party beyond earshot before doubling back alone. The strangers might be refugees or bait sent out by pursuers. Leaving Li Erniu and the others with me would only drag untrained companions into an unknown conflict. I shifted the short bow to my left hand, took a position from which I could see both game trails, and shouted, "Come out." The instant the words left my mouth, a curved saber stabbed from the grass toward my throat. I leaned back to avoid it, blocked with my short knife, and caught the attacker's wrist in the same motion. She was a 16 or 17-year-old Hu girl. She moved extremely quickly but was clearly injured. Another woman stopped her in time. Her face was pale, and the clothing near the left side of her chest was soaked with blood. She called herself Nalan Chier, princess of the Nalan tribe, one of the 4 great Xionghu tribes. The saber-wielding girl was Meng Yin, her bodyguard. Before I could decide whether to believe them, hoofbeats and shouts sounded through the forest. More than a dozen Hu soldiers followed their trail and surrounded us. Nalan Shier offered to go with them if they would spare Meng, Yin, and me. The Hu commander laughed and refused. They intended not only to take their princess back, but also to kill me, a man of Dakian, to silence the witness. I did not immediately believe the word princess. The fabric of their clothes, their accents, and the position Meng Yin took to protect the other woman were indeed unlike ordinary fugitives, but it could still be a story meant to lower my guard. I kept both women within sight and put my back against a tree trunk, denying the pursuers a complete encirclement. Once the mounted Hu soldiers entered the dense woods, they lost their advantage in speed, but they still carried more than a dozen curved sabers. I leveled my trident across the narrowest approach, forcing only 2 or 3 men to reach me at a time. My chances would have been much worse in open ground. Meng Yin tried several times to charge out, but Nalan Shier stopped her. Her duty was to guard her mistress, not fight on my front line. The moment she left, any Hu soldiers circling behind the trees could seize the injured woman. I ordered her to guard the fallen timber on the right, while I handled only the narrow opening on the left. The 3 of us had never worked together and shared no understanding. Only the simplest boundaries could keep us from interfering with one another. I could not resist asking, "If you're here to capture them, why do you insist on killing me?" The Hu commander pointed his curved saber at me and said that in their eyes, the people of Dakian were no different from cattle and sheep. His words spared me the last of my hesitation. I still offered them one chance to leave. They could take their wounded and withdraw from the forest, and I would not pursue them. The commander mistook that for fear and ordered his men to dismount and advance together. Only then did I strike first. If anyone ever asked, Meng Yin and Nalan Shier could both testify that the pursuers had refused to leave and had declared their intention to kill me. I thrust the trident first and pinned the nearest Hu soldier to the ground. Meng Yin gripped her saber once more and took her place before Nalan Shier. Since they regarded me as cattle to be casually slaughtered, I could only teach them who decided which of us was hunter and which was prey. More than a dozen Hu soldiers rushed us at once. I hurled the trident first, pinning the man at the front, then closed in with my short knife. The forest prevented cavalry from spreading out. Trees and brush restricted their curved sabers instead. Relying on my speed, I defeated them one by one, while Meng Yin guarded Nalan Shier and covered my flank. When the Hu commander saw his men falling in succession, he finally tried to flee, but I cut him down from behind. After the battle, Nalan Shier leaned against a tree and thanked me. I searched the pursuers first. Aside from curved sabers, dry rations, and a small amount of broken silver, I found nothing worth risking my life to take. I did not immediately sheath my knife. I ordered Meng Yin to check each pursuer and confirm whether any could still move. Her own right arm trembled from an injury, but she insisted on examining Nalan Shier first. Only then did I believe their master-servant relationship had not been invented on the spot. Nalan Shier's arrow wound was on the outer left side of her chest and had missed her heart, but the skin around it was already feverishly hot. Meng Yin had done nothing more than pull out the arrow and apply herbs. They had neither clean water nor needle and thread. Even if no more pursuers appeared, infection could kill her if she remained in the mountains. I cleaned the edge of the wound with boiled water and applied pressure with dry cloth. That treatment could only buy time. It was no substitute for a physician. We had to descend the mountain before dark, yet every step she took risked reopening the wound. "Are there more pursuers behind you?" "No," she explained. "We fled into Qingnyo Mountain from the grasslands." The White Wolf tribe could not send a large force across 1,000 li of mountains. Those men should have been the last group. I was prepared to let them leave on their own, but Nalan Shier was too badly wounded even to stand. From a cloth pouch at her waist, she removed a flat gold ingot as large as a child's palm and weighing at least 10 taels. "Please take us out of the forest. This gold ingot will be your payment. If I return to the Nalan tribe someday, I will repay you 100-fold. The promise of 100-fold return did not beguile me. No one knew what condition the Nalan tribe was in, and whether she could return at all was uncertain. But the gold before me was real, and carrying 2 injured women 20 or 30 li was not beyond my ability. Agreed. At the foot of the mountain, you will change out of your Hu clothing. You cannot reveal your identities either. I made the remaining terms clear. The ingot paid only for the escort and immediate medical expenses. It did not place their persons in my debt. Once we reached safety, they could decide for themselves whether to leave. If their pursuers might trace them to Anil village, they had to disclose every clue in advance. Nalan Shier was still lucid and agreed to my face. Meng Yin repeated the terms in the language of Dakian. I put away the ingot, carried Nalan Shier on my back, and told Meng Yin to gather usable weapons and dry rations. By evening, we finally saw the lights of Anil village. I left the two women hidden on the hillside and returned home alone for clothing. During the descent, Nalan Shier haltingly explained why the White Wolf tribe was hunting her. Among the 4 grassland tribes, the Nalan were relatively friendly toward Dakian. After their main force was defeated, she became a symbol capable of rallying the survivors. Her pursuers would not necessarily execute her in public. More likely, they would use her to control her tribe's remaining supporters. None of that could be verified on the spot. I merely remembered the names, places, and relationships among the tribes. Intelligence became valuable only when confirmed by other sources. I could not believe every word simply because she had paid me with gold. Li Erniu and the others were guarding the tiger carcass outside my courtyard gate. My 5 wives all relaxed when they saw me return safely. I first handed them 2 pheasants I had hunted along the way, then quietly slipped the gold ingot into Xiao Jinji's hand. One glance told her the matter was complicated. Prepare 2 sets of women's clothing and come up the mountain with me. Don't alert anyone else. Xiao Jinji asked no questions in public. After my brothers left, I took her to Nalan Shier and Meng Yan. She visibly started when she saw their clothing. Once she heard what had happened, she still decided to save the woman first. We carried Nalan Shier back to the courtyard and locked the gate. My 5 wives heated water and cut open the blood-soaked outer garment, while Meng Yan stood guard beside the bed. The arrow had already been removed, but the wound was infected, and ordinary herbs could suppress it only temporarily. Xiao Jinji did not let everyone crowd around the bed. Liang Shirshir boiled cloth and instruments. Lu Yenner went to third aunt to borrow medicine, saying only that someone in our household had suffered an external wound. The twins took turns guarding the courtyard gate. I carried the patient and fetched water rather than probing a deep wound with scattered scraps of knowledge from my previous life. What we could do was stop the bleeding, keep her warm, and seek a physician quickly, not pretend I was one. I told everyone. To outsiders, we will say only that they are maids I rescued in the mountains. No one may utter the words, Princess Nalan. My 5 wives agreed together. Before losing consciousness, Nalan Shier also thanked them in the language of Dakian. I looked at the gold ingot hidden in my sleeve, then at the princess on the bed. On a single trip into the mountains, I had brought home a tiger, gold, and 2 people who would change the situation to come. It seemed my luck attribute was finally beginning to work. Early the next morning, I asked Li Erniu to prepare 3 ox carts. One would carry the tiger carcass, one would be padded with bedding for Nalan Shier, and the last would bring home grain and winter supplies. When Li Erniu saw the 2 unfamiliar women, he immediately asked who they were. I said only that I had rescued them in the mountains and that they would temporarily work in our household. He thought no more of it, and instead envied the fact that my family could already employ maids. Before the ox carts even reached Qingshi town, the bridgehead was packed with people. Zhao Tian had taken the critically wounded Zhao to the county town the day before, spreading the news that I had killed a tiger alone through every nearby village and town. Many people waited along the road solely to see the carcass. Zhao Tian told outsiders only that I had risked my life to save his son. He did not mention why Zhao had crossed the safe boundary. The 4 dead men's families had already begun arranging funerals. That made the excitement at the bridge feel deeply wrong to me. Some people crowded around the tiger to estimate the pelt's value, while others asked whether the bereaved families would receive compensation from its sale. I first visited all 4 households, leaving my name and the share I promised each, with third uncle present as a witness. Silver could not bring the dead back, but it could keep elderly parents and children from running out of grain before winter. The survivors would jointly explain Zhao Da's responsibility for leading the group beyond the boundary. I did not use my status as his savior to conceal it for him. I publicly declared that everyone who helped carry the tiger or retrieve the bodies would receive silver from the sale, and that each of the 4 victims' families would receive a share as well. I had killed the tiger, but the hunting party's casualties had drawn it to that place. If I stuffed every benefit into my own pocket, no one would ever be willing to enter the mountains with me again. The moment someone recognized me, the discussions exploded. Did Wang Hu truly kill it alone? Zhao Tian said it himself. Not only did he kill the tiger, he rescued Zhao Da from its jaws. A few years ago, dozens of men from Zhao family village surrounded a tiger and more than 10 died. How did this young man do it? I did not stop to boast. I only told the crowd not to block the carts. Nalan Shier's injuries mattered more than my reputation. We had to reach the clinic as quickly as possible. The moment we entered the clinic in the south of town, the old physician examined the wound and his face darkened. The arrow wound was already festering. Another half day might have made her impossible to save. He required the patient to remain at the clinic for at least 7 days so the wound could be cleaned and dressed daily. Afterward, she would need another 2 or 3 months of quiet recovery. Meng Yin volunteered to remain and care for her. I paid the medical fees and reminded her always to use the name Lan Qier. Xiao Jinji told the physician that money was not an issue and asked only that he do everything possible to save the patient. After leaving the clinic, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Jinji asked whether I feared Lan Qier's identity would bring disaster to Anil village. The clinic's intake record listed only Lan Qier, attacked by bandits in the mountains, while my name appeared as guarantor. When the old physician asked about the arrow wound's origin, I admitted encountering Hu riders on Qingyo Mountain, but did not reveal that she was a princess. If the authorities investigated later, the injury and admission time could at least be verified. We would not create contradictions everywhere by inventing a life that never existed. It is possible, but Qingyo Mountain has many exits, and the pursuers have already been eliminated. No one will know she's here in the short term. Once she recovers, whether she leaves or stays will be her own decision. We rejoined Li Erniu and the others. At that moment, Town Patrol Inspector Wang Zhong approached with several runners from the local office. The crowd immediately opened a path. Wang Zhong did not inspect my ox carts. He stared at the tiger carcass for a moment before asking, "Are you Wang Hu of Anil village?" Several of his runners examined the tiger's jaws, claw marks, and neck wound first, confirming that it was not a sick animal I had simply found dead. Wang Zhong also asked whether Zhao De was truly alive, and the villagers around us immediately testified for me. At that moment, my tiger-slaying reputation went from rumor to a fact publicly recognized by an official. I did not relax simply because his manner was friendly. His attempt to claim a family connection might mean he valued my ability, or it might mean he wanted a share of the tiger. Whether we could cooperate depended on how he handled prey whose value was not transparent. "I am, my lord. I heard you killed this great beast alone and saved Zhao Tian's son as well." I nodded truthfully. The scrutiny in his eyes quickly became admiration. He even mentioned my father, Wang Shan, saying they had been of the same generation and that I should call him second uncle from now on. I immediately paid my respects again as a junior. Wang Zhong had served as patrol inspector in Qingshi Town for 10 years. By publicly accepting that relationship, he acknowledged my reputation and gave me a channel for selling the tiger carcass. The first real fortune brought by killing the tiger was about to fall into my hands. I handed the tiger carcass over to Wang Zhong, but I was not entirely without reservations. Dozens of people at the bridge had watched him take the tiger, and he had just publicly acknowledged me as his nephew. If he wanted to remain an official in Qingshi Town, he would not destroy his reputation for this sum of silver. More importantly, an intact tiger carcass was not merchandise an ordinary person could afford. Letting him make introductions was far safer than asking prices door to door myself. "If you trust me, worthy nephew, come back to town this evening and wait for news," Wang Zhong said. "Then I will trouble you, second uncle." After he hurried toward the county town with 4 runners, I sent Li Erniu and Zhang Dashan to the grain shop, while I accompanied Xiao Jinji in taking Lan Qier to the clinic in southern Qingshi Town. The old physician cut away the cloth around the wound, and his expression immediately became grave. The arrow had been removed, but remaining contamination had caused heat and suppuration. Another half-day of delay might have damaged her internal organs even if she survived. First, I must clean the wound, then apply medicine. She must remain here for at least 7 days. After that, she needs 2 or 3 months of quiet recovery. Meng Yin insisted on staying to care for her. Xiao Jinji paid the medical fees on the spot and reminded her to call the patient only Lan Qier in public. Saving someone was one matter. Voluntarily spreading word of a Hu princess throughout Qingshi Town was another. After leaving the clinic, Xiao Jinji asked, "Are you still worried about pursuers, husband? Qingyo Mountain has too many exits. They might not find this place. But until Lan Qier can decide for herself, the less anyone knows, the safer she will be." She nodded and asked nothing more. Along the way, I realized that she was more suited to managing a household than I was. She knew when money had to be spent and which secrets had to die in one's stomach. The nights grew colder after the beginning of autumn. We bought quilts, winter clothing, salt, lamp oil, and pork in town, along with several additional farm tools. 5 share of grain had already been delivered home. Once these supplies were ready, my wives could survive the winter even if I was suddenly conscripted and sent away. Xiao Jinji insisted on preserving every receipt and grain shop stamp. Until the 200 taels actually reached our hands, We bought only necessities and did not spend in anticipation of a high sale price. We sealed Nayland Sheener's medical expenses in a separate pouch so we would not consume the winter grain fund if the tiger sold for less than expected. I also asked the blacksmith to shorten 2 captured curved sabers and remove their conspicuous designs for use in defending the courtyard. We did not sell the other weapons in the street. Questions about their origin could easily expose Nayland Sheener. That evening, we waited outside the tea house until Wang Zhong returned. He handed me a heavy money pouch containing exactly 200 taels of official silver. Squire Liu in the county town is celebrating his 60th birthday and wants a whole tiger to impress his guests, so he was willing to pay a high price. 200 taels far exceeded my expectations. I offered him half, but Wang Zhong's face immediately darkened as he refused. So I changed my approach, giving each runner 10 taels and forcing another 30 into Wang Zhong's hands. The remaining 130 taels did not all belong to me. I first sealed away the shares for the 4 dead men's families and the companions who had carried the tiger. Nayland Sheener's future medical fees were also kept separate. Only after fulfilling every promise could we calculate what truly entered the Wang household's long-term reserve. Xiao Jinji sewed different colored thread on each pouch so no one would take the wrong one in an emergency. That division was not necessarily the cheapest, but it was worthwhile. The 4 runners had each received nearly a year's wages, and Wang Zhong gained a tangible benefit as well. When my family needed to handle business in town later, they would at least not make things deliberately difficult. You rascal, you understand human relationships better than many merchants. Wang Zhong accepted the silver and warned me not to display the rest. The frontier has been unstable lately. The county may call men up early. Prepare everything your family needs while you still can. My heart tightened. Have you heard something, second uncle? Only rumors. Xianghu raiders have already crossed the Anxi commandery border. Whether they will mobilize men from Qingping County, I cannot say. His words cooled my joy over the 200 taels. Money could buy grain and clothing, but not an exemption from conscription. After Wang Zhong said goodbye, I hid the remaining silver against my body and led everyone back to the village that night. If the war truly came early, little peaceful time remained to me. After returning to the village, we did not simply hide a large bag of silver beneath the bed. Xiao Jinji weighed every official ingot, recorded its purity, and divided the money into emergency funds, household funds, and a reserve that could not be touched casually. We also entered the 70 taels given to Wang Zhong and the runners in the account book, preventing anyone from claiming a different sum later. By her calculations, even if I did not return for years, the remaining grain and silver could sustain the household's basic needs. If the Zhao family or government runners try to seize it, Wang Zhong's public recognition of me as kin and the fact that his men had accepted silver created another restraint. For the first time, money was not merely wealth. It had become part of this family's defenses. Before leaving the tea house, I gave 15 taels apiece to 5 brothers, including Li Erniu, Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Dashan, and Gua. They had helped carry and guard the tiger, driven the carts, and accompanied me into the mountains to investigate the Zhao family's scheme. This money was not a reward. They had earned it. 15 taels was enough to support a family of 3 in the village for a year. Holding the ingots, the men even spoke more cautiously than usual. Gua's smile was the most strained. His father was disabled, and his mother had been bedridden for years. Once those 15 taels entered his home, most would probably become medicine and grain. After we returned to Anil village, I waited for the others to leave, then privately gave him another 10 taels and 5 jin of pork. Don't let Erniu and the others know, or they'll accuse me of playing favorites. Gua repeatedly tried to return it. Brother Hu, 15 taels is already too much. I can't take any more. I pressed the ingot back into his hand. If you truly consider me a brother, make sure your parents have a warm winter first. Repay me when you have the ability someday. This time he did not refuse. His eyes red, he nodded hard. I did not let him kneel and thank me. I patted his shoulder and closed the courtyard gate. What poor people lacked was silver, not an opportunity to perform gratitude in public. The next 2 weeks were uncommonly peaceful. We repaired the roof, cured meat, stored vegetables, and divided the newly purchased grain into moisture-proof containers. Every other day, I visited Nayland Sheener at the clinic. Her high fever had subsided, but the arrow wound was too deep for her to walk alone. Meng Yin never revealed a word. The old physician believed only that they were mistress and servant attacked by bandits in the mountains. After regaining consciousness, Nayland Sheener offered to buy back the gold ingot. I did not exploit the opportunity by raising the price. I told her it was the escort and medical cost we had agreed upon. If she left later, she could take her remaining personal possessions. If she stayed, we would negotiate anew whether she was a household worker or guest. One piece of gold would not bind her to me forever. My 5 wives gradually established their own rhythm of life. Xiao Jinji managed the accounts and farm rent. Lu Yin'er made purchases in town, and Liang Shishir led the twins in sewing winter clothes. When they shared freshly cured meat and cloth with third uncle's family for the first time, I realized that this household had begun actively building relationships within the village instead of depending solely on my reputation. The attribute growth from hunting and companionship also became steady. I could clearly feel my strength, endurance, and reflexes improving, but I did not abandon archery simply because my body was stronger. The system provided a foundation. When facing a line of spears, movement and judgment would still determine whether I lived or died. One day after the middle of the month, I was preparing to go to town for medicine when Li Erniu suddenly rushed through the courtyard gate, drenched in sweat. "Brother Huzi, the constables are back. Are they handing out more wives?" He covered his reddened left cheek and shook his head miserably. "They're ordering us to report to the county town." I asked why it was early and got slapped. I hurried to the great willow east of the village. Nearly every young man who had received a wife was present. Their families surrounded them, and every face looked grim. A long-faced constable held the roster and repeated the same order. Everyone must report to the Qingping County military camp the following day. Anyone arriving late would be treated as a deserter. The promised month of preparation had been brutally cut to half a month. During those 2 weeks, wives in at least 3 households had not yet adjusted to their new homes, while 2 men had gambled away their settlement silver. Early mobilization meant the women had not arranged even a basic livelihood, yet the men had to leave at once. The constable cared nothing for those consequences. He merely checked off names in the roster one after another. I had Jiang Xiaoyu quietly record the dependents of everyone departing from Anil village. If someone died, we would at least know who should receive his papers and personal effects. If a household contained only elderly people and children, Xiao Jinji and third uncle could organize several families to look after one another. I could not guarantee a solution, but it was better than remembering only after we left. One man asked what would happen if his wife was not yet pregnant. Another asked whether he could wait until the autumn harvest ended. The constable answered only that the military order was urgent, his hand already resting on his saber. Further argument was pointless, so I stepped forward and asked what we needed to bring. The young and strong will be selected as combat soldiers. The army will issue clothing and weapons. Anyone not chosen for combat duty must bring his own bedding, clothes, and money. Support troops don't have to fight? The constable sneered. At the front, any kind of soldier can die. If you want to live, don't be lazy. The villagers' discussions grew quieter. Some heard that support troops did not fight on the front line and already planned to feign illness. Others thought combat soldiers received food and pay and might even earn military merit. Only I understood that if cavalry had truly crossed the border, the county would not give its new recruits time to choose slowly. Jiang Xiaoyu and Goa crowded around me and asked what we should do. "Go home tonight, say your farewells, and bring warm clothing and 3 days of dry rations. Assemble here at 7:15 tomorrow morning." I looked at them. Whether we become combat or support troops, we'll assess the situation after reaching the camp. No one throws his life away to show off. The constables continued toward the next village. After the crowd beneath the great willow dispersed, only a cold wind remained, spinning dead leaves across the ground. What was coming had finally arrived. In one night, I had to entrust this newly settled home to my wives. When I returned to the courtyard, Xiao Jinji and the others were washing clothes by the stream. The moment they heard the conscription order had been advanced, all 5 hurried back so quickly that they did not even set the wooden wash basin down securely. "Didn't they promise us a full month?" Xiao Jinwei asked. "Something happened on the frontier. The county has no say in it either." I told them the rumors Wang Zhong had heard. "I leave tomorrow morning. Where I'm going and when I'll return no one knows." The courtyard was silent for a moment. We had known one another for only 2 weeks, yet we already ate at one table and planned together for the winter. For the people of this era, one conscription order could sever that everyday life forever. Xiao Jinji went to the storeroom first and resealed the account book and silver ingots. Lu Yin'er hurried to town to leave word for Meng Yin that I would enter camp the next day. Liang Shishir packed 2 pairs of new shoes and several warm garments into my bundle. Of the twins, one prepared dry rations while the other sharpened my short knife. No one simply sat and cried. Watching each of them work made the farewell harder, but also reassured me. The walls, accounts, and division of responsibilities we had arranged over the previous 2 weeks finally revealed their purpose that day. I first explained every household matter. Xiao Jinji would keep the cash. Grain was stored in 3 places to protect it from damp. If someone tried to use my name to force the purchase of our land or grain, they should seek Wang Zhong first. Once Nalan Chi'er recovered, the choice to leave or remain was her own, but no one could reveal her identity. Finally, I said, if you truly receive an official notice of my death, you may remarry. You don't need to guard an empty courtyard. Liang Shishir's eyes immediately reddened. Xiao Jinji took my hand, but her voice remained steady. You haven't even left the gate. Don't arrange our lives after your death. I will look after this home. You need only find a way back. Lu Yin'er deliberately joked as well. Our husband can kill a tiger alone. Perhaps he'll return as a general, and then we can all be generals' wives. They were comforting me and themselves. I stopped speaking of death and had everyone prepare a reunion dinner. That night, we spoke more about plans for next year than about dying. Only late at night did I call up the system panel again. Host: Wang Hu, age 20. Companions: Xiao Jinji, Xiao Jinhua, Xiao Jinshu, Lu Yin'er, Liang Shishir. Stamina: 25, Strength: 29, Agility: 22, Intelligence: 13, Luck: 2, Cultivation Arts: 0. Killing living creatures has a chance to grant random attribute points. Spending time with companions has a chance to grant 1 random attribute point. My strength was nearly 6 times that of a normal adult man, my stamina 5 times normal, and my agility more than 4 times normal. Those numbers gave me the means to survive, but they were far from enough to ignore battle formations and storms of arrows. Even the strongest man would die if a spear pierced a vital point. At first light, I dressed quietly. Xiao Jinji was already awake. She tightened my bundle and checked the 6-sure bow, short knife, and dry rations one by one. Don't think only of saving others, she whispered. You promised to come back. I remember. The others rose one after another. We did not gather at the gate and weep. I embraced each woman in farewell. After walking several paces, I looked back and saw all 5 still standing inside the gate, so I raised a hand and waved. Third uncle came as well and pressed an old wooden tag left by my father into my hand. It held no protective charm, only the Wang household's address. He said that if I died far from home, the people who recovered my body would at least know where to send word. I wanted to refuse, but in the end, I hung it inside my clothes against my body. I also made a crude wooden tag for everyone from the village, with his name carved on the front and the village name on the back. Lu Yin'er carved for those who could not write, and we checked one another's tags before departure. The army might not recognize such things, but if the battlefield became chaotic, at least a fellow villager could use the tag to restore a man's identity to the roster. Xiao Jinji did not say, I will wait for you. She said only that on the 1st and 15th of every month, she would go to Qingshi town to ask for military reports. That concrete promise fixed the direction of home in my mind more strongly than any oath. More than a dozen young men from Anil village gathered beneath the great willow. Some carried bedding. Others had only a few coarse-grain cakes in their clothes. Zhang Xiaoyu asked what kind of soldier I would choose, and Li Erniu immediately answered for me. Brother who will obviously become a combat soldier. Whatever kind of soldier he becomes, so will I. Guwa and Zhang Dashan declared the same. Stay alive first. Think about advancement later. I dampened their excitement. Once we're in camp, obey the signals. Don't act on your own. On a real battlefield, if one of you falls behind, the others may not be able to save you. Qingping County town lay 30 li from the village. We walked for 4 hours. A long line already stretched outside the western gate. Soldiers and runners guarded several desks, making every conscript sign his name or press a fingerprint. Looking at the growing number of villagers outside the wall, I felt the weight of war for the first time. Behind every name was a household waiting for that man. When my turn came to register, I had just written the 2 characters of my name, Wang Hu, when the clerk behind the desk stood and bowed to 2 approaching officials. Deputy County Magistrate Zhao, County Commandant Li. The fair-skinned, middle-aged deputy magistrate glanced across the register, then suddenly raised his head. Are you Wang Hu, the tiger killer from Anil village? After I confirmed it, he smiled and introduced himself. He was Zhao Xian, Zhao Tian's younger brother and Zhao Da's second uncle. I had still been a child when he left Anil village more than 10 years ago. Now he was deputy magistrate of Qingping County. My wariness immediately deepened. Zhao Tian and his son had wanted a tiger to kill me. I had no evidence whether Zhao Xian knew of it. Outwardly, however, he was extremely enthusiastic about my rescue of Zhao and even asked County Commandant Li Xiong beside him to look after me. Huzi, temper yourself well in the army. Don't disgrace Anil village, Zhao Xian said, patting my shoulder. I will do my best. I did not expose Zhao Tian's previous scheme here. The county gate was filled with constables and recruits. An overheard conversation and a deliberately misdirected arrow could not bring down a deputy magistrate. They could only create an enemy for me too soon. After the two men left, the young registration clerk introduced himself as Li Zian. He asked me to take the men from my village to rest beneath the city wall until everyone entered camp together at dusk. My reputation as a tiger killer and Zhao Xian's words made the people around me noticeably more courteous. I did not relax. While we waited, I counted the recruits around us and questioned men from several other villages. Most of the county's emergency conscripts were farmers between 20 and 40. Almost none had ever handled a long spear. Many had not even brought warm clothing. They had heard the army provided food and arrived empty-handed. Several support troops who had been brought by force also sat beneath the wall. Some had trouble walking, and others were older than 40, yet they had still been registered because their villages could not supply the required number of able-bodied men. The county was not selecting an army. It was filling a quota as quickly as possible. I used the money I carried to buy 2 bundles of dry grass and a kettle of hot water for the men of Anil village. Some thought the government should feed them once they entered camp. I reminded them that if even the conscription date could be moved forward, no spoken promise was worth throwing away one's last grain cake. Before sunset, a slightly heavy company commander arrived with more than a dozen soldiers. Clerk Li Zian pulled him aside and said a few words. I heard only fragments. His name was Chen Feng, and something about Anshi Commandery and who cavalry has entered the Nanan border. When Chen Feng returned, he ordered his subordinate, Chen Ergu, to form the ranks. The man was dark-skinned and wore a long saber at his waist. Whenever a line bent, he kicked men back into position. Nearly 400 untrained villagers were divided into 4 columns. After half an hour of shouting and confusion, they finally started toward the military camp northeast of the county town. By the time the camp gate closed, darkness had fallen. There were no barracks and no bedding. Chen Ergu simply left us on a weed-covered drill ground. The eastern side of the field was lowest and would collect dew at night. I led everyone to a place near the wall, but clear of the patrol route, spread our dry grass in 2 layers, and left a passage wide enough for people to rise quickly. When men from another village tried to force themselves onto the dry ground, I did not drive them away. I only required everyone to divide into groups of 10 and record his own food. When space was limited, a clear arrangement reduced conflict better than fists. Everyone sleeps here tonight. Leave camp without permission, and you will be treated as a deserter. One muscular man objected and demanded to know why the recruits had to sleep outside. With one hand resting on his saber, Chen Ergu asked only, "Is the ground too small for you to lie down?" The man immediately closed his mouth. I gathered the men from Anil village in one corner of the field and used bundles and dry grass to separate us from the damp ground. Jiang Xiaoyu passed out corn cakes, and Li Erniu had brought steamed grain dumplings and pickled vegetables. Several families pooled their supplies, so at least no one would go hungry that night. After dark, men at the other end of the field began fighting over a dry patch. The night patrol did not ask who was at fault. They struck both sides several times with staffs before dispersing them. Because we had marked out our places and kept the dry food together, there was no fighting on our side. Several men from other villages saw this and moved closer, offering to take turns standing watch in exchange for hot water. For the first time, I discovered that leading people did not necessarily require a military rank. If someone solved the smallest immediate problem, people naturally began looking to him. The change made Chen Ergu glance toward us several more times. The night wind grew colder. Some said Anshi Commandery had already fallen, while others insisted the county was only bluffing. I took no part in their speculation. I merely connected what I had heard that day. Qianghu raiders moving south, the conscription date advanced, and 400 recruits taken into camp at night. This force probably would not remain in Qingping County. Before sleeping, I told my brothers to keep their shoes and weapons within reach. If the camp suddenly moved in the middle of the night or a disturbance erupted, at least they would not run barefoot. Sneezes and teeth grinding sounded all around us. I closed my eyes with my head on my bundle, but never slept more than half awake. Real military life was more hurried than I had imagined and even less concerned with human lives. At the first hint of dawn, a bronze gong startled the entire drill ground awake. Many men had frozen all night, and their legs were stiff when they stood. Shin Ergu had us collect a bowl of thin porridge and 2 multigrain steamed buns before returning to the field to form ranks. The hot porridge was watery, but enough to restore warmth to our bodies. After breakfast, County Commandant Li Xiong climbed onto the command platform with Chen Feng and several other officers. His first order was for the recruits to divide themselves into combat and support troops. Combat troops on the left, support troops on the right. I walked left without hesitation. Support duty did not mean safety. If the supply route was cut or a camp fell, those men would not even have proper weapons to defend themselves. With my physical condition, becoming a combat soldier gave me more control over my fate. Li Erniu, Jiang Xiaoyu, Guo, and the others followed me. 4 or 5 slightly older men from our village chose support duty. I did not stop them. Every man had a family. I could not use my choice to gamble with their lives. The army issued each combat soldier a long spear and uniform. Support troops received only a pike and rough hemp clothing. The weapons were hardly excellent, but at least the spear shafts were not cracked. After receiving mine, I tested its center of balance and checked whether the head was loose. When Chun Ergu saw my movements, some of the contempt finally left his face. After more than 300 men changed clothes, Li Xiong announced publicly that we would train there for only 3 days. Chen Feng would then lead us to Anxi Commandery's capital within 7 days. The drill ground erupted. Qingping County belonged to Annan Commandery, while Anxi Commandery was under attack by Hu cavalry. Sending recruits who had handled nothing but hosed straight, there was no different from sending them to die. Li Xiong shouted down the discussion. The court gives you grain, weapons, settlement marriages, and families. It did not do so for you to hide in the rear. If you want to live, learn the battle formations in 3 days. Training will continue in Anxi Commandery. You will not be thrown into battle immediately. No one knew how much to believe the final sentence, but the military order had been issued. For the next 3 days, we trained from dawn until dark and learned only 2 things. Change formations on command and fill the gap when the man beside us fell. On the first morning, the circular formation broke apart 7 times. Some men turned to their own left when they heard "turn left," while others followed the flag, causing the entire outer ring to crash together. The more urgently Chun Ergu used his staff to correct them, the more the recruits panicked. I first organized the Anil village men into groups of 10 so everyone knew who stood in front and behind, then combined the groups into the larger formation. We progressed faster that way. On the second day, we began practicing planted spears. The butt had to brace against the ground. The front rank's knees bent slightly, and the rear rank used their shoulders to support the men ahead. The first time Li Erniu pressed forward with all his strength, he sent Jiang Xiaoyu sprawling into the grass. Only after everyone finished laughing did they understand that unequal force could collapse a formation from within. On the third day, Chen Feng suddenly ordered 10 veterans to charge the formation with wooden shields. Many recruits instinctively closed their eyes and retreated. Only the groups that had practiced repeatedly could still fill their gaps. I did not rush out alone to knock the veterans down. I held the spear line like everyone else. Personal valor that broke the formation would only open a gap for real cavalry. After the exercise, we discovered that even with wooden caps covering the spearheads, 3 men had sprained wrists and 1 had a bleeding nose. Chen Feng responded by widening the spacing in the front rank by half a step and requiring every squad to designate a replacement. Training was not more serious simply because more people were injured. Having the next man fill a position immediately after an injury was the most practical progress we could make in 3 days. A long spear formation looked simple, but movement exposed problems everywhere. If the front rank moved too quickly, gaps opened. If the rear rank moved too slowly, men stepped on one another. Some recruits confused left and right when turning, and some pointed spearheads at their companions the moment they became nervous. I used my superior reflexes to memorize the flag signals first, then repeatedly drilled the men from Anil village. Agile Jiang Xiaoyu carried messages, powerful Li Erniu steadied the front line, and Guo watched the adjacent files and filled their gaps. By the morning of the third day, the square and circular formations finally had recognizable shapes. Chen Feng waved a red flag, and 386 recruits managed to form a square 20 ranks deep. After inspecting the training, Li Xiong formally handed him the roster. You must reach Anxi Commandery's capital within 7 days. Execute any deserter on the spot. Chen Feng accepted the order. Chun Ergu immediately told everyone to gather their bundles and assemble outside the camp gate. Compared with 3 days earlier, the troops could hardly be called elite, but at least they knew where to move when a signal sounded. I was about to leave with my brothers when Chun Feng suddenly called to me. Wang Hu, stay behind. The drill ground quickly emptied, leaving only me and several officers. I gripped the issued spear and waited for him to explain. This company commander clearly did not merely want to meet a famous tiger killer. Chun Feng came straight to the point. If you don't want to go to Anshi Commandery, Commandant Li and I can keep you here in Qingping County. My tiger-slaying reputation, Zhao Xian's request, and the county's reluctance to lose a useful man had won me this opportunity. Remaining in the county town would certainly be much safer, but Li Erniu and the others had already walked through the camp gate. If I stayed behind alone, I would break my earlier promise and lose the chance to see the war for myself. I'm going to Anshi Commandery. Chun Feng asked again to make sure I was not merely showing off, then slapped my shoulder heavily. Good. Keep an eye on the men from your village during the march. Don't let them fall behind. I did not tell my brothers that I had been offered a chance to stay. I said only that Chun Feng wanted me to help manage the men. If word spread, the troops would start believing that connections could exempt someone from military orders. Before departure, Li Xiong warned us to be vigilant against two cavalry. Zhao Xian also publicly asked Chun Feng to look after the Anil village men. I remembered every word the two officials said, but did not treat courtesy as a protective charm. Court connections could not stop a curved saber when we actually met the enemy. The force marched north for 6 days. 386 recruits and 50 existing soldiers broke camp before dawn each day and stopped only after sunset. During the first 2 days, men still complained about blisters. On the third day, after hearing that Hu riders had pillaged nearby villages and towns, everyone learned to close his mouth and keep walking. The grain carts held only enough to distribute according to the roster, and wells along the road were not necessarily safe. Each time we camped, I had veterans draw water first and inspect its color and smell before ordinary soldiers approached. One man drank ditch water to save himself a walk and fell behind with diarrhea that night. After that, every 10 men shared a pot for boiling water. We would rather depart half an hour late than let one mouthful of raw water destroy an entire unit's strength. Those 6 days were more than walking. Chun Feng sent 10 guards ahead and 10 behind each day and forbade everyone from lighting fires at once in camp. On the second night, 3 men tried to return home and were stopped by sentries. Chun Feng did not execute them on the spot. He bound them at the rear of the column and made them continue marching, publicly explaining that a second offense would be treated as desertion. The decision upheld the order without using the first men's lives to establish his authority. I divided the dozen-plus men from Anil village into 3 groups that took turns checking foot injuries, dry rations, and water flasks. Zhang Xiaoyu was good at recognizing routes and walked with the advance group. Guo remembered people most carefully and called the roll each day. Li Erniu carried the heaviest spare spear shafts. By the 6th day, everyone's feet were covered in blisters, but not one man had fallen behind. On the afternoon of the 6th day, Anshi Commandery's capital finally appeared on the horizon. Its wall stood about 65 feet high and was built entirely of brick and rammed stone, far surpassing Qingping County. But all 4 gates were tightly closed, the official road lay empty, and armored defenders crowded the battlements. Following his orders, Chun Feng led us around toward the eastern gate. When only a little over 300 yards remained, dust suddenly rose from the woods to the north. 40 or 50 Qianghu riders charged out of the trees and cut directly between us and the gate. Form a circle, spear points outward. Chun Feng's roar steadied the force for a moment. Our 3 days of training finally had a purpose, but when real warhorses made the earth shake, many men still forgot their footwork. Spear shafts collided in the outer ring, and the circle contracted and expanded unevenly. One section of the outer line suddenly caved inward. 2 recruits saw the horses' heads and turned to flee, disrupting the rank behind them. I did not abandon my position to seize them. I ordered Gawa to repeat our training commands while Li Erniu used his shoulder to drive the front rank back into place. If every man who could fight left his station to extinguish separate fires, the entire formation would collapse faster. The wall was only 300 yards away, but the defenders did not open the gate at once. Lowering the drawbridge while friend and enemy were tangled together could allow Hu cavalry to charge inside. We had to hold on our own first. The mere presence of soldiers in the city did not guarantee rescue. I led the Anil village men toward the northern side. Several dried human heads hung beside the Hu riders' saddles. Zhang Xiaoyu looked once, and the hand holding his spear began to tremble. Don't look at the heads. Look at the horses' chests and the riders' waists, I said quietly. No one retreats from the first impact. Once a horse stops, its rider can't use speed. Li Erniu swallowed. What if the spear breaks? Roll to the side and let the next rank fill in. Remember the signals. Don't fight separate battles. I was nervous too. Killing more than a dozen pursuers on foot in the forest was entirely different from absorbing a cavalry charge head-on. My strength could impale one man, but I could not hold back dozens of galloping warhorses alone. The Hu riders did not slow down. They recognized a mass of recruits and did not even bother loosing arrows. They merely raised their curved sabers and charged the thinnest section of our line. The thunder of hooves drowned out every breath. Plant spears. Chun Feng braced a large shield before him. Hold the first charge. I angled the butt of my spear against the ground and pressed my shoulder into the shaft. The next instant, men and horses became a moving wall and smashed violently into our circle. At the moment of impact, several spears in the front rank snapped at once. War horses were impaled and overturned, while some recruits were sent flying with their weapons. The northern side of the circle buckled. The Hu centurion charged through the opening, cut down the man blocking his path, and let the cavalry behind him widen the breach. The formation we had practiced for 3 days nearly collapsed at the first touch. Close around them. Don't let them regain speed. Chun Feng drove his shield into the breach. His judgment was correct. If the cavalry broke out of the formation, turned around, and charged again, we recruits could never withstand a second impact. I did not chase ordinary riders at random. I focused on the centurion leading them. He was spurring his horse toward the weak southern side. Chun Ergu stepped forward to stop him, but the man's curved saber split his spear in one stroke. The blade was already falling toward the side of Chun Ergu's neck. I drove off the ground from the flank and poured all my strength into the spear point. Before the centurion could recover his blade, my spear pierced his leather armor and entered through his chest. As he fell from the saddle, the frightened horse knocked Chun Ergu rolling across the ground, but spared his life. The centurion is dead. Close the circle. I pulled back my spear and used my voice to suppress the panic around me. Having lost their leader, the Hu riders stopped trying to punch through the formation and searched for exits instead. Chun Feng immediately shouted the standards for military merit. 5 taels for 1 ordinary rider, promotion to squad leader for 3 kills, and section leader for 6. Silver and rank could not make someone brave in an instant, but they gave the men a reason to keep advancing. Li Erniu trapped a horse's leg with his shaft, while Zhang Xiaoyu and Guo stabbed from the side. Relying on my speed, I moved between several breaches and knocked down riders attempting to accelerate again. I personally killed the centurion and 13 Hu riders in the end. But victory did not come easily. Each rider we stopped could slash a nearby soldier with his curved saber, and falling horses crushed our own men as well. When the remaining dozen or so riders broke out, Chun Feng did not order a pursuit. He had us rescue the wounded, gather the severed heads, and withdraw immediately toward the eastern gate. Chun Feng also ordered us to lead every warhorse that could still walk into the column and use them to carry the critically wounded before anyone claimed spoils. Several recruits argued over whose merit included one excellent horse. I made the clerk mark where it was found and ordered that all spoils be divided after we entered the city. A second enemy force could appear at any moment. Stopping to fight over one horse was more deadly than losing a severed head. 34 Hu cavalry corpses remained on the battlefield. We had lost 52 men, 13 veterans, and 39 recruits, with more than 10 others severely wounded. Guo had taken a slash across the shoulder, but fortunately the wound was shallow. I tore cloth into a bandage to press against the bleeding and had Li Erniu support him as we walked. One wounded man's abdomen had been trampled by a horse. No serious injury was visible from outside, but he constantly coughed blood. Another man's leg was pinned beneath a fallen horse, and 4 people had to lift it away. We lacked enough stretchers, so we threaded long spears through uniforms to make improvised litters. With every moment of delay, the approaching dust to the north warned us that a second body of cavalry could arrive at any time. I made every wounded man who could speak report his name and village. Guo wrote them on cloth strips with charcoal and tied one to each wrist. If the men were sent to different medical tents after entering the city, at least they would not become unidentified bodies. The commander on the wall first demanded our identities, then the countersign. Only after Chun Feng answered, "Victory to Liangzhou, Qingping of Annan," did the heavy eastern gate slowly open. We had just carried the wounded inside when a denser thunder of hooves sounded from the north. Warning bells rang wildly along the wall. Looking back, I saw a mass of dark figures surging beneath a distant curtain of dust. Another few minutes of delay would have stranded hundreds of us outside. The young battalion commander responsible for the gate quickly came down to receive us. After examining the severed heads and wounded and confirming the course of the battle, he ordered men to escort us to the northern camp. Shin Ergu approached me while holding his bruised ribs. "I owe you my life today. Keep it on account. The next time we form ranks, don't run out alone to repay it." He nodded with a bitter smile. Everyone around us was discussing how I had killed the centurion with one spear, but I looked only at the familiar and unfamiliar faces on the stretchers. 34 enemy heads were military merit. The corpses of 52 comrades were the true price of that merit. Once inside the city, army physicians sorted men by severity of injury rather than rank. Chun Erga tried to remain and help, but I forced him to have his ribs examined first. After 2 steps made him gasp in pain, he finally admitted he had not escaped unhurt. Li Erniu and Jiang Xiaoyu collected the dead men's wooden tags, money pouches, and family letters and sealed them together. When I closed my eyes that night, I could still hear warhorses crashing into the formation. The system did not erase my reaction to killing on a large scale for the first time. My palms were clean, yet the smell of rust lingered in my nose. Surviving did not mean I could celebrate at once. That was the battlefield's first lesson for me. Outside the medical camp, Chun Feng conducted a brief review. 2 men fleeing had caused the northern line to cave in, but an earlier problem was that the front rank spears were too tightly spaced and the rear rank could not see the signals. We did not place all the blame on recruits who were dead or wounded. Instead, we redrew the next circle's spacing and replacement positions on the ground. If fear alone was punished, the next group would still break at the same point. Only after entering the city did I see the true state of Anshi commandery. Temporary tents filled the space beneath the walls and both sides of every street. Refugee women and children crowded among them, many without even a bowl of hot food. The Qianghu had not breached the walls, but they had already emptied the surrounding villages and towns. Some children saw our uniforms and reached out for food. Others glimpsed the Hu riders' heads in our sacks and immediately hid inside their tents. To refugees, anyone carrying a blade might bring orders and requisitions. They would not instinctively trust us simply because we belonged to Dakian. I gave my last 2 dry cakes to a woman holding an infant, but did not let the entire column distribute food in the street. The rations carried by more than 300 recruits were limited too. If the crowd surged out of control, the wounded would be trampled first. Real relief required lines, water, and a continuing supply. It could not depend on a moment of impulse. The young battalion commander guiding us asked my name and introduced himself as Lu Zhengbei. He was about to lead us onward when an argument erupted at a porridge stand ahead. A battalion commander named Zhou Mang had surrounded the stand with more than a dozen soldiers, claiming the commandant had just prohibited private relief for refugees. The white-robed woman supervising the porridge, Lu Rushua, was Lu Zhengbei's younger sister. She demanded to see the written military order. Zhou Mang could produce no document and merely invoked his uncle, Commandant Zhou, over and over. Lu Zhengbei immediately intervened. Their argument quickly moved from military orders to a private grievance. Zhou Mang wanted to marry Lu Rushua, and the Lu family had repeatedly refused. His plan to take her to the office for questioning was clearly only an excuse. Chen Feng told us not to move. Both men were battalion commanders responsible for 1,000 soldiers. We had only just arrived in Anshi. Reckless involvement would bring disaster upon the entire force. But Zhou Mang drew his saber first. His soldiers overturned the porridge barrel, drove away the refugees, and attacked several of Lu Zhengbei's guards. Lu Zhengbei exchanged several blows with Zhou Mang before being knocked down by a punch. I later learned that Lu Zhengbei had reached the bone-tempering realm, while Zhou Mang had entered the blood-and-chi realm one stage above him. When the barrel fell, scalding porridge splashed an old man's leg. Instead of protecting her stand, Lu Rushua ordered servants to carry him away. Zhou Mang's soldiers called that gathering a crowd to resist military orders and began arresting anyone who helped. The onlookers were no longer watching mere entertainment. They feared they might be taken next. Chen Feng was still deciding whether to intervene. I understood his hesitation. If he made 300 Qingping soldiers confront a local battalion commander for an unknown woman, all of them could lose their rations and place to camp. I did not need to make a brave gesture for him. I needed military merit and witnesses Zhou Mang could not deny in public. Zhou Mang stepped over the fallen Lu Zhengbei and reached out to drag Lu Rushua away. A bench caught her as she retreated. I instinctively stepped forward, caught her by the arm, steadied her, and placed myself between her and Zhou Mang. First, I signaled the Qingping soldiers to move the sacks of heads and the wounded to the side of the street, so Zhou Mang's men could not seize them as unidentified goods when conflict began. Chenfeng stationed 2 veterans at opposite ends of the porridge stand merely to keep an escape route open with weapons sheathed. If we appeared to be an entire unit surrounding a local battalion commander, even the strongest justification could be rewritten as mutiny in a report. What hole did this recruit crawl out of? Get lost. Zhou Mang stared at the blood that had not yet been cleaned from my chest. Chen Feng hurriedly explained that we came from Qingping County, hoping to suppress the conflict. Zhou Mang called us nothing but mud-legged soldiers and ordered everyone out of his way. I did not draw my spear. I asked, "My lord says she violated a military order. Do you have the written document? If not, so many people in the city are watching you seize someone in broad daylight. A recruit has no right to question how I conduct business. Then arrest all of us as well." I pointed to the sacks of who heads behind me. We just fought outside the eastern gate, and the defenders watched the entire battle. When the governor asks why 34 enemy heads failed to reach the camp, I can explain exactly what happened. For the first time, Zhou Mang's eyes settled on the spoils. Supported by his guards, Lu Zhongbei used the opportunity to rise and publicly denied that the city had issued any ban on porridge. The refugees who had come for food gradually gathered around us as their suppressed murmurs grew louder. This was no longer a private grievance between 2 families. If Zhou Mang continued, he would be abducting a woman in front of hundreds of refugees and detaining reinforcements fresh from earning military merit. I helped Lu Ruxue to a safe place and released her arm. She thanked me quietly. I only reminded her to care for the injured first. Zhou Mang still refused to retreat. Staring at me, he asked coldly, "You say you have 34 heads. How many did you take with your own hands?" His hostility had shifted from the Lu family to me. 14, I answered. One belonged to a centurion of the White Wolf tribe. Zhou Mang disbelieved me at first, then laughed openly in the street. As a warrior of the Blood and Qi realm, he naturally could not believe that a recruit with no trace of cultivation could kill a Hu centurion. Chen Feng ordered men to open the sacks. Defenders from outside the city could verify all 34 Hu heads, and Lu Zhongbei stated that he had personally seen me kill the centurion from the wall. Each sack was tied with Qingping Camp's distinctive knots, and Chen Feng had placed a uniform cut near every head's ear to prevent anyone from substituting one after we entered the city and stealing merit. Zhou Mang could question whether I had personally killed anyone, but he could not explain how 34 verified victories had appeared from nothing. I did not display the heads to impress the refugees. I required Zhou Mang either to produce the written ban on porridge or to have the governor send someone to verify our merit on the spot. Either path removed the decision from his personal hands. If he still used force, he would be openly resisting review by a superior. After the refugees recognized Hu hairstyles and ornaments, the crowd's mood changed quickly. Some shouted the names of dead relatives. Young men asked how they could join the army on the spot. As more people gathered, Zhou Mang finally realized that continuing to seize the woman could provoke a riot. This isn't over. He pointed at Lu Zhongbei and me before leading his men away. I did not dismiss those words as an empty threat. Zhou Mang's uncle controlled the commandery capital's forces. We had made an enemy of him before even receiving our formal unit assignment. Someone could tamper with our military merit, supplies, or orders later. Lu Zhongbei thanked Chen Feng and me and promised to report the victory outside the city directly to the governor so no one could intercept our merit. He was badly hurt and needed to take his sister home first, so he gave his token to a guard named Lu Eru and ordered him to continue escorting us to the northern camp. Before setting the overturned porridge barrel upright, Lu Ruxue approached and bowed solemnly to me. "I will remember that you saved my life and resolved this danger. Save the refugees in the city first. If you truly want to repay us, provide clean hot water for our wounded." She immediately ordered her servants to do so. More than a dozen critically wounded comrades finally had their wounds cleaned before entering camp, the one practical benefit to emerge from the confrontation. The northern camp guards examined Lu Zhongbei's token and personally verified the heads before admitting us. But news traveled faster than our column. By the time we reached the drill ground, soldiers from nearby tents had already gathered around. Someone said that the day before, 500 reinforcements had been charged by an equal number of Hu cavalry and fewer than 200 returned. Others calculated that 34 heads were worth 170 taels of reward money. Their discussions made the recruits behind me stand straighter, but also made the empty places left by the dead more conspicuous. When Deputy Camp Commander Zheng Yuanshan arrived, he first verified the number of heads, then ordered Chen Feng to recount the battle in detail while an army clerk wrote the report. That night, It would be delivered to the governor and camp commander along with Lu Zhengbei's testimony. Merit verification did not end with glancing inside a sack. The quartermaster checked ornaments and identity tags. An army physician examined wound directions, and the gate guards confirmed that we had not added any heads after entering the city. The process was slow, but it transformed a street rumor into military evidence. I would rather wait another half-day than let the Zhou family erase everything later with the words, "impossible to verify." Each head must be linked to the person who took it. The dead and critically wounded must also be listed clearly, I added. Zheng Yuanshan glanced at me. Are you afraid someone will steal the credit? I am more afraid that the dead won't even leave their names behind. He did not become angry. Instead, he ordered the clerk to retrieve Qingping County's roster. We spent half an hour confirming every number. 34 enemy heads, more than 10 riders escaped, 13 veterans and 39 recruits killed on our side, with more than 10 critically wounded. 14 heads were registered under my name. Only after those numbers entered the battle report did I possess real proof. At my request, the clerk also prepared 3 separate lists: the dead, the critically wounded, and captured warhorses. Chen Feng recounted every key moment. Lu Zhengbei's guard recorded what he had seen from the wall, and several ordinary recruits independently confirmed the centurion's charge and the position from which I thrust my spear. The testimony came from people of different status. Even if someone altered one account later, he could not easily overturn them all. Gowa insisted on pressing his fingerprint beside the wounded list. His shoulder had received several stitches, and sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain, but he said he had personally seen which men fell. His fingerprint made the report more than an officer's account. It preserved evidence from an ordinary soldier too. When we returned to the tent that night, my brothers all discussed the rewards to be announced the next day. I touched the bloodstain not yet washed from my spear shaft and thought of something else. Zhou Mang had failed to steal our merit today, but tomorrow he might try another method. Beside the campfire, Chen Feng announced the casualties again: 52 dead and more than 10 critically wounded. Gowa's shoulder had been bandaged, and although he could not exert force for the time being, he insisted on sitting with the unit until the report ended. Under Dakian's military merit system, killing an ordinary rider earned 5 taels. Killing a centurion earned 100 taels and appointment as an 8th-rank company commander. Hearing that I might become an officer in one step, Jiang Xiaoyu became so excited that he nearly forgot the dead were lying not far away. I told him to lower his voice. The report has only been submitted. Whether they reward us and what form it takes have not been decided. Events proved that caution was not unnecessary. Before the awards, army physicians examined Gowa and the other wounded again. Only those declared fit attended the drill ground. 52 bodies remained behind the camp, awaiting final identification before burial. When the Qingping soldiers formed ranks, they instinctively left those places empty. No one ordered them to close the gaps merely to make the formation look neat. I left the 6-shire bow in my tent and carried only the army-issue spear. If the Zhou family truly challenged the centurion kill, a duel could occur. Using the same standard weapon issued to everyone would better prove that my strength did not come from the Lu family or some treasure. Early the next morning, Anshi Governor Qin Weining and Commandant Zhou Shang arrived at the drill ground together. Several thousand soldiers formed ranks to watch, and Chen Feng and I were called before the platform. After verifying the battle outside the city, Qin Weining publicly granted me 100 taels and the post of 8th-rank company commander. I had just stepped onto the first stair when Zhou Mang came forward. A centurion has at least the strength of the bone-tempering realm. I don't believe a recruit could kill him with one spear. Still injured, Lu Zhengbei appeared and immediately testified to what he had seen from the wall. Zhou Shang did not deny the report directly, but said mistakes were possible in the chaos of battle and suggested that Zhou Mang personally test my strength. This was not merit verification. It was a public trap. Zhou Mang had reached the Blood-Enchi realm, one realm above Lu Zhengbei. If I refused, he could use it to question my merit. If I accepted and was injured, I would still be unable to command troops afterward. I also noticed that Zhou Mang carried a real saber rather than a wooden practice blade. Qin Weining did not immediately stop him, which meant the army accepted that such challenges could draw blood. If I treated this as a friendly match, his first stroke could cost me my life. I demanded that both sides begin 10 paces apart, that spectators move beyond the reach of spear and saber, and that an army physician stand beside the field. Zhou Mang refused to exchange his weapon for a wooden one, so I had the clerk record that both parties voluntarily use live weapons. The contest ends upon surrender. Those rules might not stop him from trying to kill me, but they would leave less room for arbitrary explanations afterward. I therefore first required the governor to confirm that the military merit and duel were separate, then had Chun Ergu inspect the spear's fittings. Once the rules were public, the Zhou family could not easily erase all 34 heads even if they won. Chun Ergu measured the field to ensure the spear, but could not strike spectators. The same armory officer inspected both weapons, and neither side could replace his weapon at the last moment. Zhou Mang's blade carried no poison, and the spear had no hidden crack. The duel might not be fair, but its result could not be determined before the first exchange by a sabotaged weapon. Lu Zhengbei came to my side and warned me quietly. Don't accept. Zhou Mang has trained complete martial techniques. This is not the same as catching the centurion off guard outside the city. He was right, but I could also see that Qin Weining did not fully trust the Zhou family. The governor was waiting for a result that would silence everyone. This subordinate accepts the challenge. I saluted the governor. But my merit came from the battle outside the city and should not be erased by victory or defeat here. Today's contest will only verify whether I possess the ability to kill the enemy. Qin Weining nodded and publicly confirmed those terms before allowing the duel. Zhou Mang drew his saber and descended from the command platform. If you withstand 10 strokes from me without losing, you win. I accepted the spear Chun Ergu handed me. 10 won't be necessary. Within 3 thrusts, the result will be clear. He laughed in fury and sent the first stroke straight toward my neck. I did not block it. Using my agility, I shifted behind him. His second stroke swept across my waist, and I retreated again, letting the edge brush past my uniform. After missing twice, Zhou Mang stopped and mocked me for knowing only how to flee. I had been waiting for him to abandon his continuous pursuit. The first 2 evasions revealed the speed of his saber and the position of his center of gravity. The strength of the Blood Enchi realm was real, but my agility was enough to seize the initiative. Then take my first spear. I drove off the ground. Instead of stabbing him with the point, I wielded the 10-foot spear like a heavy staff and smashed downward toward his blade. The crash of metal rang across the entire drill ground. Zhou Mang staggered back more than 10 paces, and the webbing between his thumbs and forefingers split open. When I landed, the spear shaft remained steady in my hands. Staring at the torn webbing between his fingers, Zhou Mang blurted out a question. Had I already entered the blood-burning realm? I did not know what the blood-burning realm was, so I answered honestly that I had never practiced martial cultivation. He could sense no blood in chi fluctuations from me and attributed that spear strike to natural divine strength. I explained my speed as the result of years tracking prey through the mountains. That explanation was perfect for concealing the system. A hunter's strength, reflexes, and eyesight were naturally superior to those of ordinary people. As long as I did not display my panel, it would be difficult for anyone to investigate the true source of my power. Zhou Mang still refused to concede. He lunged a 3rd time. The saber point aimed directly at my chest. I knocked the blade away with a sweep of my spear, then kicked him more than 10 yards backward. By the time he struggled to his feet, the spear point rested before his throat. You lost. He was silent for several breaths before forcing 3 words through clenched teeth. I concede defeat. I withdrew the spear and turned toward the platform to receive my reward. Rapid footsteps and a furious shout suddenly sounded behind me. My body reacted before thought. I spun and drove out a returning horse thrust. The point entered 3 inches before I saw that Zhou Mang held no weapon at all. He had deliberately thrown himself onto it. I stopped the spear immediately rather than driving it deeper. An army physician stepped forward and confirmed that the wound had missed his heart and was not deep enough to be fatal. If Zhou Mang had truly meant to kill me, he would not have rushed barehanded into my spear point. The precise placement of the wound seemed more like a performance calculated in advance. But my judgment was not direct evidence. Thousands of people had seen only that I turned and stabbed a superior officer, and Zhou Shang repeatedly emphasized that his nephew had been unarmed. I could only demand that Zhou Mang's surrender, his approach from behind, and the wound's position all enter the disciplinary record, so the official document would contain more than the 4 words, Wang who attacked his superior. Zhou Shang immediately ordered his guards to seize me. Qin Weining stopped them, while Lu Zhengbei and the Qingping soldiers testified on my behalf. After conceding, Zhou Mang had suddenly charged from behind. Anyone who had survived battle would instinctively counterattack. Before being carried away, Zhou Mang smiled through blood at the corner of his mouth. Brat, you've lost your reward. The army physician did not remove him immediately. He first recorded the wound's depth and direction in public. The spear point had entered from front to back, avoided the heart, and matched the path of someone charging directly toward me. Zhou Shang could still accuse me of using excessive force, but could not easily claim I had deliberately stabbed Zhou Meng from behind. The medical record was later sealed with the duel document. Only then did I understand his objective. Since he could not defeat me, he had traded a controlled wound in his chest for an accusation of insubordination. Whether he held a weapon might not matter in the army. As long as Zhou Shang insisted that I had stabbed a battalion commander, a public duel could be rewritten as an attack on a superior officer. After both sides argued for some time, Qin Weining issued a compromise. The 100 taels would still be awarded, but my planned 8th rank company command position would be reduced to section leader. My battlefield merit and today's offense would offset each other. The disciplinary decision was prepared in triplicate, with 1 copy each for the governor's office, the army camp, and the Qingping unit. Before pressing my fingerprint, I read every word and confirmed that it said accidental injury after a duel, not deliberate assassination. My reduced post could no longer be changed. An incorrect criminal charge, however, could kill me at my next promotion or military law review. Wang Hu, do you accept the decision? This subordinate accepts the order. When I pressed my fingerprint onto the decision, the 100 taels and a section leader's waist token were handed to me together. Losing the company command post meant more than losing a title. A section leader nominally commanded only 10 men, and every later request for grain, troop movement, or submission of a battle report would have to pass through someone else. With 1 controlled wound, Zhou Meng had taken away my lawful authority to command. Chen Feng understood that. Outside the drill ground, he voluntarily promised to continue considering my judgment. Military rank could be suppressed, but men who had survived battle knew who could lead them home alive. I did not openly turn hostile. Qin Weining had preserved my life and most of my merit. If I continued arguing, I would only drive Zhou Shang into a position where he had to kill me. But I would not forget Zhou Meng's scheme. After the awards, Zhou Shang immediately proposed 2 reinforcement assignments. Lu Jingbei would take 500 commandery soldiers and 1,000 support troops to Tangshan Fort. The remaining 300-plus men from Qingping County would go to Ningxia Fort. Qin Weining reminded him that we were mostly recruits, but Zhou Shang used the previous day's victory to silence doubt and claimed that Ningxia Fort's mountain terrain was ideal for training soldiers. On the surface, it looked like important work. In reality, we had only just reached Anqi Commandery and were being sent to an isolated fort more than 100 li away without rest or replacements. The Zhou family did not want to test my ability. They wanted to send the entire Qingping unit to the most dangerous place. When the order came down for us to depart in 3 days, I looked toward Zhou Shang on the platform. He did not look at me again, as though the destination of 300 men were merely a number crossed out with 1 casual stroke. After the drill ground dispersed, Lu Jingbei explained Ningxia Fort's situation. It lay more than 30 li south of Xishan Pass and had once been a major military iron mining fort. After the deposits declined, its garrison shrank from 1,000 men to around 200. Its repeated requests for aid now meant Hu cavalry had probably already attacked it. Raiders are roaming throughout Anqi. How do 300 infantrymen get there? Chen Feng asked. Hide by day and march by night. Lu Jingbei and I answered together. Ningxia's terrain favored defense. The real danger lay along the journey of more than 100 li. If a large body of cavalry discovered us, 300 recruits could not even run fast enough to escape. Lu Jingbei apologized for involving us. I did not place all the blame on him. The Zhou family already wanted to suppress the Lius and would never allow a man who had defeated Zhou Meng in public to remain in the city. Even if I had not intervened the previous day, Zhou Shang could have found another reason. Leaving may not be entirely bad, I told Chen Feng. At Ningxia Fort, at least our enemies will be outside the walls. If we stay here, we also have to watch our backs. The Qingping soldiers around us fell silent. Chen Feng publicly announced that from then on, his orders and mine would carry equal force. It was unusual for a company commander to recognize the authority of a mere section leader, but everyone had survived the battle outside the eastern gate. No one objected. I handed the 100 taels I had just received to Chen Feng and asked that it be divided among the families of the dead and our critically wounded comrades. We did not simply give the silver to one courier. Chen Feng divided the recipient villages into 3 routes. Each pouch bore the household's name outside and contained a list of the sum within, while a master account remained in camp. Upon reaching Qingping County, the escorts had to obtain a fingerprinted receipt from the local elder or family. We could not guarantee there would be no embezzlement on the road, but at least every tael would have a traceable destination. At first, Chen Feng refused the money, fearing I acted on a moment's impulse. I had the clerk classify the households of 52 dead and more than 10 critically wounded men. No duplicate payment if a man left no parents, wife, or children. A larger share where only elderly people and children remained. Future medical costs reserved for those likely to be disabled. 100 taels was not enough to give every family much, but we would not call ourselves benevolent after distributing it evenly without thought. Every reward donated by my brothers was recorded under the donor's name. If future military pay allowed, the public account should reimburse them gradually rather than turn voluntary contributions into pressure every soldier had to imitate. I said openly that there was nothing wrong with keeping one's reward to support a family. You're not keeping a single copper coin for yourself? Without them holding the Hu cavalry, I could not have killed the centurion. Besides, we're about to leave the city. Carrying silver ingots would only add weight. Jiang Xiaoyu placed his 5 taels in next, and Chen Ergu contributed 10. Other men who had received rewards followed one after another until all the silver was gathered. Chen Feng had the army clerk register it against the lists of dead and wounded and entrusted it to reliable couriers bound for Qingping County, without passing it through any individual's private hands. I took no opportunity to shout slogans of certain victory. I told everyone only, I cannot guarantee that no one will die, but as long as we remain one unit, the wounded will not be abandoned and no dead man's merit will be stolen. If you want more reward silver, learn the formations and your weapons first. For the first time, many recruits regarded me as a true commander rather than merely a man who could fight. For the next 3 days, no one could leave camp without permission, giving the Zhou family no further excuse. Nearly 200 men originally assigned to support duty also joined formation training. They could transport grain and repair fortifications, but they could not wait for the enemy to kill them with nothing but a wooden stick. Training began with fitting equipment to each man. A short soldier carrying a shield 1 zhang and 8 chi tall would only block his own sight, so 2 men worked together instead. Support troops with carpentry skills checked spear shafts for cracks, while experienced drivers practiced emergency turns. No one was excluded from survival skills because of the words support soldier. During the first wagon-turning drill, 2 grain carts collided by the axle and blocked our retreat for nearly 15 minutes. We subsequently numbered every cart. Odd numbers turned first and even numbers second, and each driver obeyed only his own convoy leader. If carts fought for the road only after Hu cavalry appeared, even an intact shield wall would be trapped by our own baggage. Gowa could not exert his injured shoulder, so he sat on high ground and recorded everyone who repeatedly went the wrong way during formation changes. Jiang Xiaoyu corrected each group according to his list. One man could not wield a spear, and the other was unsuited to a head-on fight. Yet together they improved the unit faster than 10 more recruits with brute strength. I assessed all 300-plus men again. Those who knew archery were listed separately. Tall and powerful men trained with large shields and long spears. Everyone else learned short knives, javelins, and filling gaps. Jiang Xiaoyu's quick reactions suited scouting. Li Erniu's strength suited the shield wall. Guo's shoulder was still healing, so he handled signals for the time being. Before leaving, Lu Jingbei invited me to the Lu residence that evening. His father wanted to meet me personally. The Zhou family had pushed us toward Ningxian Fort, while the Lu family was contacting me openly at that exact moment. Whether they intended gratitude or alliance, the meeting was worth attending. At 8:15 that evening, Lu Eru drove a carriage to take me to the Lu residence in the western city. The Lu estate occupied half a street and belonged to a different world from Anil Village's thatched huts. Lu Jingbei personally welcomed me at the gate. Lu Rushue had changed out of the clothes stained at the porridge stand and thanked me in the reception hall. She did not mention her embarrassment in the street again, asking only whether Gowa and the other wounded soldiers had received proper treatment. Lu family patriarch Lu Qingshan entered leaning on a cane. He had an old injury in his right leg and had reportedly served in the army for many years. Once seated, he wasted no time testing me with empty pleasantries. He first confirmed the details of the battle outside the city and the duel on the drill ground, then ordered servants to bring in 2 weapons. The first was a black iron lance. Fully assembled, it measured about 10 feet and weighed more than 100 gene over 110 pounds. Its blade was 2 feet long, sharpened on both sides and ridged for piercing armor. The shaft separated at the middle for carrying on foot and could be rejoined for mounted combat. An ordinary soldier would struggle merely to hold it level. In my hands, the weight felt exactly right. The strength granted by the system finally had a weapon capable of enduring it. I would no longer worry about snapping the shaft before completing a full-force strike. Lu Qingshan had me perform 3 sets of movements in the courtyard: thrust, sweep, and recover. On my first horizontal sweep, the blade's momentum nearly pulled me off balance. Being able to lift a 100-gene weapon did not mean one knew how to use it. An old servant drew mounted combat distances on the ground. Only after practicing more than 20 times did I learn to use my waist and legs to counter the return momentum. Simply drawing the bluefish bow fully did not count as skill either. 800 paces was its ideal long-range distance, while reliably killing a selected target required a much shorter range. Lu Jingbei gave me 3 types of arrows: light arrows for distance, heavy arrows for armor, and whistling arrows for signals. I would carry only 30, which meant I had to know the purpose of each one. The second weapon was the bluefish bow. Its body gleamed deep blue-green, and it came with a cowhide quiver holding 30 arrows. Lu Qingshan said its effective range could reach 800 paces, but the true distance depended on the archer's strength, the arrow, and the wind. Both weapons belonged to my father, Lu Qingshan said, stroking the black iron lance. They have lain in this residence for more than 30 years because no one could truly use them. I give them to you not only because you saved lives yesterday, but because good weapons belong on a battlefield. The gifts were worth far more than rescuing someone once. I did not pretend to be indifferent. I asked directly what he expected from me. Lu Qingshan answered frankly: survive, hold Ningxuan Fort, and kill more Hu soldiers. If Zheng Bei or Rushua faces danger later, help them if you are able. As long as it violates no military order and harms no innocent person, I agree. He also made me remember both weapons' limitations. Mud could jam the black iron lance's locking collar, so it had to be cleaned before assembly or disassembly. The bluefish bow could shoot far, but a damp bowstring would drastically reduce its power. The Lu household gave me spare strings and oiled cloth and required me to check the lance shaft for hidden cracks after every march. Without maintenance, even a divine weapon could become scrap iron when it was needed most. Hearing conditions attached to my promise pleased Lu Qingshan even more. He did not ask me to join the Lu family's side or avenge them against Zhou Meng. He simply showed me every old repair on the weapons and gave me a package containing spare bowstrings and lance collars. In return, I asked him to write a brief certificate recording the gift. If the Zhou family later accused me of stealing military arms, the Lu residents would have a document, while the city gate would possess a record of the weapons leaving. The more valuable a gift, the less it could depend on one private sentence. By accepting the weapons, I also publicly accepted the Lu family's goodwill. If the Zhou family learned of it, their hostility would deepen. But I could no longer trade endless retreat for safety. Better to carry equipment that could truly save my life to Ningxuan Fort than go empty-handed. During dinner, Lu Qingshan shared several lessons about using the lance in mountain terrain. In a narrow path, do not greedily keep the full length. Remove the rear section and wield it as a heavy spear. Against cavalry, preserve the complete length. Thrust at the horse's chest first, then sweep the rider. He also had me test the bluefish bow and confirm the condition of string and feathers. After several rounds of wine, I did not drink to excess and retired to a guest room before midnight. When I left the next day, Lu Jingbei personally demonstrated the shaft's locking collar. I stored the 3-foot rear section inside the quiver lining, carried the bluefish bow on my back, and held the 6-foot forward section of the lance in my right hand. My rank was still only section leader, but compared with when I entered the estate, the hidden cards in my hands were entirely different. Before departing, I tested walking, boarding a carriage, and turning within a narrow alley outside the gate. The full 10-foot lance was too long for city streets. Even separated, the forward section remained unbalanced toward the blade. The bluefish bow and 30 arrows also struck the lance bag. Lu Eru adjusted the straps until I found an arrangement that let me draw the bow or assemble the lance within 10 breaths. Good equipment became a hidden card only if I could carry it and still move. My next task was to make sure the 300-plus soldiers from Qingping County also possessed equipment that could get them to Ningxuan Fort alive. After I returned to camp, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others spent a long time gathered around the black iron lance. Chen Feng cared more about the supply list I proposed: bows, large shields, spare spears, and wagons for grain. Since Zhou Shang had ordered us to defend Ningxuan Fort, he could not send 300 men onto the road empty-handed. Chen Feng pestered Deputy Camp Commander Zheng Yuanshan outside his tent for an entire day and finally returned that evening with more than a dozen wagons. The supplies included 100 bows, 3,000 arrows, 200 spears, and 100 shields, 1 zhang, and 8 chi tall. We distributed bows according to existing experience, with 30 arrows per archer. Large shields went to tall, powerful men, who paired with long spears in the front rank. The remaining spears went to former support troops, while old weapons were reserved as replacements and javelins. The exact quantity did not mean uniform quality. More than 10 of the 100 bows had damp limbs, and some of the 200 spears had loose heads. The best batch went to the advance unit. Craftsmen repaired the second-grade equipment through the night, and anything still defective became training gear only. We would never issue it for battle merely to make the inventory appear complete. Every man receiving a bow fired 3 arrows on the spot. Some had used hunting bows before, but did not understand volley fire. Others had strong arms, but continually sent arrows toward their comrades. Fewer than 100 ultimately qualified for the archer unit. The convoy carried the unused bows rather than forcing them on men who could not shoot. Once the equipment arrived, we did not waste our 3 days of rest. By day, we practiced advancing the shield wall and rotating archer volleys. By night, we assembled without fires. Cloth wrapped the wagon axles, baskets were prepared for the horses' muzzles, and every metal fitting was secured to keep it from clattering during a night march. At 8 in the evening 3 days later, the southern gate opened. More than 300 Qingping soldiers left the city with over a dozen wagons and soon turned off the official road into darkness. The principles Chen Feng and I set were simple. March after sunset and find concealment before dawn. Enter no village, light no fire, and pursue no enemy. Scouts advance 2 li before the main force moves. We would rather spend several extra days than let Hu riders locate the entire unit. We encountered no enemy the first night. Before dawn, we reached woods outside a village. I sent Zhang Xiaoyu and Goa to investigate. Both returned half an hour later with grim faces. A rest site was not simply the first patch of forest we happened to see. Scouts circled it first to confirm there was no fresh horse manure or cooking smoke. The wagons then entered over hard ground. The last 2 carts deliberately continued north for a short stretch, leaving tracks before doubling back over stone. The deception could not fool a major search, but it might make passing raiders believe we were still following the main road. After seeing the bodies in the village, several men from nearby wanted to search for relatives. I did not suppress them with an order alone. I had them identify the houses, then sent 2 scouts to observe from upwind. After confirming there were no survivors or recent footprints, we placed only 1 marker outside the woods and planned to give the coordinates to Ningxian Fort. We would not expose 300 men because of it. Someone accused us of being heartless for not even collecting the dead. I told him that if the unit stopped inside the village and Hu cavalry attacked, 300 more corpses would join them. Only after delivering the reinforcements to the fort would we have the right to return and bury anyone. No living person remained in the village, only dozens of decomposing corpses. Not even the youngest children had been spared. Someone proposed entering to search for water and grain. I refused immediately. The bodies could spread disease, and Hu cavalry might use the village as bait or an observation post. We carried dry rations and water flasks. Several sacks of grain were not worth exposing the unit. We pulled the wagons beneath the trees and covered them with branches. Baskets went over the horses' muzzles. For squads rotated guard duty for 3 hours at a time. Everyone else slept where he was, with shoes on and forbidden to leave sight of the sentries. During daylight, more than 10 riders passed along the distant official road. Scouts sounded a bird call warning in time, and every man remained flat in the woods without loosing an unauthorized arrow. Only after the hoofbeats vanished completely did we rearrange the wagon tracks and brush away the most obvious signs. Several consecutive days with night and day reversed began exhausting the troops. Some men swayed as they walked. Others could fall asleep leaning against a shield. I reduced our distance each night. We would rather spend more time than let the formation collapse on its own during the final dozens of li. Chen Feng initially worried about missing the military deadline. We spread out the remaining distance and the troops conditioned and recalculated. At the original pace, we could arrive in 2 nights, but might lose more than 10 stragglers. Reducing speed by 10% would add only half a night while preserving our vigilance. He recorded the reason for the adjustment in the march log. If one disobeyed an unrealistic speed target, evidence had to be left. A later claim that it was for the soldiers would not suffice. On the 5th night, the terrain gradually rose, and the official road became a narrow mountain path. Broken weapons and dried blood appeared more frequently, showing both that Ningxian Fort was near and that battle had occurred here recently. At dawn, we finally saw a stone wall built against the mountain. Only one winding mountain road led into Ningxia Fort. Steep slopes on both sides compressed the space available for a cavalry charge. The stone wall was around 165 feet wide, and the mountain gate stood 25 feet high, with archers already positioned above it. The moment we appeared, warning gongs sounded inside. I raised a hand and stopped the unit 100 paces away. Only Qin Feng and I approached with our documents. Someone on the wall demanded our identities. Qin Feng gave his title as company commander from Qingping County and announced the reinforcement order. After a moment, the gate opened a crack and 5 soldiers emerged to inspect our waste tokens, Qin Waning's handwritten order, and army documents. The young man leading them introduced himself as Li Jun. He verified every item, then carried the papers back inside to compare the seals. Only after the wall confirmed them did the gate open completely. I learned later that the defenders had initially mistaken us for whose soldiers in stolen uniforms. Ningxia Fort had suffered several attacks. One moment of carelessness could allow an enemy into its heart. Their caution was not directed at reinforcements. It was a rule for survival. Throughout the inspection, the archers on the wall never lowered their bows. I had the Qingping soldiers angle their spear points down and keep the wagons beyond range so one nervous movement would not provoke an accidental volley. 5 days of concealed marching had exhausted everyone. The closer people came to the destination, the more likely relief was to make them careless. Even after the documents were confirmed, we did not all surge through the gate. The first 50 men entered and checked the inside for safety. Each wagon was registered individually, and the rear guard went last. If who riders followed us, the defenders could close the gate at any moment instead of having a long column jam it open. Li Jun also required everyone to wash the soles of his shoes in an outer trough and separate anyone who was ill. We had passed abandoned villages. If disease entered a fort with only one primary well, reinforcements would become a disaster. 3 men whose diarrhea had not ended were sent to an isolation barracks and rejoined us only after examination by an army physician. Fort Commander Wei Meng received us in person. He was powerfully built and dark-skinned and spoke directly. When he heard that we had lost no one along the road and brought 100 bows, 3,000 arrows, and 100 large shields, his tense expression finally relaxed. We've sent so many requests for aid. At last, living men have arrived. 2 company commanders stood beside Wei Meng, the slender Li Jun and Bai Shuang, who had a purple birthmark covering half her face. Bai Shuang led 8 female soldiers in arranging barracks. She moved swiftly and asked no unnecessary questions. Ningxia Fort had many old barracks, so the 300-plus soldiers were quickly housed. More than 10 ordinary soldiers shared each room. Qin Feng received company command quarters, and Bai Shuang reserved a private room for me as well. I did not lie down at once. First, I ordered every unit to recount its personnel. 386 recruits had left Qingping. After subtracting those dead or critically wounded outside Anxi City and those remaining there for treatment, the number actually reaching the fort had to match the army register. We also transferred every bow, arrow, shield, and spear from the dozen-plus wagons, with both sides retaining a signed and sealed copy. The kitchens had prepared rations only for the original garrison and lacked enough stoves when the Qingping reinforcements arrived unexpectedly. I had my men eat the dry rations they carried and leave the hot food to the wounded and fort soldiers coming off continuous watch. That small arrangement softened the defenders' initially guarded attitude and prevented a fight over 1 bowl of porridge on our first day. The supply transfer revealed 3 bundles of damp arrows and 2 large shields cracked during the journey. We did not shift the responsibility to Ningxia's defenders. Instead, we marked each loss against the departure inventory. Reparable items went to the workshop. Irreparable shields were broken down for lumber. If reinforcements and defenders distrusted one another over accounts from the first day, they would argue over whose storeroom should provide a single arrow during a real siege. I am only a section leader. Under military regulations, I don't qualify for private quarters, I said. Qin Feng explained for me. Outside the eastern gate, he killed a Hu centurion and 13 riders. He should have been appointed company commander, but was reduced to section leader because of a conflict on the drill ground. Bai Shuang glanced at the black iron lance in my hands and did not argue further. If you can command and kill the enemy, take the room. Meeting in the main hall this afternoon. Don't be late. After she left, I inspected the fort's terrain first. The fortress backed against the mountain and was difficult to attack from the front. Its well and old mine tunnels lay within the walls. But the outer farmland had gone fallow, and no one yet knew how much grain remained in storage. If an enemy stormed the place, The narrow road could indeed offset cavalry's advantage. If the siege lasted, grain would determine who lived. The Qingping soldiers were exhausted after 5 days of concealed travel. I ordered each unit to count personnel, weapons, and arrows first, then rotate through meals and rest. Entering the fort was no excuse to lower our guard. Before the afternoon meeting, Bai Yushuang came for me again and asked directly, "If you can kill a centurion, why did you willingly accept a demotion?" Because inside Anchi City, preserving my men mattered more than winning an argument. She was silent for a moment, then turned to lead the way. Ningxuan Fort's defenders clearly understood that Zhou Shang had sent this reinforcement force for more than reinforcement. Before the meeting in the main hall, Chen Feng told Wei Ming how I had been demoted in Anchi City. Far from holding it against me, Wei Ming appointed me Ningxuan Fort's 4th Company commander on the spot. "Zhou Shang won't let you command troops, but I will. Here, we care whether a man can hold the wall and kill enemies, not whose nephew he is." The appointment was an internal fort assignment and might not be recognized outside Ningxuan, but it gave me real command authority. I did not refuse and accepted with a clasped fist salute. At the same time, I requested that the appointment be written into that day's military orders and signed and sealed by Wei Ming, Chen Feng, and the 2 fort company commanders. A commander's oral statement that "you lead the men" could easily be denied after he was injured. With documentation, each unit would at least know I was not usurping authority when I issued orders to defend the wall, move grain, or retreat. Once the meeting began, Bai Yushuang reported the most urgent figures. Ningxuan Fort originally held 307 soldiers. With the Qingping reinforcements, the garrison now exceeded 600, but the granary contained fewer than 100, sure enough for no more than half a month at the current rate. She pushed the grain ledger in front of me. The figures had not deducted losses to rats, mildew, and grain reserved for seed. The amount that could actually enter a cooking pot was smaller than the written total. If we issued full combat rations daily, it would be gone in 13 or 14 days. If we halved rations immediately, the recruits would lose their strength before the enemy even arrived. I proposed counting well water, salt, and medicine. The result was equally poor. We had enough water, 1 month's salt, and even less cloth and medicine for stopping blood. Ningxuan Fort did not face a single grain shortage. It faced a siege that might begin at any moment after its supplies broke. Unharvested corn and millet remained in the fields below the mountain, but 300 Hu riders occupied Li family village more than 10 li from the fort specifically to watch the mountain road. If the garrison descended to collect crops, they would use their cavalry's speed to harass us. In an earlier defense of the gate, the garrison had suffered more than 50% casualties and lost 2 company commanders. 80% of the remaining troops were also recruits and did not dare leave the stone wall. Bai Yushuang placed the records of the previous 2 expeditions on the table. The first grain party had been chased across open ground and lost 7 wagons. The second sent only a small detachment, but Hu riders followed its hoofprints to an outer sentry post. Repeating the same method would trade more casualties for less grain. Reconnaissance had to find a route that avoided the northern official road. "Do the Hu riders always remain at the village entrance?" I asked. "Yes," Wei Ming said. "In a frontal battle, they could ride back and forth through our men several times. We can't fight them head-on. What about at night?" Li Jun believed a night raid was equally dangerous. The terrain outside the village was open. If a sentry discovered infantry before they approached, 300 riders could mount rapidly. Wei Ming did not reject the idea outright, but said we had only just arrived and did not understand the roads, camp, or Hu routines. We could not gamble 600 lives blindly. I accepted his judgment. Then we scout first. I'll descend tomorrow morning and examine the terrain around Li family village before we discuss an attack. We divided the reconnaissance objective into 5 items: the garrison's actual strength, sentry rotations, the horse's location, a concealed route behind the village, and whether civilians were being held captive. Until those questions had answers, any night raid would merely gamble lives on luck. Although Li Jun opposed leaving the fort, he still volunteered an old map and 2 observation points. A different opinion did not mean refusal to cooperate, which made me reassess him. He feared that if the attack failed, no one would remain to defend the fort. He did not simply look down on Qingping's recruits. Bai Yushuang knew the nearby villages, so Wei Ming ordered her to accompany me. She did not object and proposed that we depart after breakfast and return before midnight. After the meeting, I did not rest immediately. I inventoried the equipment the Qingping unit had brought. We had not fought along the road, so all 3,000 arrows remained intact, while the large shields and long spears showed only minor wear. If we attacked, these supplies would form our central advantage. When the gate opened the next day, Wei Ming recognized the black iron lance and bluefish bow in my hands. He had seen the weapons while serving under Lu Qingshan. Learning that the Lu family had given me both made him even more certain that the Zhou family had not transferred us by coincidence. Jiang Xiaoyu and the others wanted to descend with me. I refused them all. A larger reconnaissance party left more visible tracks. Bai Yushuang and I each took one horse, 1 day's dry rations, and essential weapons, then turned onto a forest path after leaving the gate. Whether the fort survived the next 2 weeks did not depend on sitting in the hall and waiting for the Hu soldiers to leave. It depended on whether we could find a weakness in those 300 riders. 3 li from Li family village, Bai Yushuang reined in her horse inside the woods. The farmland ahead lay open. Unharvested corn might conceal someone on foot, but it could not stop cavalry patrols. The camp at the village entrance stood on higher ground. Approaching by force in daylight would almost certainly expose us. She told me the Hu riders often drank after dusk and were least alert late at night. If we could enter from behind the village, the hour after 1 in the morning would offer the best chance to approach the camp. We tied the horses deep in the woods and waited for night. Moonlight had just spread across the cornfield when I heard irregular footsteps among the stalks. It was not a trained cavalry patrol, but sounded like a group trying to hide. More than a dozen children emerged from the field. The eldest was 15 or 16, and the youngest was not yet 10. Only after we identified ourselves as government troops did the leading boy say they came from Li family village. Hu cavalry had killed the village's men and elderly and abducted the women. The children had hidden in a cellar, escaped at night 2 days earlier, and survived on raw corn ever since. The children did not come closer merely because we said government troops. Bai Yushuang placed her Wei's token on the ground and retreated several paces so they could inspect it themselves. I placed a water flask and dry rations beside it without reaching for any child. Only after the youngest drank did the others slowly emerge from the corn. While Li Chang'an spoke, he constantly looked toward the village entrance. He was not afraid of us. He feared that Hu soldiers might follow their tracks. I had 2 of the older children restore the disturbed branches along their route, then moved everyone to another patch of woods to rest. Such survival details showed that more than luck had kept them hidden for 2 days. The boy's name was Li Chang'an. He was 15, his parents had been killed, and his older sister had been abducted. He not only knew the route behind the village, but said Li family village concealed around 1,000 shur of grain. Villagers had stored it for disasters over many years, and the Hu riders had not yet discovered it. Bai Yushuang reminded me, Ningxuan Fort is short on food already. If we take these children back, that's more than 10 additional mouths. Pointing us to the hidden grain has already paid for their rations. I looked at Li Chang'an. Besides, we defend Liangzhou, not just one wall. Li Chang'an immediately volunteered to guide us, asking only that the army rescue the captives. I did not let him participate in the fighting. I required him only to lead us to the river, then wait in the cornfield. He explained that the connected cornfields led directly to a small river behind the village. It was 16 to 20 feet wide and almost 6.5 feet deep at its deepest point. 7 or 8 Hu soldiers normally guarded the bridge. Unless we used it, we would have to swim. Most of the cavalry stayed at the village entrance, leaving the rear comparatively weak. That route was far better than approaching over open ground. I left the other children hidden separately in the woods with dry rations and a clear signal. If we did not return in 4 hours, they were to move on their own rather than wait until dawn. I also asked different children to draw the bridge, grain cellar, and Hu camp. Their sketches did not fully agree. Some remembered the river north of the ancestral hall, while others said west. Li Chang'an explained that they had lost their sense of direction while fleeing at night. We therefore accepted only the details. Everyone confirmed the river's width, bridge guards, and cornfield as reliable. We would have to verify the grain cellar ourselves. I also gave Li Chang'an a wooden piece carved with Ningxuan's mark. If we lost contact, he could lead the children along the eastern mountain road and hold the token above his head outside the hidden sentry post, preventing defenders from mistaking them for Hu bait. Children should not become collateral losses of a reconnaissance plan. He insisted on waiting there, not only for revenge, but because his sister might still be inside the village. I did not tell him to abandon hatred. I only made it clear that we would rescue no one that night. Acting early would kill more captives. Endurance was also part of battle. Before we left, Li Chang'an asked me, will the government army truly fight the Hu? A few days ago, I killed 14 riders outside Anshi's eastern gate. I gave him no empty promise. But tonight is only reconnaissance. We must see the enemy clearly before we can bring more people home alive. He nodded hard and led us into the cornfield. The 15-year-old walked lightly, knew which stalks had already fallen, and understood where our passage would leave obvious tracks. Near the river, he pointed toward a faint glow on the left. The bridge is there. The whose soldiers often doze after drinking, but I don't know when the guard changes. An unknown rotation made risking the bridge impossible. I left Li Chang'an in the field, and Bai Shuang and I crawled to the riverbank to wait until clouds covered the moon. If we were to take Li family village, that insignificant river would be the entry point for the entire operation. There were indeed 8 whose soldiers beside the bridgehead fire. We watched for nearly 2 hours and confirmed that they followed no fixed patrol, merely rising occasionally to inspect the river. After midnight, clouds covered the moon. Bai Shuang and I held our long weapons overhead and entered the water where the riverside grass grew thickest. The bed was uneven, and the deepest section approached 6.5 feet, but fortunately the current was gentle. We swam silently to the opposite bank and used the grass to conceal our soaked uniforms. Bai Shuang chose to remain by the river, watching the bridge and covering my withdrawal. I entered the village alone. First, I recorded the distance from the bank to each cluster of houses, then moved toward the village entrance. The Hu riders truly disliked sleeping inside mud brick houses. Most tents stood on open ground at the village entrance. The camp's perimeter had neither barricades nor trenches. Horses were tethered together on the western side, with only several fires and scattered sentries nearby. Many men were still drinking, and patrols were infrequent. I estimated distance by counting paces and carved marks into a wooden tablet in my palm. The bridgehead lay about 300 paces from the captive courtyard, with nearly 200 more to the horse enclosure. The main camp's exit faced southeast. Wind blew from the village rear toward the camp gate. Fire would drive smoke back toward us, so the first phase could not rely on arson. A 5-man patrol passed twice in half an hour, but followed slightly different routes. The Hu force had no strict rotation, yet still conducted random inspections. During the real attack, we would need observation posts. We could not assume that drinking meant the entire camp slept. The second patrol came almost 15 minutes earlier than the first and nearly trapped me between 2 rows of mud houses. Rather than climb a wall and make noise, I crawled into a half-collapsed pigsty and waited until they passed. That delay made me change every clear route on my map to low-frequency patrol, preventing one lucky passage from misleading 500 people after I returned. As I passed a courtyard lit by fire, I heard whipping. I climbed its low wall to observe and saw nearly 100 men imprisoned inside, varying greatly in age and clothing. The guards' conversation revealed that they were blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and other craftsmen abducted from surrounding villages and intended for transport to the grasslands. 4 guards remained permanently outside, while a centurion inspected the courtyard at intervals. The captives were weak, but still mobile. If we controlled this street first during the night attack, they could not only be rescued, but also help transport grain and repair the fort. I heard someone inside quietly arranging shifts to care for the wounded, proving the captives still had organization. If we told them the direction of withdrawal in advance, we would not need to send many soldiers searching for individuals during the raid. Direct contact could expose me, so I only noted a loose brick at one corner of the wall where we could deliver a message during the operation. Women's and children's voices came from another row of tents nearby. I did not risk approaching and marked it civilian area on my map. Our archers had to avoid that sector, and the ground force could not treat everyone emerging from a tent as a Hu soldier. I continued around the camp's rear flank and recorded the gate, horse enclosure, command tent, and 3 retreat routes. The 300 riders did not all sleep in one place. Roughly 2/3 concentrated at the village entrance, while the rest guarded the bridge, grain wagons, and captives. A sudden attack on the main camp from the village rear would make it difficult for riders to mount among the narrow tent lanes. But once they charged through the gate, infantry would lose its advantage. Well after 1 in the morning, I withdrew along the route I had come. Bai Shuang had remained hidden in the grass. When I returned, she first confirmed whether the bridge guard had changed before entering the river with me. The second swim felt colder than the first. Wet clothing clung to us and made every movement slower. We exchanged no unnecessary words, merely warning one another of hidden holes until we crawled back into the cornfield. Li Chang'an was still waiting. The moment he heard that nearly 100 craftsmen were imprisoned in a courtyard, he asked whether I had seen his sister. I could not confirm it. I told him only that the abducted women might be in the other tent area. During the real attack, we would do everything possible to rescue them, but I could not promise everyone was still alive. He bit his lip and did not force me to make a promise. We returned to the woods and gathered the other children. Bai Yushuang divided all the dry rations from her saddle among them. Li Chang'an then guided us to an abandoned hut deep in the woods, where we could not see the village fires and patrol riders were unlikely to discover us. I drew a simple camp map on the ground. A small unit could infiltrate along the river behind the village. The cornfields could conceal a large body of infantry, while the open ground outside the camp gate suited a shield wall and archers. The outline of a two-sided attack had taken shape, but before deciding to deploy troops, we still had to take the children safely back to Ningxian Fort and confirm that the 1,000 share of grain truly existed. If our wet clothes did not dry, hypothermia could set in before we returned. We lit a small fire inside the hut and had Li Chang'an and the other children eat in the woods outside. Bai Yushuang and I took turns approaching the fire and hanging our outer uniforms over broken timber, always keeping our underclothes and weapons with us. I checked our hands and feet first. After so long in cold water, Bai Yushuang had a mild cramp in one calf, while river stones had cut the soles of my feet. The wounds were small, but could worsen over more than 10 li of mountain road. We cleaned and rebound them with dry cloth and decided to return by circling through the cornfields rather than using the river again. The children did not scramble for the dry rations. Li Chang'an divided the food from youngest to oldest and ate last himself. Seeing it, Bai Yushuang quietly left another cake behind without praising him in public. For a boy who had lost his parents, respect mattered more than pity. When the fire brightened, I noticed that the purple birthmark on the left side of her face was fading and revealing her natural skin beneath. Bai Yushuang caught my gaze, immediately covered her face, and raised her silver spear across her body. No third person may learn what you saw tonight. Only then did I understand that the birthmark was a medicinal disguise. 2 crossings through the river had washed it away early. Female soldiers were already rare, and she was a company commander. Deliberately hiding her appearance spared her many troubles from men like Zhou Meng. I promised to keep it secret. I turned my back. I'll guard the door until you've reapplied it. She remained suspicious. What if word gets out? Then punish me for leaking military intelligence. Her appearance was not military intelligence, but she must have had a reason to hide it. We had only begun working together, and I had no right to force an explanation from her. My assurance finally made her lower the spear and take medicine from a small bottle she carried. I guarded the doorway without looking back. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Do you truly have 5 wives in Anil village?" Her willingness to reapply the disguise near me did not mean we had suddenly become intimate. It meant only that the reconnaissance had established the minimum professional trust. I did not ask why she needed the disguise. Everyone could have a past he did not wish to reveal. As long as it did not affect orders or comrades' safety, it should not be traded as gossip. The court issued the marriage register. You can inspect it later if you don't believe me. I simply didn't expect a man who talks like you could persuade 5 women to share a life with him. Was that a compliment or an insult? The hut was briefly silent, followed by a very soft laugh. When she emerged, the purple mark covered the left side of her face again, and her expression had returned to its usual coldness. We rested in shifts for less than 2 hours before the sky began to pale. The dozen-plus children had been fleeing for days and were already exhausted. They could neither ride nor travel mountain roads quickly. Bai Yushuang and I placed the 2 youngest on our horses and tied the others into a long line with rope so they would not become separated in the forest. On the way back, we avoided open ground and stopped only briefly beside a stream. Li Chang'an identified the hidden grain's location. The abandoned well behind the ancestral hall east of the village was a false entrance. The true cellar lay beneath the neighboring woodshed and required moving 2 stone slabs. In the past, only elders from several families knew the secret. Li Chang'an had overheard his father explain it while they hid. As we approached Ningxian, the concealed sentries recognized Bai Yushuang and me first, then saw the children behind us. Jiang Xiaoyu, Li Erniyu, and the others rushed through the gate to receive us and carried the weakest children inside. I ordered the kitchen to prepare thin porridge first. Children who had starved for days could not eat too much at once. Li Chang'an still insisted on drawing the grain seller's location for the clerk before picking up his bowl. An army physician found 3 children with fever and 2 with ulcerated feet. We placed them together in one empty barracks and allowed them to choose their own caregivers rather than separating them. The grain ledger listed Li family village survivors separately so they would not be driven away from the kitchen several days later when no one remembered responsibility for them. I had the clerk mark the source of every piece of intelligence they provided. The grain seller's location came from Li Chang'an's father. The bridge guard count was personally observed. The cavalry routine was only village residents' impressions. Intelligence of different grades carried different risks during an operation. His information about grain, river, and camp transformed the night raid from a blind gamble into a possible operation. Inside the council hall, I spread the Li family village map across the table and reported each reconnaissance finding. Approximately 300 Hu riders, with lax defenses in the main camp, 8 men at the bridge, and 4 permanent guards at the captive courtyard. Nearly 100 craftsmen imprisoned in the village, and roughly 1,000 share of grain hidden to the east. Li Jun still considered the risk too high. Even if only half the 300 riders mounted in time, they could crush recruits on open ground. Bai Yushuang supported the operation for direct reasons. Without the grain, more than 600 people would still fail to hold the fort after half a month. Without rescuing the craftsmen, the iron or piled inside the fort could not become weapons. Chen Feng agreed to fight, and Wei Ming made the final decision. Of 5 commanders, 4 supported the raid and 1 reserved judgment, but everyone promised unified execution once the order was issued. My plan attacked from 2 sides. A main force of 300 spearmen under Wei Ming, Bai Yushuang, and me would infiltrate from behind the village and use the tents and streets to keep cavalry from mounting. Chen Feng and Li Jun would hide 100 shield troops and 100 archers in the cornfield outside the camp gate, block the road, and loose volleys when the Hu riders tried to break out. The remaining 100 or so soldiers would defend Ningxuan Fort's gate and granary. Li Jun demanded answers for 3 failures. What if the bridge guard raised the alarm early? What if cavalry charged the gate before the main camp fell into disorder? What if the enemy abandoned camp and attacked Ningxuan instead? We added withdrawal conditions accordingly. If the first alarm sounded before the main force crossed the river, the entire operation was cancelled. If the shield wall was breached twice in succession, archers would launch smoke arrows and withdraw toward the woods. If signal smoke rose from the mountain gate, every unit would prioritize returning to the fort. A plan did not assume every step would succeed. It decided in advance what had to be abandoned. If any one of the 500 men became greedy for battle, he could take away everyone else's path of retreat. The operation had only 3 keys. First, control the horse enclosure so cavalry could not form a charge. Simultaneously rescue the craftsmen and abducted civilians so Hu soldiers could not use hostages. And make the shield wall hold the first breakout attempt, or both sides of the main camp would collapse. We set departure for dusk on the 3rd day and the attack for after 1 in the morning. During the next 2 days, everyone practiced in his actual operational group. No one would be reassigned at the last moment. Ningxuan Fort now held more than 600 soldiers. Wei Ming personally led 200. Chen Feng, Bai Yushuang, Li Jun, and I each led 100. To keep every unit functioning if its company commander lost contact, we also selected 6 deputy company commanders, Guo for my unit, Chen Ergu for Chen Feng's, Sun Daniu for Bai Yushuang's, and veteran Li Erping for Li Jun's. Shin Feng and Zhu Yidao helped Wei Ming with his 200 men. Neither Li Erniu nor Jiang Xiaoyu competed for a title. Li Erniu said he was good at bracing a shield, not giving commands. Jiang Xiaoyu preferred leading scouts. Guo's shoulder had not fully healed, but he remained the calmest and remembered commands best. I temporarily kept heavy weapons out of his hands and made formation and communications his primary duties. Deputy company commander is not a reward, I told the 3 of them. If I fall, Guo must lead these 100 men out of the village. If anyone objects to the arrangement, say it now. No one did. In subsequent training, wooden posts represented the horse enclosure, while ropes marked tent lanes. Shield troops repeatedly practiced closing ranks in darkness. Archers obeyed only 3 whistle signals: prepare, volley, and cease. No one could loose an arrow without orders before friendly troops emerged from the camp gate. Army physicians joined the drill as well. They designated a casualty collection point in the woods behind the village and issued 2 blood-stopping cloths and 1 makeshift stretcher to each unit. If a man in the raiding force fell, the nearest 2 soldiers could only drag him to the edge of the lane, where a cleanup man took over. The entire unit could not stop for 1 casualty. The rule sounded cold, but it was more likely to save a life than having everyone surround a wounded man during a melee. The first night drill immediately revealed problems. Archers could not see the white cloth markers and nearly shot simulated friendly troops, while the shield unit blocked the exit during its turn. I recalled every captain and restarted the drill, adding torch height to the 3 whistle signals for dual confirmation. If a signal could be misunderstood in training, it would be worse in battle. Goa proposed designating 1 cleanup man for every 10 soldiers to make sure no one was left behind. That simple arrangement later saved many wounded and proved that judgment, not individual strength, determined who should become deputy company commander. On the second night, I checked the bluefish bow string, the black iron lance's locking collar, and every unit's torches again. 600 lives, nearly 100 craftsmen, and 1,000 sure of grain all depended on one night raid. We could win this battle. We could not lose. At dusk on the third day, 500 soldiers completed a final roll call inside the mountain gate. Wei Ming did not describe the raid as an easy chance for merit. He emphasized 3 orders: no unauthorized fires, no looting spoils, and no leaving one's unit to pursue enemies. Anyone who fled in battle would be punished under military law. I walked along the ranks inspecting the men. Some gripped their spears until their knuckles turned white. Some continually licked their lips in excitement. Others deliberately joked with the men beside them, but their voices trembled. 2 days of joint drills could make them remember formation, not erase fear. I had every 10-man squad identify the comrades before and behind them again, then set the recognition challenge as Ningshan and the answer as defend the land. Anyone unable to give the answer at night could not enter our ranks merely because he wore our uniform. I also changed the plan signal to 3 variants. A torch swept sideways 3 times meant the bridge was safe. A torch held upright and still meant wait in place. A torch dropped to the ground meant exposure, and everyone must withdraw into the woods immediately. Not every plan succeeded. If something went wrong, 500 men at least had to know how to escape alive. Li Chang'an and another boy familiar with the village roads, Li Changshan, volunteered to guide us. I forbade them to carry spears or fight. Li Chang'an would accompany the force approaching from the village rear, while Li Changshan would show the campgate ambush the nearest cornfield ditch. After guiding the troops, both had to remain in a safe place. The force left the fort after dark and reached the woods outside Li family village at 1:15 in the morning. Li Jun and Chen Feng led 200 men toward the camp gate, while Wei Ming entrusted me with on-site command of the 300 soldiers behind the village. We crossed the cornfield and stopped 100 yards from the riverbank. By 1 in the morning, only 2 bridge guards still walked back and forth. The other 6 were resting beneath a tree. Waiting was more torturous than marching. Corn leaves rustled in the night wind. Several recruits mistook the sound for approaching riders and nearly raised their spears together. I held down the shaft of the nearest man and had the command passed backward 1 layer at a time. Only after all 300 men crouched low again did I notice that my palm was drenched in sweat too. Bai Yushuang and I went first. To keep wet clothing from slowing me, I wrapped my outer uniform tightly and carried it on the lance overhead. I swam silently to the opposite bank and moved behind the bridge to cut off retreat. Bai Yushuang remained in the grass on the original bank and shot both standing sentries at once. After the first arrow struck, the other whose soldier turned to shout. I added a shot from the far bank and trapped the sound in his throat. Men beneath the tree woke. Bai Yushuang loosed arrows in rapid succession, while I used the darkness to approach and dealt with anyone reaching for the signal horn using my shortened lance. As the final guard rolled over, he kicked into the campfire, sending a burning branch toward the bridge planks. Bai Yushuang did not rush to chase him. She first kicked the fire back onto bare earth. I also stopped to listen for a response from the village. Aside from distant horses and drunken voices, there was no horn and no organized movement. Only then did we verify each body and collect the horn and bows beside them. All 8 bridge guards were down. None had lit the alarm fire. I swept a covered torch sideways 3 times. Receiving the signal, Wei Ming led 300 men rapidly across the bridge. Their feet inevitably made noise, but fortunately drunken commotion had not completely ceased inside the village, and the who camp did not notice at once. The bridge could not support 300 people running across simultaneously, so I spaced them in groups of 10. One man slipped and knocked his spear but against the wooden railing. The sharp sound instantly tightened my back. Everyone froze until another burst of laughter came from the who camp, and only then did I wave the column onward. I understood clearly in that moment. A surprise attack did not mean we were superhuman. It meant only that the enemy had not yet assembled these small sounds into a warning. Our next target was the craftsman's courtyard, for guards were dispersed outside the gate. Bai Yushuang and I each selected 2 and fired simultaneously. Someone inside heard the faint sounds. Through the gate, I identified us as Ningxuan Fort's government soldiers, and ordered everyone to remain quiet until fighting began in the main camp, after which we would break the gate and evacuate them. They did not cheer, responding only in whispers from the darkness. People who had truly been imprisoned understood better than recruits how many lives one uncontrolled shout could cost. The 300 infantry continued advancing and stopped 30 paces outside the Hu camp fence. 2 watchtowers stood within, with sentries still awake. Using the brazier light to aim, Bai Shuang and I each loosed 1 arrow. Both men fell onto the tower platforms almost simultaneously. I climbed over the simple wooden fence and occupied the right watchtower, while Bai Shuang took the left. From above, we could see the tent exits and horse enclosure. Whoever first tried to organize troops would be shot first. The second torch signal appeared. Outside the fence, Wei Ming raised his great black dragon saber. 300 spearmen pressed against the wood at once. With one dull crash, the entire camp was about to awaken. After the fence collapsed, Wei Ming divided the 300 men into 10-man squads and advanced along the tent lanes. When the Hu soldiers woke, many had not yet found their curved sabers, much less reached the horse enclosure. Flames quickly appeared behind the first row of tents. I did not know whether a lamp had overturned or someone wanted to use fire to cause chaos. The wind blew toward the captive courtyard. I immediately shouted from the watchtower to stop all burning and sent 2 squads to smother the flames with earth and wet blankets. If the tents caught together, Hu soldiers would die, but so would the abducted civilians. Our carefully planned infiltration would become an uncontrolled massacre. Bai Shuang and I did not shoot randomly into the chaotic crowd. We selected only 3 kinds of targets: horn blowers, armored officers, and men approaching the horses. More than 10 Hu soldiers tried to gather before the central tent. The centurion leading them had barely shouted a command when arrows drove him back inside, and the formation scattered. The ground units sealed each lane as trained. Li Erniu controlled distance with the front rank spears while Gowa carried commands behind them. Zhang Xiaoyu led a squad directly to the horse enclosure, cut loose several lead horses, then blocked the exit with a wooden wagon. Riders unable to form a charge were merely infantry, trapped by tents and their own comrades. Training still revealed cracks in real combat. One recruit stabbed an enemy and then gripped his spear so tightly that he blocked 3 men behind him. Another squad heard screams from the side and nearly left its lane to help. From above, I called the captains by name and ordered them to guard only the 30 paces under their feet. Gowa also struck the stunned recruit with the back of his blade and helped pull the spear free. The formation did not remain intact because no one was afraid. It survived because someone always pulled the frightened back into position in time. Some tents held abducted women. Wei Ming ordered soldiers to gather them in a cleared area. No one could harass them amid the chaos, and the women could not run toward the fire on their own. Arrows in a camp did not distinguish identity. Uncontrolled flight would place them in greater danger. The craftsman's courtyard opened at the same time. Nearly 100 captives first blocked the street entrance with boards, then evacuated toward the rear bridge under protection of 10 soldiers. Some wanted to search for relatives. I had them remember the tents' locations and wait until the main battle ended for an organized search. An old blacksmith seized my sleeve and said his son might still be carrying grain in the main camp. I did not promise to search immediately. I gave the man's name, age, and clothing to the soldier responsible for records. In darkness, the greatest danger was not failing to find someone. It was everyone rushing out separately to search. The old blacksmith released me through clenched teeth and turned to help others lift a companion with an injured leg. That restraint was harder than any battle cry. Success in the first phase did not mean victory. Dozens of armored Hu soldiers soon gathered near the central command tent. A Chiliarch repeatedly sent men to collect scattered troops. Rather than fight toward the village rear, they moved toward the camp gate and horse enclosure, clearly intending to seize horses and break out. Stimulated by fire and shouting, the horses continually struck the enclosure. Zhang Xiaoyu covered the eyes of the most agitated animals with cloth and ordered men to push a water cart sideways beside the gate. If the herd scattered our infantry first, the Hu soldiers would not even need to organize a charge. We had to fight while keeping hundreds of frightened animals confined. After using more than half my arrows, I descended the watchtower ladder. Bai Shuang remained above to suppress officers, while I joined the ground line with the black iron lance. There was no room to extend the weapon fully among the tents, so I removed the rear section and used only the 6-foot main shaft to block narrow openings. The Hu soldiers counterattacked far better than recruits. Even when surprised, They fought in groups of 3 or 5 with their backs against tents. Men were wounded in every lane we took. Wei Ming stopped soldiers from pursuing into dark tents and had long spears force the enemy out before shield troops controlled them. The Chili Arch eventually gathered nearly 100 men, some of whom seized war horses. Abandoning the main camp, they charged directly toward the gate. Wei Ming did not use 300 infantry to block cavalry head-on. He ordered both sides to open and sent the riders toward the exit we had prepared. There was no open field outside the camp. Chun Feng's 100 large shields had closed into a semicircle, and Li Jun's 100 archers had knocked arrows behind them. After completing his guidance, Li Changshan hid in a distant field ditch. Only the true ambush remained before the gate. When the first riders emerged from the firelight, Li Jun raised his arm. Loose. 100 arrows fell from the darkness at once. The most dangerous second phase of the night raid had begun. The first arrow storm brought down 20 or 30 riders. Bodies and wounded horses blocked those behind, sharply reducing their speed. The Hu Chili Arch still forced the survivors toward the shield wall, so Li Jun ordered the archers to fire at will and target horses approaching the front rank. No one could see clearly where arrows landed at night. The second rank of archers briefly aimed too low. Hearing points scrape our own shield faces, I immediately ordered Li Jun to raise the firing line and shoot only beyond 30 paces from the gate. Losing a few arrows would not lose the battle. Wounding the front rank could make the entire shield wall open by itself. After the second volley, fewer than 30 riders could maintain formation. They struck Qin Feng's shield wall, and long spears emerged together through the gaps. More than 10 shield troops were knocked down, opening a break in front, but the rear rank replaced them immediately. I saw half of Chun Feng's shoulder armor crushed inward, yet he still braced the shield edge with his body. He did not try to impale every horse. Instead, he ordered the front rank to contract inward and form a slanted opening that squeezed the riders through one at a time toward an earthen wall. An impact that would have penetrated the entire force became more than 10 short melees. Our infantry from the main camp pressed out at that moment. We did not crowd blindly behind the cavalry. We sealed retreat on the left and right and gradually tightened the encirclement. When the Hu Chili Arch saw me, he led more than 10 guards in a reverse charge. He intended to tear through the thinner side, but the Black Iron Lance's reach was ideal against cavalry from the front. I reattached the rear section, knocked aside his curved saber, and used the horse's forward momentum to send the lance head into a seam in his breastplate. The first strike did not throw him from the saddle. The shaft bent under the load, and the webbing of my hand split. Mu Lang seized the lance and tried to drag me alongside his horse. I released my forward hand, stepped closer, knocked the horse's head aside with my shoulder, and forced the butt toward the ground. The mount continued forward and drove the blade deeper for me. Only then did he lose balance and fall. After he hit the ground, 2 centurions attacked me from both sides. I did not remain among the horses. I retreated beside the shield wall and let spearmen restrict their mounts first. Wei Ming and Bai Yushuang arrived with their units, one breaking through the front rank and the other sealing the flank. Without commanders, the remaining riders were quickly divided and disarmed. A riderless horse brushed past me, and its stirrup struck my thigh. I dropped to one knee before regaining my feet. Bai Yushuang's quiver was empty, so she switched to a long spear and guarded my right side. Wei Ming ordered shield troops forward another 2 paces and dragged fallen wounded beyond the reach of hooves. The final dozen riders had not suddenly lost their strength. They had no exit ahead, no formation behind, and could not swing their sabers without striking one another. Before dawn, Li family village's main camp was completely under control. Not one of the 300 Hu riders formed an effective retreating column. Only a few men may have slipped among the village houses in the early darkness, and their destinations could not be confirmed immediately. Our price was real as well. Dozens of soldiers had been killed or critically wounded, with shield troops suffering most. Many recruits had killed at close range for the first time and began trembling and vomiting only after the fighting stopped. I ordered every unit to report its strength and aid the wounded before discussing pursuit or spoils. We had only 2 army physicians and 2 little blood-stopping cloth. I ordered clean tent fabric removed, boiled, and washed. Lightly wounded men pressed their own injuries, leaving stretchers for wounds to the chest and abdomen or broken bones. Chen Feng insisted on inspecting the shield line first. Only after I felt that his shoulder bone was intact did I let him continue. As for missing men, we checked names squad by squad. We would not casually list someone who had scattered as dead, nor omit a corpse to make the report look better. Abducted women were gradually brought from the tents, approximately 400 or 500 of them, along with nearly 100 craftsmen. We registered them by village and family and let them identify missing relatives. Li Chang'an finally found his older sister beside one tent. The two held each other for a long time without making a sound. We also began counting war horses, grain, and weapons. There were more than 300 horses and over 500 sure of camp grain. Li Chang'an's hidden cellar had not yet been opened and held approximately another 1,000 sure. Those two items alone could transform Ningxia Fort's predicament. But more than 1,000 sure of grain could not return to the fort through one command. The village had few flatbed carts, most horses were frightened, and critically wounded men could not endure jolting dirt roads. I divided the withdrawal into 3 groups: wounded and rescued civilians first, grain carts second, and war horses with the rear guard last. Archers remained at the bridge with each group and released the next only after the previous group reached the woods. Standing before the still-smoking fence, Wei Ming declared a great victory. I did not call it easy. Infantry had defeated cavalry because reconnaissance, darkness, terrain, alcohol, and a two-sided ambush all worked together. If any one factor had been exposed early, the result would have reversed. First, get every person and supply we can carry alive back to the fort, I told him. The battle isn't over until the final wagon enters the mountain gate. Wei Ming nodded and ordered a withdrawal along the planned route. 500 soldiers had come with only weapons and dry rations. They now had to escort nearly 600 civilians, more than 300 horses, and over 1,000 sure of grain. That overextended column was the easiest target for enemy retaliation. We loaded the wounded and grain onto village flatbed carts and sent the first group out before dawn. After opening the hidden cellar, its stores roughly matched Li Chang'an's account. Together with the Hu camp's 500-plus sure, Ningxia Fort no longer had to measure its survival in 2-week increments. Many grain sacks bore marks from different villages, clearly showing that Hu troops had looted them along the road. Some rescued civilians recognized their own household marks, but did not immediately fight over them. I had the clerk record the origins first and planned a unified distribution by population after returning to the fort. Dividing grain at the village entrance would only block the withdrawal column on a single road. We gathered and burned Hu equipment we could not carry. Their banners and a small number of corpses remained prominently displayed as a warning. This would certainly enrage the Black Mountain tribe, but it would also draw their attention toward defensible Ningxia Fort rather than let them continue massacring surrounding villages. I did not underestimate their retaliation. After 300 riders disappeared, the Hu force would eventually send scouts. Once it confirmed the camp was destroyed, several thousand soldiers might attack. Before they arrived, we had to convert victory into real defensive capability. The sky was pale by the time the final grain wagon left. 2 wagon ruts and scattered fodder marked the bridge, impossible to erase. I had scouts clean only the most obvious blood rather than waste time pretending no one had come. The enemy would know government troops had done this. We did not seek permanent concealment, only the days they would need to gather an army. The first issue was more than 300 war horses. Wei Ming believed the fort could not afford cavalry, and Shen Feng calculated that horses consumed far more fodder than soldiers. I still proposed forming a 100-man mounted unit first, using the remaining horses for transport and reserves, then selling some according to our grain situation. Infantry can hold the mountain gate, but they cannot catch scouts or burn an enemy rear camp, I explained. 100 riders will not charge the Hu army head-on. They will perform reconnaissance, carry orders, and raid at night. Bai Yushuang knew horsemanship and volunteered to conduct training. Wei Ming allowed her first choice of 100 men from the entire fort, but we had to obtain our own tack, armor, and fodder. Selection did not depend on who was bravest. Bai Yushuang first rejected anyone who knew only how to squeeze a horse violently and could not control speed. She also required riders to understand flag signals while moving. 3 men were injured in falls on the first day, and 1 horse broke its reins and ran into a ravine. In front of everyone, she divided my goal of a combat unit in 2 weeks into 3 tasks: march with the column, disperse on signal, and avoid trampling one another during retreat. They would not even attempt mounted thrusts for now. After reaching the foot of Ningxia, she led the unit to an abandoned horse farm 20 li southeast. Its enclosed valley and broad grassland could support grazing and reduce grain consumption. Jiang Xiaoyu and I went with them. We began with the most basic skills: mounting, controlling reins, and maintaining ranks. I quickly realized my earlier thinking had been too simple. Knowing how to ride was not knowing how to fight. New riders pulled their reins into chaos whenever they became nervous. Even 10 horses side by side collided, much less during a high-speed charge. In half a month, we could at most train light cavalry capable of stable marches, short raids, and rapid withdrawals. That would be enough. I had never intended for 100 new riders to defeat thousands of who cavalry head-on. The second issue was population and skill. 400 or 500 rescued women, nearly 100 craftsmen, and later arriving villagers brought Ningxia Fort's population close to 2,000. Everyone was registered, treated, and helped search for relatives first. Those who wished to leave were not forced to remain. Those who stayed were assigned by ability to kitchens, sewing, mining, wall repairs, or transport. Registration continued until the second night. Some had no home left. Some insisted on seeking relatives in neighboring counties. Others wanted to remain only until their wounds healed. The fort gave departing people 3 days of rations and arranged groups with guides familiar with mountain routes. Rescuing someone from a Hu camp did not give us the right to decide the rest of that person's life. Those who stayed received identity tags and rations before discussing work. The third issue was intelligence. I left scouts at a distance to monitor Li family village. The moment they saw Hu riders investigating the camp, they had to report immediately and could not expose Ningxia's true deployment for a few enemy heads. We had acquired grain, horses, craftsmen, and people. Danger was closing in with them. Before the Black Mountain Army arrived, we had to transform a decaying mining fort into a true military town. 10 days later, furnace fires burned again in Ningxia Fort's old mining district. The first day was not impressive. Old bellows leaked, too many impurities remained in the ore, and the first 2 batches of iron cracked everywhere after cooling. A young craftsman rushed to turn material and suffered large blisters across the back of his hand. I stopped the entire furnace district for half an hour and had the senior craftsman mark 3 separate paths for water, charcoal, and foot traffic. The enemy had not yet arrived. We could not kill our own people by rushing production. Among the rescued craftsmen were blacksmiths, carpenters, and charcoal burners. Years of unshipped iron ore also lay piled in the mining district. Raw material was not the problem. The challenge was quickly producing enough durable weapons. I remembered only the basic principle of steel infusion. Combine softer wrought iron and higher carbon pig iron at high heat, so the material would be harder than ordinary iron without breaking on impact. I did not pretend to understand the exact heat, proportions, or number of hammerings. I left all of that to experienced craftsmen and repeated testing. After several ruined batches, the first qualified ring pommel saber finally emerged. Its blade was straighter than the army's old sabers, and its edge better resisted impact. Li Jun struck it with his sword. A small notch broke from the sword while the saber retained only a shallow mark. I did not declare success on one impact alone. A blacksmith braced the saber's spine against a wooden post and bent it, repeatedly chopped wet timber and old armor plates, then returned it to the stone bench to inspect for hidden grain. The first 2 blades had developed fine cracks during the third test. Only this one returned to its original shape. The so-called steel infusion method did not mean that craftsmen could create divine weapons from nothing because I spoke one name. The men who turned a vague principle into a saber were the ones who spent 10 days ruining furnace loads and wearing their hands raw. Produce 200 in the next 5 days, I said, returning the finished blade to the blacksmith. Make fewer if necessary, but never issue a blade with a hidden crack. The master told me directly that with the current number of furnaces, 200 was only an ideal upper limit. Damp charcoal, unstable temperatures, illness, or injury would reduce it. I changed the order to record each day's qualified total and forbade anyone to count scrap blades. Every issued saber would also carry its furnace number. If 2 from the same batch broke, the rest would be recalled for inspection. At the same time, sewing teams rushed to make 200 round shields and 300 sets of leather armor, while carpenters repaired bows, made arrow shafts, and reinforced the mountain gate. Every item carried a number, and the person receiving it signed or pressed a fingerprint so supplies would not disappear the moment they left production. During those 10 days, many more refugees arrived. Ningxia Fort's total population approached 2,000, and the number of soldiers able to form ranks gradually neared 1,000. More people brought labor, but also accelerated grain consumption. Excluding the horse farm, existing supplies could last several months. Including all 300-plus war horses, they would last only around 2 weeks. Placed together, those figures silenced the council hall for a long time. The grain brought home in victory appeared to fill the warehouses, but shrank rapidly when converted into daily consumption. I had Gowa keep separate accounts for human rations, horse fodder, seed grain, and emergency stores. No one could feed seed grain to horses. If no new source appeared within 5 days, selling horses would not be a choice. It would be mandatory damage control. After discussing it with Bai Shuang, I decided to sell 100 horses in poorer condition or unsuitable for combat and exchange them for beans, salt, and medicine. The 100-man cavalry retained the most stable mounts, while the rest served transport and rotations. Cavalry training did not progress magically. The 15-day target had not arrived, and the riders could only march at night, disperse by squad, and reform rapidly. They remained far from confronting who cavalry head-on. I adjusted the plan accordingly, assigning them to arson and harassment. I also selected 200 infantry and equipped them with ring pommel sabers, round shields, and leather armor as a mobile force. Scouts at Li Family Village reported that day that several Black Mountain riders had inspected the camp and gone north after confirming the battlefield. The enemy would react within 5 days at the latest. I asked whether our scouts had fought them. They admitted wanting the riders' heads, but the bridge unit had stopped them. That decision was correct. Killing several scouts would only make the next group more careful. Letting them return would make the Black Mountain tribe assemble in the direction we expected. We also withdrew the fixed post from Li Family Village and left only 2 distant observation groups, no longer gambling intelligence soldiers for merit. Wei Ming prepared to send a victory report to Anshi Commandery and request a formal expansion of Ningxuan Fort's establishment. I agreed to report the result, but required that precise defensive details remain confidential. Zhou Shang needed a victory to preserve his reputation and would temporarily recognize our merit. But there was no reason to include 100 cavalry, the granary's locations, or the number of new weapons in the official document. What exactly do you intend to do with the 200 infantry you selected and 100 cavalry? Wei Ming asked. When the enemy attacks the mountain, it cannot place every soldier on the mountain road. I spread the regional map. Its grain, horses, and tents must remain in the rear. Holding the wall is only the first step. We also have to make continued siege impossible. Understanding, Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Another night raid? If the opportunity exists, why wouldn't we use it? This time, the night raid would not target 300 riders and 1 village. It would have to move an approaching army of several thousand. The first ring pommel saber had damaged Li Jun's sword, so I gave him the blade outright. Li Jun initially refused. I said only that testing a weapon required compensation and that he would need a reliable close combat weapon in the coming defense. That small gesture dissolved the last distance between us. He commanded the archers on the wall, while I led the mobile force in the valley. Once battle began, our trust in one another would matter more than a saber. The next day, I returned to Qingyang Valley to handle horse sales and training arrangements with Bai Shuang. The 100 horses unsuited to combat would be sold in small groups through reliable merchant caravans rather than driven out all at once and revealing the horse farm's location. Of the more than 200 left, 100 were permanently assigned to the cavalry, while the rest were used for pack transport and rotations. The valley's 300 men divided into 2 forces. 100 cavalry practiced horse control, throwing javelins, and rapid withdrawals. 200 saber and shield infantry drilled combined attacks in narrow roads. Their saber instructor was Wang Wu, a 47-year-old, one-armed veteran. The first time he demonstrated, I instinctively stared at his empty left sleeve. Wang Wu did not avoid the subject. He handed me a saber and told me to attack with both hands and all my strength. He turned aside from the edge, pressed his right wrist against the back of my blade, and an instant later his saber rested below my ribs. Losing an arm had narrowed his frontal defense, but it had also forced him to refine footwork, distance, and timing almost mercilessly. A battle formation isn't a contest to see who knows more techniques, he said, lowering his saber. If you're half a beat slow on one move, there will be no chance to use the next. Wang Wu had served in Daqian's Imperial Guard and left the army more than 10 years ago. Although his left arm was gone, his single saber in his right hand could still exchange dozens of moves with Bai Shuang. His 13 forms of bloody battle had no flourishes. Every technique was born for crowded formations, but it was too complicated for recruits. After following his instruction for several days, I combined similar movements and reduced 13 forms to 8. Wang Wu tested the sequence personally and confirmed that I had mainly removed repeated transitions without losing the core power generation or defense. He agreed to rename it the 8 saber forms of bloody battle and use it to shorten recruit training. I had not invented that simplification alone in a room. We first had 20 recruits learn all 13 forms and recorded which motions they most often forgot or used to obstruct one another. Then we retrained them with 8. Wang Wu could still strike recruits easily during the second practice bout, but at least they could raise shields, cut, and withdraw in unison within 3 whistle blasts. Only after confirming that removing forms had not made the formation more dangerous did I change the entire unit's training. The system changed in response. Host: Wang Hu, age 20. Companions: Xiao Jinji, Xiao Jinhua, Xiao Jinshu, Lu Yener, Liang Shishir. Stamina: 28. Strength: 30. Agility: 25. Intelligence: 15. Luck: 2. Cultivation arts: 0. Martial skill: 8 saber forms of bloody battle, proficiency 5. After stamina, strength, agility, and intelligence all reach 100, newly obtained attribute points may be retained for 3 days and freely assigned to one attribute or used to increase the rank of a cultivation art. Luck and martial skill proficiency cannot be increased with attribute points. I memorized every line twice. The system did not explain how long it would take for all 4 attributes to reach 100 or how points converted when improving cultivation arts. It offered possibility, not a guarantee. Above all, I showed the panel to no one. If this ability became known, the court, powerful families, and army superiors would all want to learn why I grew stronger so quickly. The 5 people closest to me could become leverage against me. The battle at Li Family Village had granted only a few attributes, and my strength had not leaped to a new level. The system's more important revelation was the rule after all 4 core attributes reached 100. That meant future growth would not depend solely on randomness, and cultivation arts finally had a clear point of entry. But 100 remained far away. Rather than fantasize about the future, I needed to train 300 men until they moved the instant they heard a whistle. I trained under the same standards as an ordinary soldier. Blocking 10 wooden saber strikes in succession still numbed my arm through the round shield. During a sudden turn on horseback, no amount of strength could judge my center of gravity for me. The system raised my physical ceiling, but it did not place formation, temperament of horses, or comrades' positions directly into my mind. Every mistake reminded me that if I trusted the panel alone, the first people I killed in real battle might be those beside me. We equipped each cavalryman with light armor and 3 short javelins. Mounted archery required years of training, while javelins could become useful more quickly. The saber and shield troops received new ring pommel blades and round shields first. The women's unit rushed to complete 300 simple sets of armor, protecting chest and abdomen with thin steel plates and covering other areas with captured leather. They looked crude but could stop some arrows and cuts. On the afternoon of the 4th day, a mounted messenger charged into the valley with an urgent order from Wei Ming. White foam covered the horse's mouth and nose, and fresh mud stained the right stirrup. Scouts in the north had changed horses 3 times to bring the warning ahead of the enemy. Wang Wu immediately took charge of assembling the 300 men and securing supplies, while Bai Yushuang had riders lead every horse tethered at the valley entrance beneath the trees. Even if we left immediately, outsiders could not be allowed to count the hidden force from its hoofprints. Nearly 5,000 troops from the Black Mountain tribe had appeared north of Ningxian. Bai Yushuang and I immediately hurried back to Ningxian Fort. A route had already been marked on the council hall map. Nearly 5,000 enemy troops approached with disassembled stone throwers, a battering ram, and scaling ladders. They would reach the foot of the mountain by dusk at the latest. The intelligence came from 3 separate scout groups. 1 counted banners, 1 watched the baggage, and 1 estimated the column's length from a ridge. 5,000 was not an exact roll call. We knew only that the force numbered between 4,500 and 5,500. I had the clerk write the range beside the map so no one would treat nearly 5,000 as an errorless figure. The stone throwers were still separated wooden frames and would require assembly after arrival. That gave us our final window to prepare defenses. Wei Ming asked how I would respond. My first step consisted of 1 word: delay. Ningxian Fort's front was only a little over 165 feet wide, and the narrowest point of the mountain road admitted 7 or 8 men abreast. 5,000 soldiers could not attack simultaneously. That terrain was our advantage. But most of the roughly 700 defenders were recruits. Arrows, stamina, and courage would all be consumed. If the Hu force rotated attacks for 10 consecutive days, even the strongest wall might fall. Hold for at least 5 days. I pointed toward Qingyang Valley to the southeast. After the 5th day, I will take the valley's 100 cavalry and 200 saber shield troops and spearmen to attack their rear. If you can hold for 10 days, their casualties, exhaustion, and grain use will be heavier. Our chances can rise from 50% to 80%. Li Jun asked whether the Valley Force would deploy early if a breach appeared by the 5th day. I did not posture. I answered clearly that it would not. While enemy patrol cavalry remained active and the rear camp was alert, 300 men leaving the valley would be cut off. If the fort truly could not hold 10 days, Signal Smoke had to communicate the level of crisis. Only then would we make a final choice between rescue and preserving the mobile force. This was not exact calculation, only judgment based on the attacking and defensive conditions. After listening, Wei Ming decided to prepare for the hardest 10 days. I'll give you 10 days, he said. The wall will not fall before then. After 10 days, tear their rear camp apart. We immediately divided responsibilities. Sandbags would seal the gate from inside, so a battering ram could not break it directly. 300 archers would fire in rotating shifts. Long spears and hooked blades would target enemies scaling the wall. Every night watch was led by one military officer, and no one relaxed at night because of daytime fighting. Wei Ming and I then walked the wall. 2 loose joints in the western merlins needed bracing with wooden beams from inside. Old mine tunnels could shelter women, children, and wounded, but not the entire granary. If fire broke out, there was no second exit. We added 2 large water vats beside the well. Lamp oil and drinking water were stored separately on the wall, with the jars painted black and white respectively. One mistake at night could burn our own men alive. Wei Ming then read Anchi Commandery's reply. The victory at Li Family Village received formal recognition. He was promoted to Battalion Commander of 1,000. By Yu Shuang, Li Jun, Chen Feng, Goa, Chen Ergu, and others each rose 1 rank. I jumped from section leader to deputy battalion commander and was designated to succeed Wei Ming if he died or left the fort. People in the hall congratulated me, but I first verified the seals on the appointment document. Deputy battalion commander meant more than another uniform. If Wei Ming fell, the fate of 700 combat soldiers and nearly 2,000 people in the fort could pass to me. I accepted the office and publicly stated that the Valley operation would continue to obey our agreed signal. Promotion would not let me bypass the defending commander and begin battle on my own. I could only infer why the Zhou family had agreed. Anchi Commandery had continually lost territory and needed a victory for its reports. Temporarily suppressing a private grievance suited their interests. An official title was useful, but it did not conjure reinforcements. The armory held more than 100 ring pommel sabers, 300 simple armor sets, and 800 or 900 short javelins. I transferred all of them to Qingyang Valley, leaving bows, long spears, hooked blades, and already issued sabers with the fort defenders. The mobile force had to be completely equipped for its final strike. Chen Feng opposed that allocation. The wall defenders would suffer first, he said, and should not lose all the new armor. I explained the purposes openly. The wall had stone merlins in height. The valley's 300 men would have to cross an enemy camp on level ground. Dividing thin armor evenly would leave neither side with enough. I agreed to keep every ring pommel saber found with a hidden crack at the fort as a reserve, but would not split qualified new armor. After a moment's silence, Chen Feng pressed his fingerprint to the transfer order. Before leaving, Wei Ming and I agreed to exchange battle reports twice daily. Messengers could not use a fixed route. If they encountered enemy sentries, they were to burn any paper describing deployments inside a fire tube and carry casualty figures only by memory. At dusk, 5,000 Black Mountain troops arrived as expected. Before reaching Qingyang Valley, we saw continuous tents and roving riders from the ridge. The enemy sent around 1,000 cavalry to patrol the surrounding area, clearly having learned from the Li Family Village night raid. I did not risk crossing the security ring. I brought all 300 men deep into the valley. Every drill moved inside, fires were hooded, and horses dispersed among the trees. If Jiang Xiaoyu's scouts were discovered, they could not return toward the valley entrance. They had to lead pursuers toward Annan. Returning to the valley, we followed 2 game trails, wrapped the horses' hooves in old cloth, and traveled only over broken stone. During the last li, we led the horses and brushed out every rut with pine branches. The disguise could not fool a careful search, but it might escape an ordinary patrol's first glance. Each extra day we remained hidden gave Ningxuan another measure of opportunity to counterattack. After sunset, a deep horn sounded from Ningxuan. Earlier than anyone had expected, the Black Mountain tribe attacked the mountain that very night. Qingyang Valley was 20 li from Ningxuan Fort. I could not see each clash along the wall. I could only reconstruct the battle from horns, firelight, and the messenger's accounts. That also meant I could not declare why the enemy had attacked or how a commander had decided without witnessing it. I divided every report into 3 columns: what the messenger personally saw, Wei Ming's judgment, and unverified rumor. At night, one man's vision covered only dozens of paces, and casualty numbers would change repeatedly. Treating speculation as fact could be more dangerous than lacking one piece of intelligence. The first report arrived around 8 in the evening. Approximately 500 enemy infantry carried ladders up the mountain, with 200 archers supporting them from behind. Following the plan, Wei Ming let them enter the open ground before the gate, then struck with alternating volleys from 2 archer units. The narrow mountain road prevented the rear ranks from passing the front, and the first casualties quickly blocked the route. Black Mountain's archers stood on lower ground, putting both range and vision against them. A few arrows passed the merlins, but scaling ladders were the true danger. Wei Ming sent 100 spearmen onto the wall. Archers continued shooting the enemy rear, while long spears and hooked blades pushed ladders away and stopped climbers. I asked the messenger, "Casualties inside the fort?" "More than 20 so far, mostly serious wounds. At least 200 enemy troops have gone down, but they keep sending more." I made him distinguish fallen from dead. Men struck by arrows did not necessarily die, and wounded could be dragged away in darkness. What we truly needed to know was the intensity of the attack and how many defenders could still rotate, not count every vague shape as a severed head to raise morale. The figures were preliminary. I had the messenger eat and change horses, then return with 3 suggestions. Do not concentrate every archer on one section merely to kill more. Never send the anti-night raid reserve onto the wall, and use lamp oil only when the enemy clustered, rather than expend it early. An arrow had grazed the messenger's right forearm. After bandaging it, he still wanted to mount at once. I forced him to sit and sent another rider familiar with the route instead. Carrying reports was not a contest in enduring pain. One fall when his arm failed could leave Ningxuan without any reply in the middle of the night. From then on, the valley kept 6 fast horses out of training exclusively for rotating messengers. Before midnight, the second report arrived. After nearly 4 hours of attacks, the Black Mountain force withdrew. Defenders estimated 300 or 400 enemy casualties. Ningxuan also had several dead, and arrow consumption exceeded expectations. Wei Ming had relieved Li Jun's and Chun Erga's units with Qin Feng's and Zhu Dao's, while a complete 100-man reserve remained below the wall. Surviving the first night was not difficult. Surviving 9 more would be. I had Goa project consumption from that first night. If the fort used the same number of arrows and oil daily, shortages would appear before the 4th day. If the same soldiers climbed the wall every night, they would struggle even to draw a bow by the 3rd. We sent back the shortest possible instructions: retrieve arrows, rotate bowstrings, and let men sleep. They did not sound like heroic stories, but they would determine whether the wall survived until the appointed day. Hearing distant battle, the 300 people in the valley became more agitated than the soldiers on the wall. Some thought their comrades were fighting for their lives while they hid like deserters. I assembled everyone and explained the purpose of concealment. If we leave now, we'll only die inside a security ring of 1,000 patrol cavalry. Our task is not to stop one more saber for the wall. It is to cut the enemy's grain when they are most exhausted. Anyone leaving the valley without orders isn't being brave. He is telling the enemy 300 men are hidden here. The force became quiet again. Bai Yushuang and Wang Wu continued training according to plan, but reduced the intensity so everyone would have strength on the 10th day. Cavalry no longer left the valley and practiced javelin movements with wooden horses or lead mounts. Half the 200 infantry practiced the 8 saber forms of bloody battle, the other half spear formations, and they alternated rest. I also canceled hot meals for the entire camp at night. 300 men ate in batches inside an enclosed kitchen, with smoke vented through an old mine opening. Slops and horse manure were no longer piled at the valley entrance, but buried in pits within the woods. Hiding troops meant more than confining people inside a valley. Smoke, smell, startled birds, and even one flattened path could attract cavalry patrols. That night, a young saber-shield soldier asked me to send at least his family letter into the fort. His mother and younger sister sheltered in an old mine tunnel. I could not risk a messenger for one private letter, but promised to attach the entire unit's safe roster to the next report. The following reply contained 2 words: roster received. He stared at them for a long time and did not ask to leave the valley during training the next day. Scouts returned with another troubling fact. Black Mountain patrols sealed the Tin Li around Ningxuan, but did not continue south, and no reinforcements from any county had appeared. We had no evidence whether this meant inadequate forces, fear of stretching the line, or another constraint. I marked only the confirmed patrol boundary on the map and did not label empty areas safe. Jiang Xiaoyu also found that patrol changes were irregular. Sometimes two groups were separated by half an hour. Sometimes the next left before the previous returned. The enemy was guarding against night raids too. When we finally left the valley, we could not depend on one repeated route. We had to wait for continuous assaults to expose a steadier pattern of fatigue. The war had begun, and my first task was to restrain the urge to act too soon. After the first night, I adjusted Qingyang Valley's deployment according to the battle reports. The map lay across two joined wooden tables with stones holding each corner. Jiang Xiaoyu used charcoal to mark approximate locations of campfires, horse enclosures, grain wagons, and patrol changes, adding the observation time beside every item. An enemy camp moved. Yesterday's opening might not exist today. Therefore, any route unverified for more than 12 hours could no longer serve as an operational basis. Jiang Xiaoyu divided the scouts into 4 groups. They observed the enemy camp, grain wagons, and rider rotations only from the ridge and never approached Ningxuan's front. If any group missed its return time, the others could not follow the same route to search, preventing the enemy from tracing one scout back to all of us. Each group carried only 1 day's dry rations and 1 short bow, and we designated 3 meeting places for loss of contact. If pursued, a scout first discarded any cloth bearing a map, then moved through the rendezvous points from nearest to farthest. Li Chang'an volunteered to join, but I refused. Knowing Li family village did not mean understanding counter-reconnaissance around a 5,000-man camp. Learning grain accounts beside Goa was more valuable than going to the ridge to prove courage. Bai Yushuang managed the 100 cavalry. To suppress noise, they practiced formation changes slowly inside the valley without shouted battle cries. Cloth-wrapped wooden targets replaced normal ones for javelins, and we laid grass mats where hooves crossed stone. Wang Wu divided the 200 infantry into 2 groups, one drilling saber and shield while the other slept, changing every 6 hours. With Goa and Li Chang'an, I calculated what the 10th day operation required: 3 javelins, 2 days of dry rations, and a small oil pouch for each rider. No bedding for saber shield troops, only short rope and fire-starting material. No Ningxuan fort markings on anyone's body, so a captured soldier could not immediately expose our force's origin. Oil pouches went inside separate leather covers away from the rations. During a packing test, one stopper leaked, quickly filling half a sack of roasted rice with the smell of oil. If that happened during the raid, the soldier could neither light the oil nor eat his meal. Wang Wu therefore required each squad to carry 1 spare stopper and had 2 men cross-check all pouches before departure. The more trivial the detail, the less we could wait until the enemy camp to discover it. That afternoon, Ningxuan sent a fuller report of the first night. Defenders had used arrows and terrain to repel rotating attacks by around 700 enemy soldiers, estimating 300 or 400 casualties. Their losses were much smaller, but many recruits had already stood 2 watches on the wall, their arms swollen, while some bowstrings began to wear. A casualty roster was attached. I knew 3 names. 1 man had joined my unit in Qingping County, 1 had repaired my spear sheath, and 1 had only recently learned not to rush his steps in a 10-man formation. Their names occupied 3 lines on thin paper. People in the valley gathered to look for relatives. I did not hide the roster or let anyone cry out there. Once identities were confirmed, a unit captain accompanied them back to camp, and we assessed separately whether they should continue the next day's activity. Wei Ming ordered blacksmiths to prioritize bow repair and arrow making, suspending non-essential knives. Women and children transported arrows, boiled water, and cared for the wounded but did not climb the wall. The fort issued wartime rations. Defenders on the wall ate their fill, while everyone else received less. That arrangement reassured me somewhat. The wall's real risk was not how many died in 1 day, but the accumulation of exhaustion, fear, and equipment damage at once. No reinforcements came from Anchi. Public military intelligence arriving later said only that more than 10,000 Black Mountain troops were tying down Linqing County, while White Wolf and Iron Savage armies also stood outside Anchi City, preventing Tongshan Fort from moving. The document did not explain why the leadership still refused to attack. Wei Ming had copied that public intelligence into his report. I had not seen the governor's council myself. I could confirm only that forces in several places were pinned, not that a particular official was deliberately abandoning us. Bai Yushuang asked whether we should still expect reinforcements. I erased the arrow toward the commandery capital from the map. Our plan assumes no one is coming. If someone does, that becomes an extra variable. Facts observed by scouts were stranger still. The Qianghu moved extensively within Anxi, but rarely crossed the Annan border. Some guessed the two sides had an agreement. Others thought the Hu simply did not want to extend their line. I suppressed all speculation. Without a reliable letter or prisoner testimony, suspicion could not become fact. Before nightfall, I gave every captain the news signal. If Ningxian Fort fell before the 10th day, 3 signal fires would burn in succession on the wall. Qingyang's force could not rush blindly to the rescue. It would move the horses first, then search for survivors. If the fort held to the 10th day, we would leave the valley after 1 in the morning as planned. The order was cold, but had to be explicit. If the hidden 300 died in the same chaos, no one would remain to open a retreat for the defenders. Just after dawn on the 2nd day, dense drums sounded from Ningxian. Almost simultaneously, a messenger brought one spoken sentence. The enemy stone throwers were assembled, and a full daytime assault had begun. I woke the infantry group that had been scheduled to rest, but did not have them drill with live sabers. Everyone put on armor and lay flat, practicing dropping at the command stone and reforming at assemble. We were not on the wall, but could still face falling rocks and fire jars while raiding. Every distant impact made people in the valley instinctively raise their heads. For the first time, the drill needed no instructor's urging. 3 groups of messengers delivered the 2nd day's battle to Qingyang Valley in succession. When the first arrived, we could just hear the dull impacts of stones from the valley. The sound was faint across 20 li, but still disturbed the herd. Bai Yushuang led the horses deeper into the woods, while I had the recorder place flags in the sand table by time. Only after returning scattered oral accounts to a timeline could we judge whether the enemy was sustaining an assault or rotating troops to create pressure. Around 8 in the morning, the Black Mountain tribe committed more than 1,000 infantry with over 10 long ladders, supported by 500 archers and 5 heavy stone throwers. 300 defenders fired rotating volleys from high ground, bringing down many ladder carriers in the first rounds. The enemy continually added men and even tried to raise the base of the wall with fallen bodies and debris. Following the plan, Chen Feng poured lamp oil down and ignited the obstacles with fire arrows, forcing the rear ranks to stop. The messenger gave no further details, saying only that thick smoke briefly concealed the entire mountain gate, and the heat drove defenders to the inner side. I asked about wind direction, and the area burned. He remembered only that smoke drifted west and could not confirm how many enemy troops were trapped. I did not force him to invent a pleasing number. I told him to remind Wei Meng that a wall of fire could stop the enemy, but also hide the next ladder. Until the smoke cleared, men had to listen for ladder feet striking stone rather than assume an unseen assault had ended. At noon, the stone throwers completed their calibration. Most of the first volleys struck open ground and mountainside. Later shots gradually hit the wall and gate. Ningxian's stonework was thick, and 100-gene rocks could not immediately break through, but fragments injured archers behind the merlins. Wei Ming ordered everyone to crouch against the wall at the sound of a release rope and stopped archers from remaining at one firing position for too long. The second messenger brought a fragment broken from a merlin, its edge stained with blood. The first injuries came not from complete rocks, but flying shards. We recommended leaning spare shields at an angle inside firing positions to protect crouching men from the side. Arrow carriers also began walking along the base of the wall rather than crossing open ground. Such small changes could not stop bombardment, but could preserve several men who could still draw bows. Under stone cover, the enemy continued climbing. When ladders touched several places at once, the defenders' weakness finally appeared. Recruits lacked close combat experience. Several crowded around one breach and left the next unattended. Chen Feng moved the reserve section by section, while Zhu Yidao used a hooked blade to pull ladder tops away, preventing the enemy from establishing itself on the wall. The third report arrived before sunset. The daylight attack had lasted an entire day. Black Mountain's estimated casualties approached 1,000, including many assault infantry. Ningxian Fort paid a substantial price too, with wounded archers and front-rank soldiers rapidly increasing. The wall remained in our hands and sandbags still sealed the gate, but arrows, oil, and available reserves were all declining. This messenger carried 2 broken bowstrings and a new duty roster. The fort had concentrated soldiers capable of drawing heavy bows into 2 groups. Everyone else performed short-range plunging fire and carried arrows. We counted only a little over 30 spare strings in the valley. That was not much, but we sent them back on 2 horses. The hidden 300 needed weapons, but if no bow could be drawn on the wall, we would never reach the 10th day. They'll come again tomorrow, the messenger said hoarsely. Battalion Commander Wei says they can still hold. The enemy casualty estimate did not make me optimistic. Losing 1,000 of 5,000 did not mean the remaining 4,000 would collapse. If Ningxuan's 700 defenders lost 200, the pressure on their rotations would be greater. Moreover, nearly 1,000 remained a battlefield estimate and could include light wounds and duplicate counts. I reduced the enemy markers on the sand table by only 600, using gray stones for the unconfirmed remainder. Gua asked whether that was too conservative. I said a plan should overestimate the enemy rather than count a man who could still hold a saber as dead. I gave the messenger a brief reply. Seek no kill count. Only hold the wall. If the stone throwers covered a limited range, move non-combatants into the old mine tunnels. From the 3rd day onward, reserve the final 100 intact bows and 1,000 arrows against the night assault. We made one final adjustment to valley training. The 100 riders divided into 10 groups of 10 and obeyed only their own captains. The 200 infantry stopped live sparring and practiced silent marching and turning between tents. Every weapon was sharpened and every armor tie inspected. We built camp lanes similar to the scouts' observations with wooden stakes and old tent fabric. In the first drill, 2 10-man squads crowded into one narrow entrance, and the rear group's javelins nearly struck the front. In the second, odd-numbered squads entered while even-numbered squads sealed the road. If cavalry encountered a trip rope, they could not force through and had to disperse to both sides. Every correction came from a visible failure. I would rather be knocked down by a wooden spear now than discover the problem on the 10th night. That night, I climbed the rise above the valley entrance alone. The light over Ningxuan was brighter than the previous night, but the horns were much shorter. The enemy might be tired or preparing a different method. Bai Yushuang later set a flask of water beside me. She did not ask whether I was worried, only said the 300 men had gone to sleep by unit and would not drill again that night. I drank and realized I had eaten nothing since afternoon. Waiting was no easier than killing. It simply pressed every helpless feeling into one's chest and forced him to admit that lives on the wall were temporarily beyond his control. I could not see every face on the wall. I could only wait as agreed. 8 days remained until the 10th night. After the 2nd day's report arrived, Jiang Xiaoyu estimated that the Black Mountain tribe still had more than 4,000 combat-capable soldiers. I did not accept that precise number. I recorded only main force remains. Observation from a distance could not identify the critically wounded or determine which troops rotated out of camp. The same report said wounded defenders were rotating use of the fort's ring pommel sabers, while stone throwers continued suppressing the southern wall. No one in the valley cheered. Regardless of enemy losses, as long as it could organize another assault, it remained a complete threat to the defenders. I had Jiang Xiaoyu erase about 4,000 from the board and replace it with 4 black stones, each representing 1,000, plus a separate gray stone for uncertainty. While discussing the opposing commanders, Bai Yushuang said Wei Meng had reached the blood-burning realm and could fight far better than an ordinary soldier. Only then did I admit that I had never understood the martial ranks they mentioned. After confirming that I truly had never practiced a cultivation art, she explained Dakian's common 9-realm martial system. To demonstrate the difference, she had Wang Wu strike her forearm guard with a wooden saber. Without circulating blood and qi, she merely used movement to disperse the force. After activating them, the muscles beneath her skin visibly tightened, and the wooden blade made a dull impact. But she could not sustain that condition forever. After blocking more than 10 blows, her breathing became heavy. A realm provided advantages, but also carried costs and conditions. It did not permanently cover the body in invisible iron armor. The first realm was aperture opening, which opened acupoints and fascia through medicinal baths, training methods, or assistance from an expert. The second was skin refining, strengthening skin and power. The third was bone tempering. Together with skin refining, it created the so-called bronze skin and iron bones, making ordinary weapons less likely to inflict fatal wounds. The fourth was blood and qi, where martial practitioners sensed and circulated that force. The fifth was blood burning, allowing a cultivation art to unleash greater combat power briefly at a high cost. The sixth was meridian opening, connecting the 8 extraordinary meridians and reportedly granting 10,000 gene of strength. The seventh was shackle breaking, opening the body's 8 gates. Those warriors were usually among an army's strongest. I asked whether 10,000 Jin meant sustained force, a momentary burst, or ordinary military exaggeration. Bai Yuxuang admitted she had not reached meridian opening and could only repeat her school's records. I therefore retained the claim as unverified and did not use it to calculate strength. When truly facing a high-level warrior, observing his speed, weapon, and endurance would be more reliable than reciting one number. Bai Yuxuang had heard only the names of the 8th realm, mountains and rivers, and the 9th, Grandmaster. She refused to present rumors as fact. Li Jun and I have only just entered the Blood and Qi realm, she said. Commander Wei is in blood burning. You have no blood and Qi fluctuations, but your strength and speed alone are probably equivalent to an expert within blood burning. When you truly face a cultivation art, however, strength is not the only factor. Wang Wu used his experience as an example. A blood-burning warrior could split a shield formation briefly, but if his first burst failed to break through, he could be wounded after his blood and Qi receded. Meridian opening and shackle breaking were stronger, but still required warhorses, weapons, and soldiers behind them. At Liangshan, he had seen a shackle-breaking general charge a formation 3 times. Each time, his guards widened the breach. He did not kill all 7,000 soldiers alone. Wang Wu added that 20 years ago, he had personally seen a shackle-breaking general lead several hundred elite soldiers through a formation of several thousand. In that battle of Liangshan, Duke Wuchang, defender of the realm, defeated Prince Pingyang's 7,000 men with 800. Wang Wu had been one of the 800. That experience also explained why he could still train formations after losing an arm. Individual martial power could tear open a gap, but the troops behind it ultimately enlarged the victory. Then when can I learn a cultivation art? I asked. I did not ask only to become stronger. My system-granted strength and stamina had arrived without a teacher. To this day, I could not explain why I had surpassed ordinary people without opening apertures. If I recklessly copied another person's circulation route, I had no evidence that my meridians could withstand it. Bai Yuxuang promised to help find a basic aperture opening method and a reliable teacher after the battle. Until then, she would not casually teach me even a mnemonic formula. Bai Yuxuang shook her head. Forcing cultivation before opening your apertures can damage your meridians. Survive this battle first. Then find someone who truly understands. The system panel said attribute points could improve the rank of a cultivation art, but it had not conjured a manual. I accepted her warning and refused to gamble my unusual body against an unknown risk. During the following days, battle reports arrived from Ningxan Fort daily. The Black Mountain tribe repeatedly used stones, ladders, and night assaults, while the defenders rotated through the narrow road. Both sides consumed resources far faster than on the first night. No one in the valley asked again why we did not deploy early. Everyone understood that while thousands still occupied the enemy camp, a raid by 300 would be surrounded in return. On the 3rd day, the southern wall cracked for the first time. On the 4th, enemy soldiers briefly reached the wall top before being driven down. After the 5th, the messengers brought thinner paper and fewer words, while the casualty roster lengthened. We read every confirmed name to the soldiers in the valley so they understood what their waiting cost. Everyone also knew that if we failed on the 10th night, the dead would not return because we said, we tried. I still forbade training at maximum intensity. Saber and shield troops performed only 2 complete breach drills per day and spent the remaining time repairing armor and sleeping. Cavalry reviewed routes on foot to preserve horse strength. Exhausting people until they could not stand before the decisive battle was not diligence. It was dereliction. All we could do was continue waiting for a complete enemy army to become exhausted remnants. After 9 days, Ningxan Fort's battle reports shrank from 2 long pages to a few spoken sentences. That was not because the fighting had become simpler. No one in the fort had strength left to write a long report. The messenger horses had changed 3 times, and the riders went from armored men on fast mounts to support troops wrapped in wound cloth. Whenever someone arrived, the valley gate first demanded the challenge, then searched the mountain road behind him. Only after confirming no patrol riders had followed did it open. I kept every report by date. The more careless the handwriting, the more clearly it showed that fewer people on the wall could still carry out orders. On the 3rd day, stones smashed the southern merlins, and defenders filled the gap with timber and rock overnight. On the 4th, Black Mountain soldiers reached the wall top for the first time, and Chunfeng's reserve retook it. After the 5th, every arrow was counted individually, and fewer soldiers could draw a bow fully. On the 7th day, Wei Ming canceled fixed watches. Whoever could stand climbed the wall. Wounded men able to carry stones or pass arrows remained in the inner line. By dusk on the 9th day, only around 300 people in Ningxia Fort could fight directly, while scouts estimated the enemy had fewer than 2,000 combat-capable troops. Non-combatants had moved into the old mine tunnels. Guards watched the well day and night. Grain became hard cakes that could be eaten while walking. Li Jun still commanded archers after his left arm was injured. Chen Feng's shoulder armor had not been repaired. Wei Ming had barely left the gatehouse. These details came from the messenger's own eyes. I did not turn them into brave declarations. The fort reached the 9th day not because anyone was tireless, but because each time one group fell, another filled the position according to the same plan. Those figures did not determine victory. The defenders had fallen from 700 to 300, while the Hu army had fallen from 5,000 to fewer than 2,000. Both sides lacked only one final blow. That night's messenger repeated Wei Ming's own words. "We hold the 10th day, even if we die. When you see the fire after 1 in the morning, descend and meet us." I had him repeat the signal agreement. Fire in the northeastern enemy camp meant our attack succeeded. 3 signal fires on the wall meant the fort was about to fall. If he saw only fire in the enemy camp, but no answer from the wall, Wei Ming had to keep defending and could not descend without orders. Only after the messenger answered every point did I have the clerk burn the draft mentioning Qingyang Valley's location, leaving a reply that exposed no deployment. I told him to report that all 300 Valley troops were ready and would act on time. We could not hear the Black Mountain tribe's exact orders, but scouts observed the remnants of 5,000-man divisions gathering again, while lamps burned in the command tent all night. Several officers took turns inspecting the wounded, and gate security was tighter than in previous days. From that, we judged they also intended to decide the battle within a day or two. Jiang Xiaoyu also discovered pack horses entering and leaving the northeastern grain area continually by day, but only 2 fixed watchtowers remained at night. The enemy had committed more people to Ningxia's front, thinning the rear defense. At the same time, new barricades appeared at the horse enclosure exit, proving it still guarded against a mounted incursion. Opportunity and trap appeared together. Distance alone could not reveal whether troops waited behind the barricades. We needed prisoners to verify it. To obtain a more accurate camp map, I arranged for Jiang Xiaoyu to draw a scout unit to the Tianshui River the next day. The site bordered water on one side and tall grass on 3, suitable for ambush and preventing cavalry from scattering. The ambush would use 100 people, not to overwhelm a few, but to seal the road in the shortest time. If the fight dragged on and patrols noticed, the entire valley could be exposed. Archers would shoot only mounts, while shield spearmen closed the exits. If enemies surrendered immediately, no one could kill prisoners privately to avenge comrades. I wanted camp intelligence that could be cross-checked, not a row of heads. Li Erniu asked why Xiaoyer could not simply capture someone. Gowa answered first. "We need live prisoners, not heads. Better yet, make the enemy think the scouts were simply lost in pursuit and keep them from learning where the horse farm is." 100 shield spearmen and several dozen archers concealed themselves in advance. Everyone else stopped training and rested all day. Hooves were wrapped in cloth and baskets covered horses' mouths. 2 days of dry rations were issued around 8 that night, and no one could open them early. Wang Wu insisted on joining the raid. I still left him in Qingyang Valley to command the 200 support troops and wounded. He knew the 8 saber forms of bloody battle and understood training better than anyone. If we did not return for days, someone had to lead the remaining men and horses away. He slammed his scabbard onto the table and asked whether I looked down on him for lacking an arm. I did not soothe him with empty comfort. I assigned 3 tasks directly: hold the valley entrance, protect the reserve horses, and lead everyone south if he heard 3 long whistles repeatedly before dawn. Each task affected hundreds of lives. Only after reading the written order did he hang his saber back at his waist. "I don't look down on you," I said. "I'm entrusting this place to you precisely because it cannot fall." He was silent for a long time before accepting. Bai Yushuang also explained that if the 100 cavalry were destroyed, the reserve horses and recruits in the valley would be the seed from which the force could be rebuilt. Before dawn on the 10th day, we checked the timeline one last time. Leave the valley at 10 at night, approach the enemy camp after 1, burn its grain first, fight if possible, and withdraw immediately if not. I had every captain repeat the objective and retreat signals to my face, then called on ordinary soldiers at random. 2 reversed, 1 long and 2 short, with 3 long. So I transferred them to the rear on the spot to relearn. If an order lived only inside a captain's mind, the moment he died, 10 men became headless flies. Before that, One final piece of intelligence was missing. The Tianshui River ambush unfolded according to plan. Zhang Xiaoyu appeared in the distance with 5 riders and deliberately maintained a distance that always seemed almost close enough to catch, drawing more than 10 Black Mountain scouts toward the river bend. Hidden in the grass, I could see only the tips of their banners. I first heard the hoofbeats tighten from scattered to dense, then saw Xiaoyu pass the agreed white stone. He neither turned to wave nor accelerated suddenly, meaning the number of pursuers remained within the plan. Only when the final rider entered the bend completely did I lower my raised hand. Shield troops rose from the grass ditch behind them at once. After the enemy entered the narrow space among the tall grass, 100 shield spearmen closed the rear exit while archers occupied both sides. The Hu Centurion tried to lead a charge through the line. I used the bluefish bow to bring down his mount first, then had the front rank restrict the other horses with long spears. The falling mount trapped half the Centurion's leg. 2 scouts turned to rescue him and collided with the riders behind. Our front rank did not rush forward into the chaos. It merely advanced the shield wall 5 steps and left one obvious opening for surrender. A perfectly sealed encirclement would make them fight to the death. Showing them a route to live might leave someone able to speak. Drop your weapons, and you keep your lives. Several riders still tried to break out. As ordered, archers shot horses rather than men. Once their mounts fell and they lost speed, the shield wall quickly separated them. The most violent resistance died in the fighting. Seeing no way out, the remaining 6 finally dropped their sabers and surrendered. One recruit recognized a captive who had participated in looting nearby villages and raised his spear to stab him. Li Erniu knocked the point aside with his shield. I repeated the military order on the spot. A man resisting on the battlefield could be killed. One who had laid down his weapon fell under military law. If we refused to respect that line ourselves, every future enemy would fight to the death, and there would be neither prisoners nor intelligence. We did not throw the bodies into the river. We dragged the battlefield deep into the reeds, recovered arrows, disturbed the hoofprints, and returned to the valley along different routes. When the enemy found the place, it could conclude only that a scout unit had disappeared. No wagon ruts would lead it to the horse farm. We could not bring the injured mounts, so we ended their suffering on the spot and buried tack and army tags separately. Zhang Xiaoyu led 5 riders several li east, deliberately leaving hoofprints toward Annan, then doubled back across a stony beach. The false trail might delay only 1 round of searching, but that was enough to complete the night's operation. The 6 prisoners were held separately. Wang Wu first questioned each about his name, assignment, and camp sector, then cross-checked answers against known information. One deliberately gave the wrong direction for the granary and was quickly contradicted by other testimony. Another saw that his companions had not been executed immediately and traded the camp's current challenge for treatment of his wound. I did not permit torture to force out a perfect map. In fear and pain, a person would say anything to make it stop, and greater detail might be less truthful. We first asked all 6 the same questions, then compared answers with the fires, wagon tracks, and banners our scouts had observed. Only where 3 kinds of information agreed did we draw solid lines. Every unconfirmed tent area remained blank. The Centurion first claimed that 300 soldiers guarded the northeastern grain area, then changed the number to 50. Wang Wu deliberately asked about a well that did not exist, and he readily invented its location, proving his account unreliable. We excluded his testimony and used only the 2 watchtowers and guard change time mentioned consistently by 4 others. The 6th prisoner was severely wounded. After treatment by an army physician, we stopped questioning him so he would not answer deliriously. We finally confirmed that approximately 2,000 people inside the Black Mountain camp could still move, though fewer could mount and fight at once. The wounded were distributed through the southwestern tents. Grain and baggage concentrated in the northeastern corner, where defenses were relatively weak. Night cavalry patrols mainly circled the front gate and Ningxuan side. Outside the northeastern fence stood only fixed towers, with no continuous patrol. Commander Mogan Shan remained in the central command tent. Of the 5 Kiliarchs, Bargan was wounded, while Batilai, Yasuda, Mingjier, and Dawir each led his remnants. Continuous assaults had exhausted men and horses. Many soldiers collapsed into sleep at night, but an alarm could still assemble them quickly. We had the prisoners separately write or recite the 5 Kiliarchs' names, then asked a veteran familiar with the Hu language to verify the sounds so similar pronunciations would not become different people. Whether each man was injured or had signed a military pledge came only from camp rumor and could not guide tactics. flag locations, and the number of guards were more reliable. The more complete our intelligence became, the clearer the danger. Our 300 would not face the drunken detachment at Lee Family Village, but nearly 2,000 veterans of 9 days' bloody combat. I drew the northeastern sector on a wooden board and assembled every captain. The primary objective is the grain, not Moganshan, I stressed. After burning the baggage, withdraw immediately if the central force has formed ranks. Anyone chasing into the command tent for military merit will be punished under military law. Bai Yushuang asked my chance of success. 60 to 70% for burning the grain. Less than 50% for breaking the entire camp. I added, if the wind changes, the chance of burning the grain falls further. Fire magnified a surprise attack, but also hit our retreat. Oil pouches could target only grain wagons and fodder. No one could ignite the wounded tents merely to create a spectacle. If the flames crossed the designated camp lane, all units would withdraw early. She accepted the answer. A real plan did not conceal uncertainty behind the words certain victory. At 8 in the evening on the 10th day, the entire force finished its last hot meal. At 10, 300 troops left Qingyang Valley without fires. Before departure, I gave everyone one last chance to withdraw. I was not encouraging flight before battle. Anyone who had fallen during the day, developed a fever, or could not control his mount would only drag down the unit. The army physician kept 7 people behind, and Bai Yushuang replaced 2 riders whose mounts were visibly lame. We did not fill the vacancies at the last moment. Their original squads simply became smaller. Leaving 9 men behind was safer than bringing 9 unpredictable failures. Bai Yushuang and I commanded 100 cavalry. Li Erniu led 100 shield spearmen. Gowa led a mixed unit of 100 saber shield troops and archers. Everyone tied white cloth around one arm for recognition amid fire and smoke. Hooves were wrapped in cloth. Muzzles were covered to suppress whinnies, and no one spoke. Before 1 in the morning, we reached woods 3 li northeast of the enemy camp. Jiang Xiaoyu confirmed that nearby patrols had passed, with at least half an hour before the next rotation. That half an hour came from 2 earlier observations, not a promise. I kept 2 scouts in the treetops. If they saw torches early, they would imitate an owl. Once inside the woods, every infantryman crouched. No one leaned against a tree to sleep. Cloth separated iron fittings, and even wooden water flask stoppers were wrapped in advance. 300 people's breathing gathered in darkness and sounded louder than it had during the march. I repeated the retreat signals. 1 long and 2 short whistles meant all troops assembled in the southeastern woods. 3 continuous long whistles meant stop for nothing and return directly to Qingyang Valley. No one could guarantee that a command would reach everyone during the melee, so each captain had to judge independently. White cloth could be recognized only in firelight. In darkness, we still relied on a spoken challenge. Tonight, the response to Ningxuan was no longer defend the land, but return to camp, in case the scouts captured several days ago had revealed the old answer. Each squad also designated a deputy captain who would take over the instant his commander fell, without waiting for everyone to gather and ask questions. Infantry remained at the forest edge while cavalry led their horses forward. At 200 yards from the fence, Bai Yushuang and I crawled forward with several men and looped ropes around adjacent posts. The prisoner's location was accurate. Grain wagons and fodder truly lay inside, while the 2 watchtower guards continually dozed after so many days of duty. 1 sentry suddenly stood and approached the fence. I lay in the mud without moving. If we shot, the direction of his fall might make the other tower raise the alarm. He stopped beside a post only briefly, then returned to feed his fire. Bai Yushuang waited until the tower platform hit him again before slowly tightening the loop. Those few dozen paces took nearly 15 minutes, longer than planned, but we did not rush to our feet. I returned to the horses and raised my hand. More than 10 mounts backed away together, pulling down the fence and opening a breach more than 30 feet wide. The dull crash of posts woke the sentries. Bai Yushuang shot the left tower, and I took the right. Before my second arrow left the string, someone inside the camp had already sounded the alarm. The alarm came earlier than expected, meaning the infiltration phase was over. I did not wait for the infantry to approach. 1 short blast on the horse whistle immediately told the rear units to execute our alternate plan. Cavalry would open the breach first, and infantry enter along the same route rather than circling both flanks. The greatest danger after a surprise plan failed was everyone mechanically following the original. Mount. Charge the grain sector. 100 riders surged through the opening, ignored the outer tents, and threw oil pouches and torches directly. Dry grass and grain wagons quickly caught fire. Wind blew from the northeast into the camp, spreading dense smoke across neighboring sectors. 2 oil pouches from the first group landed on bare ground, and the flames did not connect immediately. The rear unit did not stop to throw more. It continued toward the second row of wagons, leaving the next 10-man squad to correct the gap. One horse caught a tent rope and fell sideways. Comrades cut its reins and dragged the rider to the roadside rather than block the entire lane to save one mount. The Black Mountain tribe reacted far faster than the force at Lee Family Village. The first riders rushed from their tents half-dressed, while others tried to cut the lines between burning wagons and the main camp. I dispersed the cavalry in 10-man squads and forbade them to become entangled with enemies. They were to destroy water barrels, fodder, and axles only. 2 squads saw whose soldiers turned and immediately gave chase. One short whistle pulled them back. We had not come to clear every tent. Drawing enemies away from the grain already achieved our purpose. No one knew what waited around a corner in unlit lanes. Li Erniu and Gowa led the infantry through the breach next. They did not scatter to search tents. They formed a line along the fire and kept 2 soldiers coming to extinguish it outside. Archers shot only cavalry attempting to gather, while shield spearmen protected our retreat route. Dense smoke soon lowered visibility. Gowa left a guide holding white cloth every 10 paces from the breach to the grain sector. Li Erniu kept shield faces pointed into the camp and did not turn when flames rose behind. The 30-foot breach we had created was the only reliable exit for 300 people amid the chaos. Even one burning grain wagon blocking it could trap the rear. Barragan organized a counterattack before one tent and fell to a volley from the mixed unit. On the other side, Mingjier had already led more than 10 riders toward the cavalry, setting fires. "Keep burning the grain," I told Bai Yushuang. "Leave that group to me." She did not compete for the fight and immediately led the main force toward the next patch of baggage. I attached the rear section of the Black Iron Lance and turned my horse alone to meet Mingjier. Fire was spreading through the camp, and the central force was assembling. We had completed our first objective, but had to choose between advancing and retreating immediately. Mingjier's curved saber came down with his horse's speed. I did not strike the edge head-on. I used the lance shaft to deflect it, then drove the point beneath his breastplate. As our horses crossed, he lost balance and fell. The dozen-plus riders behind him hesitated when their commander went down. The lance head also jammed after piercing armor. I did not try to show off by lifting the man. I released my front hand and used the horse's motion to pull the weapon free. Another guard saber had already swept in from the right and scraped a white line across my shoulder armor. If I had stopped one moment longer to confirm whether Minjur was dead, I might have been the one on the ground. The value of knocking down an enemy commander was disrupting orders, not striking a pose for spectators. I did not chase the scattered riders. I turned toward the central force assembling. The camp's greatest threat was not isolated Hu soldiers, but someone restoring an organized cavalry charge. Yasuda and Batilai had gathered more than 100 men, while Mogan Shan issued orders constantly outside the central command tent. Jiang Xiaoyu arrived with more than 30 riders. We did not collide directly with a complete line. As we approached, we threw javelins simultaneously. More than 30 short spears disrupted the front rank, frightened mounts collided, and the charge lost speed at once. After the first throw, fewer than half the riders still held a second javelin. Xiaoyer wanted to press the disorder, but I first had the left and right units spread apart. The camp lane could not contain 2 cavalry formations abreast. If the rear accelerated at the mere sight of my back, our own men would collide first. We were exploiting the few breaths before the enemy formed ranks, not trying to fight 100 riders head-on in a narrow lane. Split to both flanks. Don't crowd behind me. Xiaoyer led his men apart. I used the Black Iron Lance's reach to tear an opening from the front. The system's strength could indeed overpower ordinary riders, but blades and arrows came from every direction in a melee. One stray arrow scraped my shoulder armor, and another curved saber nearly cut my horse's neck. I had to remain in constant motion and never stay in one position. My mount was not a battle-hardened warhorse. After 2 sudden turns, foam appeared at its mouth. When someone rushed from behind the fire a third time, it instinctively shied and nearly threw me into burning grass. I lowered the lance and stopped making broad sweeps, thrusting only toward approaching weapons and horses' chests while giving my mount more room to turn. Strength could control the shaft. It could not make a frightened horse obey forever. Bai Yushuang's 100 cavalry had ignited most of the grain sector and joined from the side. Li Erniu's shield spear formation stabilized the breach, while Gowa's archers separated the fire line from the central force. With its command, grain, and horses disturbed at once, the Black Mountain forces' gathered riders quickly broke apart again. The northeast wind suddenly weakened, and smoke began stagnating inside the camp. Following the plan, Bai Yuxuang abandoned the remaining fodder rather than enter a third tent sector and turned the cavalry back toward the breach. Several Hu soldiers used the smoke to approach the shield line from the side. Gowa pulled the archers half a rank back and defended the gap with short knives. Our formation was thinning too and was far from as invincible as it appeared in firelight. Just as we prepared to sound the withdrawal whistle, orderly bowstrings rang from the direction of the camp gate. Wei Ming had descended with Ningxuan Fort's final 200 combat-capable soldiers. I first saw 3 successive volleys of fire arrows outside the gate, then recognized Wei Ming's great black dragon saber. No emergency smoke had appeared on the wall. That meant he had confirmed the northeastern grain fire and brought the reserve to attack from the other side as agreed. Even so, he had gambled Ningxuan's final mobile force. If we could not break the central command quickly, both wall and gate would be exposed. They did not blindly charge into the flames. They formed a shield line outside the camp gate and blocked Mogan Shan's most likely withdrawal. The defenders had only this strength left. If an enemy countercharge broke them, Ningxuan Fort would have no reserve. Wei Ming had clearly staked his final piece on that night. The gate defenders had fought for days, and many could not hold their shields level. Li Jun allowed the archers only 3 volleys before withdrawing behind the shields rather than forcing another draw. Chen Feng used hooked blades to drag fallen horses away from the line so they could not become stepping stones over the shields. The men had not suddenly recovered. They concentrated the last of their strength into the few dozen paces where it mattered most. Mogan Shan, Yasuda, and Batilai led dozens of riders toward the gate. Wei Ming first forced them to turn with a 100-arrow volley. Jiang Xiaoyu and I caught up from behind, while Bai Yuxuang sealed the other side. After several impacts, more than half the Hu riders had fallen. Yasuda turned to intercept me while Batilai led men against Wei Ming's shield wall. We did not all pursue Mogan Shan. Xiao Yer took 10 riders around the flank to watch the commander's direction. Bai Yuxuang and I first pressed apart the 2 groups covering his retreat. If we focused solely on the highest-ranking head, dozens of Hu riders could tear those 200 exhausted defenders apart from behind. But our encirclement was incomplete. Open fields lay to the southeast. Protected by more than 10 guards, Mogan Shan changed direction and broke out. Yasuda and Batilai remained behind and bought him a brief lead. I did not order the new cavalry to pursue at full speed into darkness. After 10 days of fighting, patrol riders could remain outside. Scattering blindly could turn victory into an ambush. Jiang Xiaoyu was visibly unwilling when he accepted the order. Mogan Shan stood fewer than 100 paces away, and slowing down felt like handing away military merit. I pointed out 2 patrol fires still burning to the southeast, and ordered him only to maintain visual contact without fighting. We needed to know where the enemy commander fled. We could not trade 100 newly trained riders for a possible head. Xiao Yer, take 10 riders and watch his direction. Everyone else, close ranks. Mogan Shan vanished into the night toward Linqing County. The main camp still burned, and the battle had not truly ended. More than 10 of our wounded lay near the breach, and organized hoofbeats still sounded beyond the grain sector. The retreat whistle might sound at any moment. Whether tonight's successful arson became a true victory depended on defeating the 2 Kiliarchs left behind and recovering all 300 men before the enemy regrouped. I tightened my grip on the black iron lance and turned first toward the 2 Kiliarchs covering the retreat. Yasuda and Batilai moved to intercept me from either side, with barely a dozen personal guards left behind them. I did not try to force my way between their blades. I first pressed down the curved saber on my left with the shaft of my lance, then used the moment when our mounts crossed to stab Batilai. As I pulled the lance back, I swept Yasuda's reins aside, making his horse turn broadside and block the pursuers behind him. The 2 men were clearly willing to die to hold us back. Batilai was still clinging to the lance shaft as he fell from his horse, while Yasuda used the cover of the horse across the road to slash at me from the right. I could not pull my lance free, so I released it, drew my ring pommel saber, and blocked the strike close against my horse's neck. Jiang Xiaoyu hurled a short spear from the side, forcing Yasuda to raise his shield. Only then could I seize the end of my lance again and cut the 2 commanders off from the guards behind them. The 2 Kiliarchs fell one after the other. I had Jiang Xiaoyu remove their army tags as proof. The cavalry did not stop for their heads. We continued after Mogan Shan. Xiao Yer had meant to cut off their heads, but I told him to take only the army tags. Dismounting to deal with the bodies in the dark would cost us dozens of breaths, and Mogan Shan was already nearing the camp outside lynching. The tags might not earn us the highest possible military credit, but together with our battlefield record, they were enough to prove the men's identities. Right now, distance was worth more than one extra head carried home. Bai Yushuang caught up with the main force. When she learned that I meant to pursue Mogan Shan toward Linqing County, she objected flatly. There are still more than 10,000 Black Mountain troops ahead. Chasing him to the camp gate is suicide. I'm not going into the camp. I'm only taking their commander. I pointed at the remnants around Mogan Shan. Keep the cavalry to Li behind me. If the camp sends troops out, cover the withdrawal immediately. She accepted that limit and did not argue further. Dozens of riders stretched into a long line through the darkness. With the advantage of my mount and my stamina, I gradually closed the distance. Mogan Shan's guards kept turning back to stop me, but every sacrifice only slowed him further. Each time I passed one of the guards, I called out my direction so the unit behind would not have to follow faint hoofprints blindly. Bai Yushuang split the cavalry into a front and rear group. The front kept me in sight, while the rear watched over the mounts that fell behind. 10 days of training had produced only the beginnings of a cavalry unit. A long pursuit at night quickly pulled the formation apart. If she drove every rider at maximum speed, perhaps only a dozen would actually reach the camp gate. As the outline of Linqing County appeared, an alarm sounded from the distant Black Mountain camp. Mogan Shan kept shouting his identity, but the gate remained closed while the guards verified him in the dark. I used those last few dozen steps to pass the guards sacrificing themselves behind him. My black iron lance punched through his armor from behind and to one side. The torches above the gate already shone on me, but the archers did not dare loose at once because I was mixed in among Mogan Shan's guards. I lowered myself along the right side of my mount, knocked aside an arrow shot back at me, and slipped between two guards. The instant my black iron lance struck, I did not continue toward the gate. I hauled the reins sideways and turned my horse along the outer edge of the ditch. 10 more steps forward, and every bough on the camp wall would have been aimed at me. After Mogan Shan fell, I first removed the golden token from his waist. The front was engraved with Miriarch Mogan Shan, and the back bore the Black Mountain emblem. It was enough to establish his identity. He's dead. Withdraw. The token was not our only proof. I had Xiaoyer record the location of the Black Mountain military seal inside the lining of Mogan Shan's armor, and 2 riders jointly confirmed the body. Even if we lost the head or the token on the way home, several people could still testify. A battle report could not rest solely on my claim about whom I had killed. Bai Yushuang and Zhang Xiaoyu arrived then. I ordered them to take the army tags and the head and leave first, while I stayed 100 paces away to watch the gate. If the Black Mountain tribe sent only a small pursuit force, we could fight while withdrawing. If a large force came out, our few dozen newly trained riders needed a head start. Heavy hoofbeats soon thundered from inside the gate, far too many for a few hundred riders. Bai Yushuang refused to leave first. For the first time, I invoked my authority as deputy battalion commander. If you stay here, I'll have to worry about the entire unit. Withdraw toward Ningxuan. I'll catch up. She demanded a rendezvous point. I indicated the fork 3 li to the south. The cavalry would pass the fork, then circle east. If I had not arrived within half an hour, they were not to wait there. They were to take the token straight back to Ningxuan. As I stated the time limit, I realized that my plan was still extraordinarily dangerous. At least it no longer required dozens of people to stand outside the enemy camp and gamble their lives with me. She stared at me for a moment, then finally led the unit away. I had no intention of truly holding off an entire camp alone. I only needed to intimidate them for a few moments, then use the darkness and the border to escape. The gate opened completely, and the first 2 riders poured out. I leveled my lance from the saddle and shouted, "Mogan Shan is dead. Who dares face me in battle?" My shout was loud enough to reach the walls of Linqing, and enough to make the first pursuers wonder whether I had an ambush behind me. Their charge faltered for an instant. I could not see who was on the city wall or hear what they were saying. All I could confirm was that a line of warning torches soon flared to life in the direction of the county seat. The defenders were awake. That commotion deepened the Hu cavalry's suspicions. They had to decide whether an ambush waited behind me while also guarding against a sortie from Linqing while their camp gate stood wide open. Those few breaths were exactly what I had been waiting for. As more riders poured out behind the first wave, I wheeled south and drew thousands of pursuers away from Ningxuan Fort. I did not look back to count how many had emerged. From the hoofbeats alone, I could tell that at least several organized cavalry units were behind me. When the first arrows fell at my back, I crouched low and let them pass overhead. My real escape had only just begun. Ahead lay dozens of li of open wilderness, with no walls and no companions to protect my flanks. I did not return toward Ningxian along the same route. I raced for the border of Commandery instead. Thousands of black mountain riders pursued me, their front ranks constantly trying to sweep around both flanks. I only struck back with my lance when necessary, never letting my mount get trapped in a prolonged fight. My horse had already endured a night raid and a long pursuit. It could not maintain its highest speed forever. I used ditches, low slopes, and broken ground to force the massed cavalry into narrower formations, sprinting over the flats and slowing before rough terrain. Before every turn, I left myself an escape route so the two wings could not close at once. If I relied on brute force and fled in a straight line, my horse would fall first and thousands of men would surround me in the middle of the wilderness. After dozens of li, the main pursuit force gradually slowed before the border. That matched what our scouts had observed. The Qianghu army seemed unwilling to enter Annan Commandery in large numbers. We still did not know why, but we could use the fact itself. There was no line painted across the ground to mark the border, only 2 abandoned boundary stones and a shallow river known to local hunters. I did not know for certain that I had reached the area we had observed until I recognized 3 crooked willows on the bank. The main force slowing did not mean they would never cross. I continued another 2 li south, then used a low slope to turn east in case they were only waiting for me to relax. More than 100 riders continued after me, even when the main force stopped. They still wanted to recover Moganshan's army tag and head. Thinking I was exhausted, they had stretched their formation thin. After circling a low slope, I suddenly turned back. I used the bluefish bow to shoot the horse from beneath the centurion leading them, then charged the front rank from the side. I had only 7 arrows left for the bluefish bow. I did not waste them firing into the densest crowd. I targeted the men giving orders at the front and the 2 fastest horses. When the centurion fell, the riders behind continued dozens of steps in the old direction before they could react, while the men on either flank lost their shared commands. That window of confusion would last only an instant. I swept around their outer edge and never offered myself to the center of their formation. The pursuit force had not expected its prey to counterattack. When the first few riders fell, those behind could not slow in time and collided with one another. I did not linger to fight. I struck repeatedly along the outer ring, forcing them to regroup. By the time the Black Mountain main force noticed the disturbance and sent riders forward, the 100-man detachment had suffered heavy losses, and the survivors withdrew on their own. On my third turn, my horse's forehooves slipped and nearly folded beneath it in the mud. I dropped half out of the saddle, supported the reins, and used the slope to remount, but the stirrup twisted my left foot until it went numb. If the pursuers had not broken formation first, I might have stopped there for good. A counterattack always had a price. The enemy had simply reached the point where they could no longer bear the cost of losing formation before I did. I shouted another challenge from a distance. Once I confirmed that the enemy did not dare pursue across the border in force, I immediately turned onto the mountain road to the east. The challenge had only been cover for my withdrawal. My horse had been running too long, and a stray arrow had gashed my shoulder guard. If I stopped again, I truly would be surrounded. Once I entered the mountain road, I dismounted and led the horse for a while so it could breathe while I checked its hooves. The shoe on its right forehoof had come loose. Another full-speed run could lame it. I tore a strip from my inner lining and bound the shoe in place, then dared go no faster than a trot. Twice I heard scattered hoofbeats behind me and hit at the edge of the trees to confirm the danger. Only when the sky began to pale did I turn toward Ningxian. Before dawn, I completed a wide circle and returned to the foot of Ningxian. The Black Mountain camp was nothing but scorched earth after the fires died. Wei Ming and the others were counting casualties and supplies. When I emerged from the morning mist, hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison, "Tiger Chief!" I did not enjoy the moment for long. My legs were numb when I dismounted, and long hours gripping the lance had split my palms. Bai Yushuang stood at the front of the crowd, her face colder than usual. The army physician examined my horse before examining me. There were no arrow wounds on its belly, but bloody foam clung to its mouth and nostrils. My left ankle was swollen, and an abrasion ran beneath my shoulder guard. The horse was sent to rest immediately and barred from near-term operations. Half the credit for my survival belonged to it. I could not treat it as a tool that never wore down. Deputy Battalion Commander Wang certainly knows how to issue orders, she said. If everyone had stayed last night, none of us would have gotten away. So you drew off thousands of riders by yourself? I could not deny that my choice had been equally reckless. I could only apologize and promise that, before the next withdrawal, I would establish a clear rendezvous point instead of leaving all the danger to the last person behind. She did not forgive me at once, but she tossed me the medicine she had already prepared. Zhang Xiaoyu handed me the cavalry recovery roll as well. No one from the pursuit unit was missing, but 6 horses had fallen behind and 2 riders had been hurt in falls. Bai Yushuang was not angry only because I had stayed behind without authorization. My last-minute change of orders had forced the entire new cavalry unit to reroute in the dark. One success did not prove that the decision deserved to be repeated. Wei Ming ordered the army back into the fort to rest. As the men prepared to move, Goa brought over a prisoner who called himself Doa. The man wore a Kiliarka's armor and offered major intelligence about the Black Mountain tribe in exchange for his life. A head could earn military credit. A Chiliarch willing to tell the truth might save 3 county seats. I decided to hear him out before deciding whether he deserved to live. Before that, I had Dawir searched, his wounds treated, and himself separated from the other prisoners. If his major intelligence was only a tale concocted at the edge of death, the more eagerly we believed him, the more easily he could lead our whole army into a trap. The thrill of victory had to stop outside the council chamber. Dawider's first piece of intelligence concerned the 3 great tribes' plans to attack the cities before withdrawing to the grasslands. We did not question him in front of every officer. Only Wei Ming, Bai Yushuang, 2 clerks, and a veteran fluent in the Hu language remained in the council chamber. Each time Dawir answered, 2 men recorded his words separately. We deliberately scrambled the order of our questions as well, jumping from dates to supply routes, and then back to commanders' names so he could not merely recite a story prepared in advance. The Black Mountain tribe planned to attack Linqing County, the White Wolf tribe would attack Sheikh County, and the Iron Savage tribe would attack Beishan County. The operations would likely be concentrated in the final 10 days. Before winter, they meant to seize one last haul of people, grain, and wealth from the county seats. He gave the following troop strengths. The Black Mountain tribe had originally fielded 20,000, committed 5,000 to Ningxuan, and still had roughly 15,000 outside Linqing. The Iron Savage tribe had around 20,000. The White Wolf tribe had around 30,000. In all, approximately 70,000 had entered Liangzhou this time, and they might assemble an army of 200,000 next spring for a full-scale war. I made him explain the source of each number. He had personally witnessed the Black Mountain tribe's muster of 20,000. The numbers for the White Wolf and Iron Savage tribes came from military briefings after the 3 tribes joined forces. The 200,000 expected in spring was only a recruitment target circulating among the upper ranks, and those troops had not actually assembled. I therefore classified the first 2 items as high-risk intelligence and the last only as a strategic warning. It could not be reported as an army that had already arrived. These numbers came from a prisoner desperate to survive. We could not treat them as established fact. I had the clerks divide every item of intelligence into 3 columns: personally witnessed, heard within the army, and inferred. Then we questioned him separately about tent locations, commanders' names, and supply routes. Anything that matched our prior observations was marked first. Anything we could not verify was listed separately. Regarding the fall of Shishan Pass, he said the 3 great tribes had disguised themselves as merchant caravans from the Nalan tribe and sent small groups through the pass in separate batches. Once the garrison relaxed its guard, they opened the gate from within. That explained how a major fortified pass could fall so suddenly, and the timing matched the attempt to kill Nalan Chier. Bai Yushuang pressed him about the caravan's travel documents and the number of batches admitted. Dawiter said there had been 7 or 8 groups of 20 to 30 men each, but he did not know who on the Dakian side had inspected and admitted them. I marked that point for investigation. It could explain how the pass had been taken, but it did not prove that someone inside had necessarily collaborated with the enemy, and it certainly was not enough to convict any garrison commander. Dawiter also confirmed that the Nalan tribe's main force had been crushed, with a small remnant escaping deep into the Tianshan Mountains. He was half Dakian himself and claimed never to have taken part in massacring villages. He offered to defect. We did not clear him on the strength of one claim. We merely kept him in custody, pending checks against testimony from other prisoners and civilians. He gave us his mother's Dakian name and former county of residence. The clerks sealed that information separately and sent someone to verify it. The civilians rescued from Li village would also identify prisoners. If anyone recognized him as a participant in the raids, his cooperation would not absolve him. Providing intelligence could affect his treatment, but it could not erase what he had already done. He asked for a military code name to distinguish him from his former identity. I gave him the name, Wang Miehu, and made the conditions explicit. This is not a pardon. It is only what we will call you while you cooperate. We discuss formal resettlement only if your intelligence proves true and you have no blood debt. The 3 county seats had to be warned, but we could not post public notices where refugees gathered. If the enemy learned that its plan had been exposed, it might change targets early. I decided to send sealed letters with men who understood military affairs, each delivered directly to the county magistrate and commandant. At the same time, we would notify Liu Zhengbei at Tangshan Fort and Qin Weining, the governor of Anxi Commandery, and require them to verify the reports independently. Each letter described only the force and timing that threatened its particular county. It did not reveal the location of Qingyang Valley or name Dawar. The messengers traveled in pairs, each memorizing a verbal verification phrase. If a letter's wax seal was broken, the recipient would know that its contents might have leaked. Linxing was closest, so a fast horse would deliver its warning that very day. The other 2 parties would avoid Anxi Commandery's main post road and circle around by hunters' trails. Public recruitment and repairs to the city defenses could come later. Secret inspections of the gates, granaries, and suspicious refugees had to begin immediately. We also completed an initial count of our captured supplies. More than 1,000 war horses, more than 2,000 shur of grain, large quantities of weapons, silver and copper coin, and 1 chest of gold. Their total value was conservatively estimated at approximately 300,000 taels, a figure that large demanded separate storerooms, complete records, and 2 people present whenever anything was unsealed. No one was allowed to divide the spoils privately. 300,000 taels was only an estimate reached by valuing every item at pre-war prices. It did not mean that the storerooms held 300,000 taels of silver. Wartime prices for horses, grain, and goods were all changing, and damaged weapons might not sell at all. I had the clerks list silver on hand, copper coins, gold, horses, and goods separately. Any later purchase could cite only funds actually available, not spend the total valuation as if it were cash. More than 1,000 horses did not mean 1,000 cavalrymen either. The post-battle inspection found many with hoof injuries, smoke damage, or saddle sores. Only some could return to battle immediately. The rest would need to recuperate, carry loads, or be sold. Bai Yushuang selected the military mounts first, with both the army physician and the grooms signing off so no one could privately sell a good horse under the label of an inferior one. Wei Ming asked whether we should take the initiative and reinforce the 3 counties. First, we restore our combat strength and continue gathering refugees, I said. At the same time, send scouts to watch the 3 tribes' siege equipment and grain carts. We won't know where to place our troops until we confirm that the enemy is truly moving. Wei Ming then asked what we would do if all 3 counties requested aid at once. I could only give him an unappealing answer. Rank them by the reliability of the intelligence, the distance, and our realistic chance of changing the battle. We would not divide the army evenly into 3 forces and send all 3 to die. We would do everything we could to warn them, but we could not pretend we already possessed the strength to save everyone. Ningxia Fort had only just survived a 10-day siege. We now had intelligence and supplies, but we were still far from having the strength to save 3 county seats at once. After the captured supplies entered storage, Wei Ming and I decided to delay the complete victory report to Anxi Commandery. We would report the ordinary results of the battle and the enemy's withdrawal as usual. The actual troop deployments, Dawarer's confession, and Mogan Shan's golden token would travel by a separate route. Delay did not mean hiding how many people had died at Ningxia Fort. We reported the dead, the gravely wounded, our captures, and the enemy's direction of retreat in full accordance with military law. We sealed only the appendices that could expose our informant and next move. Wei Ming affixed his seal to both documents, and the clerks retained copies. If anyone later accused us of falsifying military credit, the original rolls and army tags would still allow every item to be checked. The reason was practical. Zhou Shang had reduced my military credit in public before, and the 3 county seats might already contain enemy agents. If every card we held traveled through the same postal stations, both our enemies and our political rivals could prepare in advance. I had Wang Wu draft a secret letter detailing how Xishan Pass had fallen, the warning of 200,000 troops in spring, the results at Ningxia, and the full roster of our dead. Trusted personnel would escort Mogan Shan's head and golden token around the Anxi Post Road and take them directly to Yong'an, the imperial capital. There was no guarantee the court would respond, but at least this would leave an official record of our battles and our decision to take in the surviving troops. Each member of the escort party knew only the location of the next handoff, not the details of Qingyang Valley. The token was wax-sealed inside a wooden case. The head was preserved according to military practice and accompanied by the signatures of 2 witnesses. If the secret letter was lost on the road, Ningxia Fort would still hold a copy. If a courier was captured, he could not reveal the whole route at once. Such precautions might look paranoid, but they were more reliable than entrusting every piece of evidence to a single heroic messenger. The spoils from the Battle of Ningxia were entered into strict accounts. The more than 2,000 share of grain would first supply the fort and Qingyang Valley. The more than 1,000 horses would go to the pasture in batches. The 300,000 tael valuation was not ready silver that we could spend as we pleased. It included copper coin, gold, silver, and various goods that would have to be sold item by item. Any rewards would wait until the military situation stabilized. The first intake inspection found that 2 cartloads of grain sacks had gotten damp and could not be stored with the dry grain. Dozens of leather cuirasses were stained with lamp oil and had to be taken apart, washed, and inspected again. We initially listed all spoils as pending inspection, instead of calling everything usable simply to make the numbers look impressive. Each storeroom had 2 different keys, one held by the quartermaster and the other by a clerk. Both had to be present to open it. For 3 consecutive days, there was no large-scale retaliation from the Hu army. Scouts found only scattered patrol riders. The Black Mountain camp outside Linqing had actually strengthened its defenses, suggesting that they still could not determine how many troops Ningxia Fort possessed. Those 3 days were not a vacation. Ningxia Fort buried the dead, repaired the southern section of the wall, and registered wounded soldiers again according to whether they could continue serving. Qingyang Valley received the horses, isolated the sick ones, and treated hoof injuries. I slept only a few full hours and spent most of my time traveling between the 2 locations to check the accounts. If we did not contain the chaos following a great victory, stolen grain, fraudulent claims, and disease would destroy the fruits of battle in the enemy's place. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Jiang Xiaoyu reported that a man claiming to be a deputy general from Xishan Pass sought an audience. The man's name was Lei Qianshan. He stood nearly 2 meters tall and carried old wounds and an army tag from Xishan Pass. He said that after the pass fell, he had led the survivors in a breakout and hidden in the Ning'an Mountains. Only recently, after hearing that we had repeatedly defeated the Black Mountain tribe, had he followed Wei Ming's directions to Qingyang Valley. I first asked him to surrender his weapon, then had veterans from Xishan Pass examine the army tag's design. Lei Qianshan did not take offense. He volunteered his camp number, his superior's name, and the sector he had been guarding on the day the pass fell. His 3 companions were questioned separately, and their accounts of their retreat route and casualties matched. Whether they bore responsibility for losing the pass, however, could not be decided by one round of questioning. How many men remain? I asked. 800 frontier soldiers. He dropped to one knee. Every one of us is willing to keep fighting the enemy. We ask only that you take us in, my lord. Under the old law, the garrison of Xishan Pass might face punishment for losing the pass. Accepting them would immediately add 800 veterans to our ranks, but it would also make me responsible for what became of them. I did not believe one side of the story at once. I ordered checks of army tags, unit structures, the wounded, and the testimony of several squad officers. Wei Ming had only told them they could come see me. He had not incorporated them on my behalf. That distinction mattered. If these 800 frontier soldiers were who they claimed, they were the fighting strength we needed most. If enemy agents had mixed in among them, the location of the entire pasture would be exposed. I made them camp 2 li outside the valley and place their weapons under seal. The army physicians would examine the wounded, and the quartermaster would count their rations before they entered verification in groups of 10. The details corroborated one another. Lei Qianshan was also willing to submit a full muster roll and accept a later investigation by the imperial court. For now, I accept these 800 men as a provisional garrison pending verification. I helped him up. Defend Liangzhou and record your military credit. An investigation will determine responsibility for the fall of Xishan Pass. Rumor will not convict you. Lei Qianshan asked to guarantee every man personally. I refused. A commander could take responsibility for an order, but he could not vouch for every act committed by 800 individuals. Each soldier had to register his name, birthplace, former unit, and a comrade who could bear witness for him. Anyone with a record of disappearance or a contradictory story would undergo a separate review. Accepting scrutiny was not humiliation. It was the only reliable way for them to re-enter the military roles. Lei Qianshan released a long breath. He then added that the mountains held more than the surviving troops. Over 3,000 villagers had also taken refuge there. A force of 800 frontier soldiers meant combat strength. 3,000 civilians meant a test of our food, shelter, and order. Yet leaving them to hide in the mountains only meant waiting for winter or the Hu cavalry to find them first. I first asked how many days of food remained in the mountains and whether there was any disease or enemy pursuit. Lei Qianshan said they had fewer than 5 days of coarse grain. Some elderly people had fallen ill from the cold, and no Hu riders had been seen. I immediately dispatched a small unit with medicine and dried grain instead of waiting for a complete relocation plan. Only then did I have Goa calculate how many people Ningxia and Qingyang Valley could each hold, so one cry of "take them all" would not overwhelm both wells and granaries at once. Most of the more than 3,000 refugees were young or middle-aged adults, though there were also some elderly people, women, and children. I assigned 1,000 of the healthiest men to train in Qingyang Valley and sent the other roughly 2,000 people to settle at Ningxia Fort. We did not forcibly separate families. Anyone whose relatives went to the fort could accompany them. Healthiest was determined jointly by army physicians and officers, not by standing at the front of a line and picking whoever looked strongest. Some men appeared robust, but had persistent fevers. Others were older, yet knew horses and archery. They were assigned to treatment or transport accordingly. Anyone who volunteered for the army left a fingerprint. Those who did not could enter the workshops, farm military land, or repair the walls. We needed soldiers, but rescue could not become another form of forced conscription. Jiang Xiaoyu led the cavalry and 300 riderless horses to meet them, maintaining security in sections along the route. Every new arrival first registered their home district, relatives, and trade, then underwent an examination for wounds and illness. Blacksmiths, charcoal burners, carpenters, and sewers received priority placement in the workshops. Those without a trade repaired walls, farmed, or transported supplies. The relocation took 2 days. It was not one immense column surging through the mountain gate. The sick, the frail, and families with children formed the first group, artisans the second, and the able-bodied adults brought up the rear with the frontier soldiers. At each watering place, we counted everyone before the next section departed. One elderly man died on the road. His family chose to bury him there, and we recorded both his name and the location of his grave. He did not vanish without a trace inside a number as large as 3,000. Lei Qianshan temporarily retained command of the 800 frontier soldiers, but his rank was set at army officer pending review. He had formerly been a deputy general. The reduction was not an insult. It prevented him from exceeding his authority before the imperial court completed its review. Lei Qianshan accepted it readily, saying that being allowed to continue defending the frontier with his brothers was enough. Nor did the 800 men remain intact as a private force that obeyed Lei Qianshan alone. Each 100-man unit received a clerk or quartermaster from Ningxia Fort, and their passwords, rations, and punishments all entered the same system of military law. Lei Qianshan remained responsible for training and wartime command, but moving more than 100 men required a written order. That protected U.S. and would also protect him from a later accusation of raising troops without authorization. "My life belongs to you from this day forward," he declared in public. Men on the training ground began dropping to one knee in response. I did not let the gesture spread. Soldiers could admire a commander, but loyalty to an individual could not stand above military law or the people. Today, they shouted "Tiger Chief" because I had given them food. Tomorrow, they might change flags because someone else offered more. Clear duties and a place that all of us defended together had to be what kept the force standing. I raised a hand to stop them. Save your life for the recapture of Shishan Pass. Do not give it to any one person. Obey military orders. But if an order breaks the law and harms civilians, you must have the courage to refuse it. I meant those words for the more than 2,000 people on the training ground as well. Qingyang Valley now held 800 frontier soldiers, 1,000 newly recruited men, and our original 300 veterans and cavalry, for a total of approximately 2,100. The larger our army became, the less we could rely on the worship of one person to hold it together. I required every unit to establish muster rolls, 10-man mutual guarantee groups, and quartermaster ledgers. Frontier veterans were not to bully new soldiers, while new soldiers could not use their claim of having joined Tiger Chief to exclude the original garrison. Robbing civilian property, harassing rescued women, and privately selling warhorses would all be punished under military law once proven. A conflict broke out on the first day. Two frontier soldiers, irritated by how slowly the new recruits moved, seized their water bucket. The recruits then gathered men from their village to block the barracks. Neither side drew a weapon, but I still ordered their officers to investigate in public. The men who took the bucket returned it and received 3 days of labor duty. Those who had gathered a crowd to blockade the barracks were reprimanded as well. If a minor grievance grew into a struggle between veterans and recruits, no amount of military orders would be enough to stop it. Bai Yuxuang selected 100 women who volunteered for military service from among the newly settled refugees. Sun Dainyu would help train them. They would first learn riding, archery, and first aid, then be assigned to mounted or infantry service according to their ability. Their training would not be reduced because of their sex, and people with no experience would not be pushed straight to the front. Some only wanted to learn to protect their families and did not wish to serve permanently. Bai Yuxuang divided the program into basic self-defense and formal military service. Every volunteer could learn to handle a bow, bind wounds, and evacuate during a fire alarm. Only those who passed tests of fitness, discipline, and weapon skill would enter a combat unit. That kept us from treating them as decorations, but also kept us from using a slogan about equality to conceal insufficient training. The number of blacksmiths at Ningxia Fort rose from nearly 100 to more than 300. Oldly estimated that, if raw materials and charcoal remained available, they could complete the next batch of sabers, spears, arrows, and armor within 20 days. The artisans received fixed rations and wages. We would no longer use their rescue as an excuse to demand unpaid labor. Not all 300 were skilled blacksmiths. Most could only sift or work the bellows or polish metal. Oldly entrusted the essential forging to the masters, while newcomers began with arrowheads and armor repairs. Finished goods would still be sampled and inspected furnace by furnace. Doubling the workforce could raise production, but it would also increase accidents and waste. 20 days was an estimate, not a military order guaranteeing completion. On the way back to Qingyang Valley, Bai Yuxuang asked whether I intended to reinforce Linqing County. I don't intend merely to defend the city, I said. If the Black Mountain tribe truly brings 15,000 men against Linqing, we have to find a way to break them. She reminded me that the combined forces at Ningxia Fort and Qingyang Valley were still far smaller than the enemy's. A third night raid would no longer possess the surprise of the first two, which is why we won't copy the night raids. I spread out the map. Linqing County has walls and local defenders. Our task is to make the Black Mountain tribe misjudge the size of the reinforcements and strip away the advantage of their cavalry, not meet them head-on in open country. I listed 3 preconditions. Linqing's defenders had to cooperate. The Black Mountain tribe truly had to commit its main force to the city. And we needed enough black armor, war horses, and banners to create an illusion. If any one condition failed, we would have to redesign the plan. Bai Yuxuang heard me out and merely said that the new cavalry should first learn to hold a steady formation. She did not pretend that my idea was already ready to execute. The concrete plan still had to wait until our scouts confirmed the enemy's movements. I did not deliberately withhold information to seem profound. I stated plainly which parts remained uncertain. When more than 2,000 soldiers formed ranks in the valley and saluted me in unison for the first time, I looked over those survivors, hunters, villagers, and new female recruits. I did not feel triumphant. I felt the weight of greater responsibility. We had come this far from an isolated fort with only half a month's food. Our next opponent would be the true main force of the Black Mountain tribe. We reorganized the force according to its actual equipment and experience. Before the reorganization, I first mixed soldiers from the original Ningxia garrison, the Xishan frontier troops, and the newly recruited men into 10-man teams for a trial exercise. 3 different command systems appeared in the first round. The frontier troops listened for fortress signals, the Ningxia veterans recognized our short whistles, and the recruits only knew how to follow the front rank. Unless we unified them first, 3,000 men might look imposing, but a single turn in a real battle could leave them blocking one another to death. Lei Qianshan selected 400 of the 800 frontier soldiers to reinforce the cavalry. The other 400 were divided evenly between the shield and spear units and the saber and shield units. Together with our original riders, Qingyang Valley now had 500 cavalry and 100 scouts, commanded respectively by Lei Qianshan and Jiang Xiaoyu. Not all 400 frontier soldiers entered mounted combat immediately. Bai Yuxuang first tested their control of a horse, formation riding, and javelin throwing. Only those who passed entered the main cavalry. Men who could ride, but could not obey signals, served first as couriers or in pack transport. Jiang Xiaoyu's 100 scouts underwent a separate selection. They had to know the roads, draw simple maps, and break away from anyone following them. Running fast was not the only standard. Of the 1,000 new recruits, 300 reinforced the shield and spear units, 300 reinforced the saber and shield units, 300 formed a saber and bow unit, and I personally trained the last 100 as my guard. After the reorganization, Li Erniu commanded 600 shield and spear troops, Guo commanded 600 saber and shield troops, Zhang Dashan commanded 300 saber and bow troops, and my personal guard numbered 100. Bai Yushuang did not form the 100 newly selected women into a separate battalion meant only for display. After passing the basic examinations, they entered the scouts, saber and bow troops, or reserves according to their riding, archery, and medical skills. Each person occupied only one place on the muster rolls and drew only one ration. My guards were not private troops receiving the best treatment. Their duties included breaching enemy lines, carrying orders, and extracting the commander. Their training was the hardest, and their risk of casualties was the greatest. Li Zian wanted to become a team leader immediately. I made him take the same riding, archery, 8 saber forms of bloody battle, and literacy examinations as everyone else. Knowing me did not qualify him. Being able to read and understand military orders after I was wounded did. When I was absent, Bai Yushuang held authority over Qingyang Valley. When both of us were absent, Wang Wu held it. Nothing frightened a battlefield more than a broken chain of command. We wrote that order of succession into each unit's military instructions so no one had to guess in an emergency. Lei Qianshan's seniority and former rank both exceeded Wang Wu's, but he accepted the order. This was not about whom I trusted more. Wang Wu knew the valley's stores, reserve troops, and training progress, while Lei Qianshan was better suited to lead the main force in the field. After explaining that in public, I had both men repeat the limits of their authority, so one future claim of "I thought" could not produce 2 competing sets of orders. We still had more horses than we could feed. We had already sold 100. After the reorganization, we decided to sell another 300 animals not intended for frontline combat in exchange for fodder, medicinal supplies, and iron. 600 cavalry we could feed and train were worth more than 1,000 starving horses. 3 grooms jointly graded the horses for sale. The quartermaster recorded their teeth, hoof condition, and destination, and officers were forbidden from setting aside good horses to exchange for private money. We also divided the transactions among several caravans, accepting half the payment in grain and beans and half in salt and medicine. That reduced the danger of holding large quantities of silver that could no longer buy what we needed in wartime. Bai Yushuang retained the final veto. If she believed a horse could still recover, it remained in the recuperation pen. Including the garrison at Ningxia Fort, we could now mobilize more than 3,000 troops. That was enough to influence a local battle, but still not enough to confront the 3 great tribes head-on. Our training priorities therefore remained unchanged. Shield and spear resisted charges. Saber and shield fought at close quarters. Saber and bow shifted between ranged and close combat. And cavalry focused only on mobility and attacks against flanks and rear. 3,000 was only the total number on our rolls, not 3,000 people who could enter battle at any moment. We had to subtract the wounded, workshop guards, troops watching the valley entrance, and transport teams. New recruits did not count as frontline troops until they completed 3 full formation exercises. I ordered military reports to list 3 figures at once: enrolled, combat capable, and mobile. From now on, every plan would use only the last figure. By then, our secret letters had also reached Linqing, Shay, and Beishan counties. The messengers did not wear Ningxian uniforms. They shot the sealed documents onto the walls with arrows to avoid any enemy agents at the gates. All 3 letters stated the possible time and target of attack, as well as the risk of infiltration, and required the recipients to verify the intelligence themselves. Linqing's reply carried the county seal and the agreed password, proving that the letter had truly reached the magistrate. Shay and Beishan returned only brief signals. We could not confirm how thoroughly they had investigated. Our later troop deployments, therefore, could not assume that all 3 cities had prepared adequately. We would have to judge again from beacon smoke and new messengers. 5 days later, Linqing County sent an emissary requesting aid. Magistrate Meng Jiwen had secretly inspected the gates, granaries, and suspicious contacts. He was willing to coordinate operations with Ningxian Fort and hoped we would enter the city directly to reinforce its defense. I sent the emissary back with 3 conditions for our cooperation. Linqing would hold its gates and retain a reserve capable of leaving the city. The Ningxuan army would not accept improvised orders from inside the county seat. 3 black smoke arrows and a red flag would confirm our identities to one another. If Meng Jiwen could not accept those conditions, we would still harass the Black Mountain tribe, but we would not place our troops inside an unfamiliar system of city defenses. Wei Ming asked whether I would accept the request. I refused to cram all 3,000 men into the city. Once our cavalry entered, it would lose its mobility. The Black Mountain tribe would only have to surround the city to trap both forces at once. Please tell Magistrate Meng that we will send troops without fail, but the timing and method will depend on intelligence from the front. She and Beishan counties had also requested aid from Tongshan Fort and Anxi Commandery respectively. We could not divide our force into 3, so we could only watch the closest enemy whose strength we knew best, the Black Mountain tribe, then turn elsewhere according to the result. In mid-October, our scouts confirmed that the camp outside Linqing was gathering long ladders, siege carts, and equipment for infantry assaults. The core of Daoer's intelligence had been verified. That proved only that Linqing was a genuine target. It did not automatically confirm every detail concerning the other 2 counties. We reduced Daoer's custody classification from condemned prisoner to cooperating captive and allowed him to help identify banners while escorted by guards. He still received no weapon and could not leave the valley. He had provided something of value, but his responsibility remained under investigation. I ordered every unit onto a war footing. Qingyang Valley stopped selling horses to outsiders, and Ningxuan Fort sealed 10 days of military grain. Only a few days remained before the Black Mountain tribe attacked the city. 5 days later, beacon smoke rose in the direction of Linqing. Beacon smoke could tell us only that an attack had begun, not which wall had fallen. We did not send the whole army racing out the instant we saw the signal. Instead, 3 groups of scouts followed different ridgelines to confirm the situation. Half a day later, a messenger from the city and observers outside arrived almost simultaneously. Only when their reports of the time, enemy strength, and direction of the main attack matched did I mark Linqing as our present top priority. The first scout reported that afternoon. Approximately 15,000 Black Mountain troops had reached the city, forming 10 large infantry squares, while several thousand cavalry patrolled around them. Long ladders and siege carts were already in place, and the assault had begun against the western wall. Because of our warning, Linqing County had sealed suspicious entrances in advance. Enemy agents inside failed to open the gates during the first assault. Nearly 4,000 combat and support troops, along with more than 10,000 able-bodied civilians who could be mobilized, now defended the walls in sections. The Black Mountain tribe had expected help from within and was poorly prepared on the first day. By dusk, it still had not breached the city. Meng Jiwen did not claim to have captured every enemy agent. He said only that the gate keys, granary watches, and night passwords were now cross-managed by 2 groups. That was more reliable than one massive search. They might not identify a real spy immediately, but at least one person who had been bought could no longer open a gate alone. These details came from both Meng Jiwen's messenger and our scouts outside the city, and the 2 accounts corroborated each other. She and Beishan had also come under attack from the White Wolf and Iron Savage tribes that day. From the distant beacon smoke, we could confirm only that neither had yet fallen. If Linqing could not hold for even 2 days, we would arrive only to fight more than 10,000 cavalry amid the ruins. I decided to wait until the 3rd day. The walls would first drain the Hu infantry and their stamina while giving us time to prepare our disguise. Waiting did not mean making Linqing shed blood for us without help. During the first night, we delivered medicinal supplies, bowstrings, and 2 carts of arrows through a concealed opening by the south gate. Our messenger also explained the signal for reinforcements on the 3rd day. If an irreversible breach appeared on the 2nd day, the defenders would light 3 columns of wolf smoke from the wall. We would abandon the preparations for our disguise, move up the infantry early, and help civilians withdraw toward the south gate. A counterattack on the 3rd day made sense only if the city could still hold. At the heart of the plan were 600 black cavalry. Dakian's true black cavalry was stationed at the imperial capital, and the Black Mountain tribe knew it should not suddenly appear in Liangzhou. Yet at the height of the siege, when information was at its most chaotic, the abrupt appearance of a mounted force entirely in black behind a vast cloud of dust would make any commander hesitate, if only briefly. I did not intend to issue false imperial orders or have the soldiers call themselves the Black Cavalry. We would simply use captured black armor, dark horses, and black banners, leaving the enemy to make its own judgment at a distance. That distinction reduced the danger of the imperial court prosecuting us for forging military orders. It also kept Linqing's defenders from hearing the wrong slogan, taking us for a genuine imperial army and pursuing farther than we had agreed. We assembled 600 dark horses, suits of black armor, black lances, and iron masks. A light branch would be tied behind each horse's tail. When we charged over dry ground, the branches would drag up a great cloud of dust, making us look like thousands of cavalry from afar. Our banners would not impersonate any specific imperial command. We used only black military flags, so we left no evidence of a forged edict. The branches also depended on the weather. If it rained the night before, the ground would raise no dust, and half the illusion would disappear. If the wind blew toward us, the dust would instead blind our own troops. Zhang Xiaoyu measured the wind direction for 2 consecutive days, then selected a dry, hard slope southwest of Linqing. He also prepared a backup plan for a day without dust. The infantry would begin beating drums early while the cavalry repeatedly crossed in 2 columns. Bai Yushuang identified the greatest problem. What if they don't believe it? 600 cavalry collide with several thousand, and the illusion breaks immediately. Which is why we cannot rely on fear alone. I marked 2 stands of trees on the map. Wei Meng will conceal 2,500 infantry 3 li from the battlefield in advance. If the enemy cavalry countercharges, we do not meet it head-on. We split into wings and draw it toward the shield and spear formation. Linqing's defenders will counterattack from the city after receiving our signal as well. Fewer than half of the 2,500 infantry had proper armor, and their marching speeds differed. Wei Meng would depart early on the second night. The shield and spear troops would arrive first, followed by the saber and bow unit and the transport teams. A withdrawal corridor would remain open between the concealed positions. If the disguise of the 600 cavalry was exposed, we would pass through the corridor, the shield and spear troops would close behind us, and the new cavalry would never be forced to withstand thousands of Hu riders head-on. In the best possible outcome, the sight of the black cavalry would make the Black Mountain tribe pull back its siege infantry and disorder its own formations. In the worst, we would strike once under the cover of our infantry and withdraw instead of wagering all 600 riders. I wrote out more precise abort conditions. If Linqing's red flag did not rise, we would not charge. If 3,000 or more enemy cavalry formed up early, we would not charge. If Wei Meng's infantry was not in position, we would not charge. If the Black Mountain main force voluntarily disengaged from the wall and deployed southwest, we still would not charge. If any scout confirmed one of those conditions, he would blow 3 long whistles in succession. The bolder the plan, the clearer the threshold for stopping had to be. Lei Qinchan approved. After days of siege warfare, he believed the Black Mountain tribe had converted many cavalrymen into infantry, leaving relatively few mounted units capable of responding quickly. Bai Yushuang did not nod her agreement until she had heard the complete withdrawal plan. By the evening of the second day, Linqing still had not fallen. The battle report said both sides had suffered heavy casualties. The enemy had scaled the western wall several times, only to be driven back by Commandant Zhang Hua. The Black Mountain tribe was preparing to commit its entire siege force on the third day. The reply also confirmed the red flag and the route out of the city. Zhang Hua guaranteed only that he could organize approximately 1,000 men still capable of fighting, and he would not promise to pursue more than 1 li from the city. I accepted that limit. The men inside had already fought for 2 consecutive days. Demanding that they turn into elite troops, the instant reinforcements appeared would build our coordination on fantasy. Our moment had come. On the afternoon of the third day, I led 600 black-armored cavalry toward the battlefield from southwest of Linqing. Wei Meng's 2,500 infantry were already concealed along the tree line, with only scouts maintaining contact with us. Behind the last low slope, the 600 riders divided into 3 columns. Everyone checked the eye slits in their masks and the branches tied behind their horses' tails one more time. Black armor absorbed the sun's heat, and many men were already breathing heavily. I let them drink 1 final mouthful of water, then leave their water skins with the support unit behind us. The true charge covered only a few li, making our horses carry extra weight, and swinging water skins now would do more harm than good. From the high slope, I could see the western wall of Linqing almost completely hidden by smoke and dust. The Black Mountain tribe had dismounted most of its cavalry and organized them as infantry. Thousands were storming forward along ladders and through breaches. The defenders on the wall had been compressed around the gate tower and a few sections of battlement, with almost no reserves left. Jiang Xiaoyu did not return with a vague judgment such as the whole city is about to fall. He reported 3 visible facts. The northern section of the western wall already flew black mountain flags. The county flag still hung from the gate tower. The south gate remained closed. Approximately 2,000 screening cavalry were scattered into several groups around the enemy perimeter, with the nearest less than 2 li from us. We still had one chance to create a false impression. We would not get a second chance to conceal ourselves. I did not charge at once. I first confirmed 2 things. The local defenders still controlled the gate, and a visible gap had opened between the enemy camp and the siege force. If the gate had already fallen, charging recklessly would only trap us between the troops inside and outside. Our agreed signal to Meng Jiwen was 3 black smoke arrows. The archers released them in succession toward the rear flank of the wall. A moment later, a red flag rose from the gate tower, indicating that the defenders could still organize a counterattack. The first smoke arrow vanished in the haze over the battlefield, and the second flew too low. I waited until the third cleared the corner of the wall, and the red flag truly rose over the gate tower before ordering the branches behind our horses released. If I charged simply because I imagined that the city must have seen our signal, then without cooperation from within, we would strike the siege force alone. 600 warhorses began to accelerate slowly. The branches dragged across the dry ground behind them, and a line of dust swelled into a great black cloud. The all-black armor, long lances, and masks concealed our true identities and made our numbers impossible to judge from afar. The dust cloud also blinded our rear ranks, so every 10-man team watched only the tip of the flag ahead instead of accelerating after my back. We kept to a trot for the first li and increased speed only in the second. The columns on both flanks deliberately spread outward to present a wider front from a distance, while leaving a corridor through the center for javelins and withdrawal. We needed to look numerous. We did not need to spread ourselves so thin that we truly could not support one another. The Black Mountain Tribe's screening cavalry spotted us first. Approximately 2,000 riders who had been scattered on guard duty hastily began assembling to the southwest. The infantry assaulting the city also started looking back, and renewed shouts rose from Linqing's walls. When the enemy raised its first rallying flag, I saw at least 2 infantry squares beneath the wall stop climbing their ladders. The illusion had already taken effect, but we were nowhere near victory. If the 2,000 screening riders completed their formation and withstood the first contact, Yuta Shan would realize that no more cavalry waited behind the dust. We had to force the command center to continue redirecting troops before it could confirm our numbers. Hold formation. Do not break ranks early. I did not charge into the mounted ranks alone as I had originally imagined. How long the illusion endured depended on whether our 600 riders behaved like a well-trained army. Only when the distance between the forces fell below 200 paces did I trade the bluefish bow for my black iron lance. The enemy vanguard sent several hundred riders forward to probe us. We did not intend to get entangled here. We intended to make our first contact hit hard enough to matter. I chose a slightly descending hard-packed slope as the point of contact. It would keep the branches from catching on grass roots while forcing the enemy riders to accelerate uphill. Bai Yushuang warned me of a dry ditch on the left, and I immediately shifted the center formation 10 paces right. Any lateral movement by 600 cavalry could cause collisions. The front and rear columns needed nearly 100 paces to align again. Javelins. The front 2 lines released their short spears together, forcing the enemy riders to scatter. I led the center through the opening. Bai Yushuang took 200 cavalry against the left wing, and Lei Qianshan took 200 against the right. Jiang Xiaoyu's scouts remained behind us to relay a withdrawal signal. The javelins did not bring down all several hundred enemies. They tore an opening less than 20 paces wide in the front rank. A blow grazed my horse's shoulder and slowed it for an instant. The rider behind nearly crashed into us. I raised my lance to the right, and the team leader behind me immediately slanted the center line away. Better to let several enemy riders escape than pile into a knot at the opening. Our first attack continued because the formation corrected itself in time, not because the enemy had suddenly lost the ability to resist. For the first quarter hour of contact, the Black Mountain Tribe still did not know we numbered only 600. The dust concealed the woods behind us, and at the right moment, Wei Ming ordered the infantry to beat numerous war drums, creating the sound of reinforcements continuing to arrive. We had already begun taking losses. More than a dozen riders on the left fell from their horses, while curved sabers wounded several mounts on the right. Bai Yushuang did not stop to rescue anyone. She sent the riderless horses following the formation back toward the infantry support unit, which would recover the fallen. If our cavalry formation stopped here, the men on the ground would instead be trampled beneath both armies. The enemy Miriarch, Yuta Shan, finally pulled his personal guard back from the siege line. For Kiliarchs joined him to form the center command. As long as that command center remained intact, the Black Mountain tribe could see through our disguise and reorganize. From the gathering of banners and courier riders, I could identify the center command, but I could not immediately confirm that the rider at its heart was Yuta Shan. Jiang Xiaoyu first compared the Black Mountain banners against descriptions given by prisoners. Then Lei Qianshan recognized the double ring flag of the Miriarcha's personal guard. Only then did we designate the position as our next target. Killing the wrong well-armored officer would only drive 600 riders deeper into an encirclement. I pointed my black iron lance at the banner of the center command. Ignore the scattered troops. Follow me, break their banner, and kill their commander. Bai Yushuang and Lei Qianshan pressed in from the two wings, forcing the Black Mountain screening cavalry toward the center. I led 200 riders against Yuta Shan's command formation. Our first volley of javelins disrupted the front line of his personal guard, and only then did we engage with long lances. The two wings did not truly close an encirclement. They only drove the enemy riders away from the route leading back to the woods. Bai Yushuang kept the southwestern line of retreat open throughout, while Lei Qianshan used 50 frontier veterans to protect our flank and rear. That allowed some scattered enemies to escape, but ensured that the 600 riders would still have a way out if the center command counterattacked. The Black Mountain cavalry still possessed greater combat skill than our new riders. Once the forces truly collided, men fell from their horses on both sides, and flaws began to show through our disguise. I immediately had Jiang Xiaoyu release the second signal, warning Wei Meng to prepare to emerge, while ordering the rear ranks to stop pursuing and preserve our retreat corridor. A Black Mountain centurion was already shouting that we were few, and nearby riders began drawing together again. After the second signal rose, the scattered drumbeats in the woods became a unified thunder, but the 2,500 infantry still needed time to emerge from the tree line. We had to hold through that gap without becoming entangled and without withdrawing so early that we exposed the illusion. For Kiliarchs came forward to intercept me in succession. If they joined forces to hold me in place, the center could reform. I did not remain stationary and fight all four at once. I used the speed of my horse to stagger them one by one. My lance shaft knocked the first man's saber aside, and a horse blocked the second. After passing through the gap, I turned to strike again. Using the reach of the black iron lance, I brought down the 4 unit commanders in turn. The 4 men had not lined up and waited for my lance. I only forced the first 2 away from my path. The third pursued too deeply and was cut off by Xiaoyer's flanking unit. That gave me the chance to wheel around and engage the isolated men separately. The last Kiliarch's curved saber cut a deep scar into my lance shaft. I used my horse's body to block his second strike, and the guard behind me finished him. Bringing down all 4 banners took nearly half a quarter hour, and it reduced my 200-man center unit to fewer than 170 riders. When Yuta Shan saw the line of his personal guard collapse, he began withdrawing toward the main camp. I pursued him relentlessly, but I never passed beyond my own side's line of sight. Dozens of riders tried to fill the gap along the way. Xiaoyer led the center unit to intercept them from the side, and at last I caught up with the enemy commander. He was not fleeing toward an empty camp. He was heading for the siege infantry now being pulled back. If he reached that crowd, our speed on horseback would lose all meaning. I did not pursue in a straight line. I first circled right around a fallen ladder, then cut through a gap that had not yet closed between 2 infantry units. Only a dozen guards kept up behind me. Xiaoyer held the rest outside to guard the opening. Yuta Shan turned his saber to block. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary rider, and my first blow did not knock him from the saddle. I used the point of my lance to force him to change direction, bringing our horses alongside each other. On our second crossing, the black iron lance passed through a joint in his armor. Yuta Shan fell from his horse. His first strike numbed my right arm and nearly knocked the black iron lance from my hand. Before our second crossing, I brought my mount close along his right, keeping the curved saber from opening into a full swing, then struck his shoulder guard aside with the end of my lance. The instant the blade entered the gap in his armor, I relaxed my force. I did not lift the body from the saddle or stop to confirm the kill. 2 guards behind me jointly removed his token and military banner and recorded the location of the kill. I took his Miriarcha's banner and token and raised them high for all to see. With their commander dead and 4 Kiliarchs fallen one after another, The already disordered Black Mountain tribe lost its unified chain of command. At the same time, Wei Ming's banner bearing the character Wei rose from the woods 3 li away, and 2,500 infantry advanced on the battlefield in a shield and spear formation. I did not sound the whistle to advance until I truly saw the shield wall emerge from the trees. Only then did the false reinforcements become a real pincer attack. Some Black Mountain troops withdrew north. Some still charged the wall. Others tried to return to camp for their horses. Several sets of orders contradicted one another. Our advantage came from their inability to determine whom to obey, not from every soldier losing the power to fight, because one banner had fallen. At last, Linqing's gate opened as well. Zhang Hua led approximately 1,000 defenders still capable of fighting out of the city and drove into the rear of the siege force. Many Black Mountain infantry remained beneath the wall, while their horses were far away. They could not quickly recover their cavalry mobility. Zhang Hua stopped strictly within the 1 li limit we had agreed upon and did not pursue into the open ground to the north. His men had defended the city for 3 straight days. Their mission outside was only to retake the latter approaches and sever the route between the siege force and the horse pasture. Wei Ming did not break apart the shield and spear formation to seize heads either. He advanced section by section, leaving corridors to recover the wounded beneath the wall. I did not order the army to hunt down every fleeing soldier. Instead, I concentrated the 600 cavalry in a charge toward the Hu camp to seize its horse pens and grain carts. Enemies who had lost their mounts could only scatter north and could not immediately turn to counterattack. The entrance to the Hu camp still had cheval de frise barriers and dozens of mounted guards. Lei Qianshan first had 1 unit dismount and move the obstacles. Bai Yushuang created a diversion at the side gate, while I used my guards to protect the passage as it opened. We did not charge on horseback down every narrow lane between the tents. We first controlled the exits of the horse pens, the wells, and the grain carts, then sent the infantry to search sector by sector. Bai Yushuang warned that our cavalry casualties were still rising, and I immediately sounded the whistle to end the pursuit. Lei Qianshan held the camp gate, Xiaoyer controlled the horse pens, and she gathered the stragglers. The infantry accepted surrenders and searched the tent area. The cavalry no longer entered the narrow camp lanes. Even after the whistle, 2 units pursued several hundred more paces. I personally sent courier riders to call them back and recorded their commanders' names for discipline after the battle. The backs of fleeing enemies could make a person forget terrain and exhaustion more easily than anything else. If the only lesson our cavalry learned from the first 2 victories was that pursuing farther meant greater courage, it would eventually pay the full price in the next ambush. The Black Mountain tribe's orderly withdrawal became a total rout not because 600 men were truly invincible, but because of 3 days of exhausting siege warfare, the misjudgment caused by our disguise, the death of their commander, and the simultaneous appearance of 2 infantry forces. Resistance across the battlefield did not largely cease until nightfall. Largely cease did not mean safe. Scattered arrows still came from outside the camp, and points of fire to the north showed fugitives regrouping. Before darkness, every unit established a double cordon. Medical officers first treated our wounded and lynchings. We confiscated all weapons from the prisoners and guarded them in groups of 10. Victory had to survive its first night before it could become a true result. Linqing County had held, and the Black Mountain tribe's main force of more than 10,000 had been completely routed. After the battle, I forbade the Ningxuan troops from entering Linqing without authorization. The city had just endured 3 days of bloodshed, and its soldiers and civilians were on edge. If several thousand troops from outside entered immediately, looting could easily break out, and local officials might suspect that we meant to use the rescue as an excuse to seize control of the city. Many soldiers did not understand when the order reached them. They had just broken the siege of Linqing, yet they could not even drink a cup of hot water inside the city. They inevitably felt slighted. I let each unit report its objections directly and opened the captured camp stoves to feed them first. Maintaining discipline did not mean suspecting every soldier of robbery. It meant denying hunger, alcohol, and misunderstandings the chance to turn allies into enemies. Chun Feng represented Ningxuan Fort in the handoff with Magistrate Meng Jiwen. We required only that Linqing send representatives to verify the battlefield and prisoners with us. We did not take control of the county offices. Meng Jiwen opened access to medicine and drinking water and promised a temporary camp for the wounded. Each side assigned 2 clerks, and every transfer of supplies was signed in duplicate. Linqing personnel could enter and leave the hospital camp freely, but they could not interrogate Black Mountain prisoners alone. The Ningxian army likewise could not claim the right to draw from the county stores merely because we had saved the city. By writing the boundaries down first, later disputes over grain, responsibility, and military credit would not be settled by whoever shouted loudest. The spoils in the Black Mountain camp far exceeded those from the first two victories. The war horses alone numbered more than 10,000, while grain carts, weapons, and leather armor filled the camp. The quantities would not count until everything had been registered item by item. We could not turn, we saw a great many directly into a military inventory. 10,000 was only the preliminary total of animals in the pens and loose horses. It included riderless war horses, pack horses, and wounded horses, and some might have been counted twice. Zhang Xiaoyu first sealed the 4 exits and marked each counted herd with a different colored cord. After the grooms examined their hooves, they would divide the animals into those fit to ride, those fit to carry loads, and those needing treatment. Before dawn, I allowed the battle report to say only more than 10,000 horses pending verification, not provide a falsely precise figure. I made 3 initial allocations. Half the camp's grain would remain with Linqing County to replace what the city had consumed. The other half and all equipment we could transport would enter unified accounts at Ningxian Fort. Both sides would help gather the war horses. The Ningxian army would first replace its losses and meet its mobility requirement of 2 horses per rider. The rest would be divided after the battle. Linqing's clerk objected on the spot that, given the city's large population, even half the grain might not be enough. I did not improvise a more pleasing percentage. I only promised to review the split against the actual number of sure after the count, and allowed the county to draw 3 days of emergency grain first. Ningxian Fort also had to support more than 3,000 soldiers and civilians and prepare for further relief operations. Promising a share beyond our ability to transport, it would only become another argument a few days later. No one could take gold or silver privately. Every chest was sealed, and officers from at least 2 different forces had to open it together. We registered the dead and gravely wounded that same night. A report could not list only what we had taken and omit the price we had paid. At the first roll call, more than 20 of the 600 black-armored cavalry were missing. Several injured men who had fallen from their horses were recovered later. We would verify the final number unit by unit after dawn. I did not let the officers report a neat casualty figure in advance. We first checked the saddlebags and unit numbers of every riderless mount to identify its owner before reassigning it. The personal possessions of the dead were sealed in bags for later delivery to their families. After 2 hours of rest, I summoned Bai Yushuang, Lei Qinshan, and Zhang Xiaoyu. The Black Mountain tribe had collapsed, but the White Wolf and Iron Savage tribes were still attacking Shay and Beishan. If we waited for the battle report to pass through layer after layer, the 2 cities might fall first. 2 hours was not enough for anyone truly to recover. It allowed only time to eat, drink, bind wounds, and change horses. I first asked the medical officers which men could not continue, then asked the grooms how many horses could complete the next leg. Bai Yushuang firmly opposed taking all 600 riders onward unchanged. In the end, we removed the seriously wounded, the feverish, and those without a suitable mount. Linqing's hospital camp received them. Rapid movement could not be built on tying wounded men to their saddles. My new plan was to use the captured horses for sustained movement. Each of the 600 black-armored cavalry would change to 2 of the best horses, and another 200 riders selected from my guards and the frontier troops would accompany them. The remaining units would depart the next morning for Zhao Family Village, 10 li southeast of Xishan Pass, and join Wei Ming there later. 2 horses per rider meant 1 mount and 1 replacement. It did not mean 1 person controlling 2 strange horses in a charge. The spare mounts were linked in groups of 10, led in turns by the last 2 riders. If a horse broke loose during the night march, the entire unit was not to stop and recover it. The 200 new riders from my guards and the frontier soldiers had to know the black cavalry signals. Before departure, we performed only the most basic integration and did not improvise any complex reorganization. Chen Feng remained at the camp to manage the wounded, prisoners, and supplies. Li Erniu, Gowa, and Zhang Dashan would each lead their infantry out the next day. Linqing's defenders had suffered too heavily. We did not ask them to continue the expedition. I gave Chen Feng complete written command authority. If more than 1,000 fugitives returned from the north, he could abandon some of the spoils and first protect the wounded in Linqing's outer camp. If the county seat refused to admit them, he would withdraw along the southern road toward Ningxian. Supplies could be abandoned. People could not be surrounded again merely to guard a heap of boxes that had not even been counted. At midnight, 800 cavalry left Linqing and raced toward Shay County. We avoided towns, changing horses as we advanced through open country and along forest roads. Before dawn, the force reached a stand of trees 10 li south of Shay County. We changed mounts every 20 li along the way, with the rear column leading the previous horses while they recovered. Even so, more than a dozen horses suffered hoof injuries. 2 riders, nodding off in the saddle after consecutive battles, had to be loosely secured to their saddlebows with short cords by their comrades. I ordered them to sleep the instant we entered the woods and barred them from the first reconnaissance. By the time it reached Shay, the figure of 800 no longer represented 800 fully capable fighters. Jiang Xiaoyu led the scouts toward the battlefield and returned quickly. The White Wolf tribe had not posted dense screening cavalry on its southern side. Its main force was concentrated around the county seat. After 3 consecutive days of siege warfare, more than 10,000 troops remained, and their overall combat strength exceeded that of the Black Mountain tribe. Xiaoyu approached only close enough to see the outer banners. He did not venture to the edge of the camp merely because its security looked sparse. The White Wolf tribe might genuinely have grown careless, or it might have deliberately left an opening. The scouts confirmed that no patrols continuously covered the south, but they could not confirm whether an ambush lay between the woods and the infantry lines. I marked that gap in our knowledge clearly on the map. I climbed to high ground at the edge of the woods. I could see only the expanse of tents in the distance and the infantry moving toward the wall. We had not yet verified the number of enemy cavalry, the location of its commander, or the condition of Shay County's defenders. More importantly, we did not know whether news of the Black Mountain tribe's defeat had reached them. If the White Wolf tribe had not heard, our black armor could still create a brief shock. If they had already prepared an anti-cavalry formation, showing ourselves with only 800 riders might let their 2 wings close around us. Without that information, any order to charge would be nothing but a gamble. Bai Yushuang asked, "Use the same plan as Linqing? We can't copy it." I shook my head. Once the White Wolf tribe learns that Black Mountain has fallen, it will certainly prepare for the Black Cavalry. We have only 800 men and no 2,500 infantry behind us. I ordered everyone to eat cold rations and inspect their second horses while the scouts verified 3 routes of retreat. No one could light a fire in the woods without my order, and no one was to expose a silhouette by climbing into the treetops for a better look. We had just won a great battle. The easiest mistake now was to treat the answer from the last battle as the answer to the next one. Lei Qianshan tightened his grip on the reins. Then how do we fight this one? I looked toward the White Wolf tribe's dense infantry lines. We do not engage their cavalry while it is intact, and we do not seek to wipe them out. First, we disrupt the siege infantry and buy Shay County time to breathe. We could execute that objective only after the next reconnaissance confirmed the situation. For now, the 800 riders remained in the woods 10 li south of Shay. I had not given the order to charge.